As we get set to go racing here with your Micro Swift class, Dutch Westbrook and Victor Gus Wonderlay starting on that road. Tyler Blackwood and Kimo Lamont starting on road number 2. Go back to road number 3 with Brody Brown and Kason Sanders. You go back with Rodolfo Garza and Nayeli Vargas that round up your field here. So they're getting set to go green now. And they get ready. We await the green flag here in a couple of minutes' time. So no tram lines here this weekend, but nice and steady pace here for Dutch Westbrook into what would be, I guess, the provisional tram line. So he's in there now and getting set to go here in this one. So we wait for the green flag. Into the start box we go for the first time on this Sunday morning. Green flag is out, and we are racing. Westbrook to the bottom of the racetrack. Wonderlay around the outside. Blackwood falling under fire to Kason Sanders, who's able to get through. Sanders is up to 4th. Ahmad's up to 3rd. The best start Ahmad and Wonderlay have had in their Iron Rock Sports machines. And you go back to Brody Brown, who sits just behind Blackwood now. Everybody able to continue going here again. Brown with some issues yesterday, finding himself off the racetrack there. And was able to get going here this morning and doing a good job so far to get himself and keep himself on the racetrack.
Yeah, we have a little bit of an off there by Brown coming out of that right-left chicane. So a little bit of a bobble, didn't slow him down too much, didn't lose any positions. Bit of a space between the drivers up in front and behind from Brown. So running their own race right now at the start. Bit of cushion. So this driver's on their own. If we could look up front a little bit, you have a little pass there for 2nd place, I believe. That was Kimo Ahmad on Gus Wonderlay. So they're side by side coming through into turn 4, still side by side. Maybe a little bit of contact. I mean, that's just how racing goes sometimes. But Kimo Ahmad gets that position and takes it away from Gus Wonderlay.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad able to get that position done there, but did all that fighting affect him here just a little bit because they've lost a lot of time to Dutch Westbrook, who's still out in the lead. So it's been something here this morning for those couple of drivers, but they lost some time, so looking to close down their gap to Dutch Westbrook. So they continue to try and go around and close down their gap here shortly. And they have a lot of pace so far this morning, so they're gonna definitely take the fight there to Kimo Ahmad as he continues to lap around in that 2nd spot. We're gonna take a look at the lap times and positions gained here in a minute. Kimo's gained 1 so far and doing a good job side by side further back in the field. Brody Brown and Kason Sanders fighting it out here, and Sanders able to get ahead there. And Brown actually taking the fight to Sanders here. Brown around the outside, able to get that move to stick, and he gets it done nicely. How about that for the kid in his rookie debut in the Micro Swift class? Brody Brown is up to P5 here.
Yeah, you saw Sanders really try to run it around the outside of Brown there, and got a little loose and got over the curb. You saw them get pretty close coming out of the exit of turn 5, and Brown got that position back. So yeah, as you said, very good debut weekend in the microswing class for Brown. Definitely a product of a picture-perfect product of what Kid Kart should do, which is prepare you for the next class when you're so young. And as you can see on our screen, still Wonderlay putting the pressure with Kimo Ahmad there together, and they're losing time to the leader now. Last time by, it was about a 1.8 second gap. Now it's about a 2.8 second gap. So maybe a little bit of fighting slowed them down. They're still very close, and they even have a Blackwood coming up from behind. So this fight might even become a three-way now with these three drivers, as we have about 3 minutes left to go here. So you have Kimo Ahmad and Gus Wonderlay followed far behind from top left.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad just about 2.8 seconds at bay here as they look to continue to close down their gap. About 3/10 back to Victor Gus Wonderlay here at the moment. But I mean, Rocco, you've seen a lot of these kids develop throughout the years. I mean, what's one of the biggest things that surprised you about these two Iron Rock Motorsports machines here on our screen?
Well, Gus Wonderlay is a driver that I haven't really had the opportunity to see too much, except for on TSRS weekends. As you see him go down the inside, a big sin from Wonderlay, and he gets over under. So he'll try to get that position again. It's really just a fight between them and Blackwood if he can catch up. So back to what I was saying, I haven't had the opportunity to really introduce myself to Wonderlay. And, we see him on TSRS weekends, but Kimo Ahmad is a driver that I would see a lot at speed sports during club races. And, I've seen him from the start of his career to now. I mean, it's a crazy progression that you see these drivers go through over only a handful of years, especially for Kimo. He started at a very young age, and he was racing drivers 3 years older than him. He was about 6 years old when he started in go-karts and racing 9-year-olds, So the age groups can fluctuate even in these very young age group classes, and two very good drivers here. As you can see, they're both very even on pace. The racecraft is quite good. You saw Gus Wonderlay now down the inside again. Let's see if he can make this move stick this time by. And Kimo Ahmad tries to hang around the outside. Gus Wonderlay going to be careful with his teammate and let that position slide for now. He still has a minute plus 2 laps to go to get that position. Third place ain't bad, but he definitely wants to get some extra points if he's going to get a better start for your final. Yeah, for sure. So for Ahmad again, the 3 heat races on the docket here this weekend. You need to have, they're non-progressive, so you need to have really good results at the end of all 3 of them and put yourself in a good starting spot for the main event later on today. And you've seen the progression of Kimo Ahmad, and I've seen kind of a little bit of the progression of both of these drivers. I've seen the progression of Victor Gus Wonderlay as well, a driver that was in the Kid Kart class whenever they were duking it out in between Ahmad, Westbrook, and Brody Stoffel a couple of years ago. And to see Wonderlay, the driver right behind Kimo Ahmad, kind of progress as a driver and to grow as a driver and to show his pace week in, week out has definitely been a good thing to see. I remember a couple of years ago, I believe 2 to 3 years ago, could be now. Growing up at our home track back in Katy at Gulf Coast Karters International, where a lot of these kids kind of grew up, the likes of Ahmad and Victor Gus Wonderlay, and we'd have to take turns. He'd go out in the Kid Kart, I'd go out in my 206, and that's how we would take turns. And to see him kind of progress that way has definitely been good to see, and to see them kind of move up the ranks as well has been super exciting to see. And the driver behind them as well, Tyler Blackwood, has had a really good showing here this weekend. He's in the red speed machine there, 2 karts back, right behind Victor Gus Wonderlay. Blackwood is his 3rd race ever, so he's doing a really good job to put himself inside of the top 5 and fight against a lot of these kids. He's driving for the High Five Performance team here this weekend, and doing a really good job and setting in some really consistent lap times here this weekend. So we're looking to see Tyler Blackwood, his mechanic, actually, the mustache man, Morgan LeBaron. So spoke to Morgan, and he was telling me how Tyler was doing, and how green he was to the whole thing, and how excited he was to see him kind of improve and to continue to grow every single special. Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't tell me that this was his 3rd race weekend. It's a very fantastic showing from Black. We saw him going through turn 5 with a little bit of oversteer there. So 3 races in, and his kart control is already pretty impressive at such a young age. So definitely an impressive performance from Black. But as he's slowly gaining on the back of Gus Wonderlay here, as they get the white flag. So one more lap around this track as we're still following these two drivers a little spaced out. I mean, it would be a tall order for Blackwood to catch all the way up to the back of Gus Wonderlay on this final lap unless a mistake was made. So everybody's about spread out right now. This might be our finishing order unless we have some incidents happen up in front. But so for sure, Blackwood goes a little bit wide out of turn 5, but yeah. So I think nobody's gonna be catching anybody before this checkered flag kill.
Yeah, nobody going to be able to close down their gaps here, unfortunately. So that could be it here for Dutch Westbrook, who rounds the last corner now. Dutch Westbrook going to win the 3rd heat race of the weekend here and sweep the weekend in your micro category. Across the line here in 2nd, Kimo Ahmad and Victor Gus Wonderlay rounds up your top 3. Tyler Blackwood across the line 4th. Brody Brown rounds up your top 5. That being said, we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action set to come your way.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Couple of drivers collected here right out of the pits. The 53 of Caden Tudor was involved and a couple of others. Rafe Ali, I believe, one of the drivers involved. One of the factory kart machines involved, and it looks to be one of the Intrepids as well that's involved here early on in this one, and that was right out of the pit lane, so red flag going to be out to get them all lined up. But that being said, let's take you through your starting lineup. Dusty Strayer and Shep Sullivan starting on row number 1. Wiley Lee and Beckley Anderson and CRG Nordic lock out row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Holden Hinson and Caden Tudor. Row 4 will be Bodie Bayer and Rafe Ali. Row 5 will be Vettel Baker and Hayden Sampson. And then row 6 will be Liam Lofton and Trevor Nutten.
So that is your starting lineup, your starting grid for your Honda kart. So wait for them to come around one more time.
flag your kid kart drivers to get lined up to get underway. Oh, a little close there. Sometimes you see it's kind of rare. It's a little silly too, but sometimes you see the kid karts kind of rear end each other on these red flag stops, and I mean they don't do it intentionally, but it's definitely like it's a little humorous in my opinion. Just a little head going back whenever somebody's on the brakes a little bit too late, so they're still trying to figure out the order real quick. I think they might move a few drivers around. Everybody waiting patiently. Hopefully we don't have any engines die like we did yesterday when these carts idled. I think there's one right there and get a pull start. So hopefully all the engines are running. Nobody gets left stranded once these carts start rolling. So I think they're going to slowly get underway, and all the carts are indeed running. So we're going to get a clean start. It's looking very good. Probably the best looking start we've had all weekend. So you can see Sullivan looking at the right foot of Dusty Strayer and now looking down the inside of Lee, trying to hold the outside. And Lee gets into P2. Everybody files through turn 1 cleanly. So Dusty Strayer with that lead. Lee got around Sullivan for P2. And Sullivan now, the inside line, trying to hold off Anderson and more, as I believe that was Tudor, got down the inside of a few drivers from P5. Lee making a little bit of headway here on Dusty Strayer. You saw him in the warm-up session working closely with Dusty Strayer and at the opening stages of the warm-up, even pulling away before they kind of just spaced out and got into their own rhythms. But right now, as you can see, maybe a bit of a setup change on that kid kart. As it's crazy as I must say, we're at the point now where these kid karts have evolved into a point where you have tuners working on these things. So as one driver's around, you have I believe that is the 19 of Vettel Baker around in the right-left chicane. So he'll get back underway very shortly. Now, as we were away, that train of 2 has turned into a train of 3 as Sullivan gets back up to the bumper of Lee, as Lee pulls down the inside, trying to get the inside of Dusty Strayer. Strayer's going to give him the room and give him the position. So now Dusty Strayer trying to get the switch back and go back around as one driver's off. 3 drivers are off. I believe that is Rafe Ali and potentially Henson as well. So 3 drivers off. I don't know who was going through the gravel there. They might be going back underway. That might be Bayer, if I'm I can't the 11. I believe that is Trevor Knight, also off and in the ditch. So unfortunate, and a change. Actually, as I say that, we already had that change for the lead. Lee is holding on to that lead right now with Dusty Strayer. Sullivan doing all he needs to do right now, waiting patiently behind these 2 as they figure out who's going to lead. You see Lee with a little bit of an inside fade to cover off that corner, and even Sullivan now trying to go down around the inside of Strayer. All these drivers trying different lines. It's quite interesting in this kid kart class. You see drivers try different lines quite often, where one lap a driver is rapidly fast, and the next lap he may be a second quicker or a second slower. And it's another way, hey, you see some drivers cover huge distances during a race to catch back up to the lead. Now you see Lee defending again on Dusty Strayer and Sullivan for that P1 position.
Big contact here in this kid kart race. The number 14 there involved Shep Sullivan, and the number 12 of Dusty Strayer. That was a wild incident going airborne there for Dusty Strayer. He's out of this one early. But wow, he definitely caught some air there, and that is major implications here. We said he just needed to finish inside of the top 3 to solidify himself in the pole position. But with this now being a DNF, if it sticks, obviously the corner workers can help now to help these drivers get back onto the racetrack. This could be major implications for this driver and find himself out of the race. So he's back in the go-kart now, and they're going to try and get him started up here. So they're pulling on it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get him back going here in this one. May need to take it back to the 10 and major repairs may be needed. So again, yellow flags are out, can't pass, but you look back onto the racetrack, the top kart driver there in the 3rd spot for Bodie Beyer there. Sits in the 3rd spot and closing down his gap on Beckley Anderson. As we see their Strayer still stranded there, unfortunately. But look back on the track, Anderson a little wide there on the exit. As Beyer looking, not going to be close enough. They're going to have a really good run up to turn number 3 here, Rocket.
Yeah, Beyer and Anderson both got awarded 2nd and 3rd with that incident that happened up with your leader. So Beyer definitely putting the pressure now on Anderson. You see Anderson trying very hard to defend. We saw him cover off a few times before, as now they go alongside, side by side. Beyer with the inside to take that P2 position on Anderson. And Anderson now with a run, trying to maybe push Beyer down the straightaway. Is there going to be a change for position again? I don't think so. Anderson thinks better up.
So take a look here. A couple of movers at the moment. Hayden Sampson's up 5 spots. Liam Lofton's up 5. And unfortunately for Sullivan and Dusty Strayer, Sullivan's down 6, Strayer's down 8. And for Holden Henson, he's not able to finish this one. Trevor Knight as well wasn't able to finish. And Rayfall Lee, had issues on that race start. Wiley Lee, though, on the other hand, is the driver in the lead. The kid from San Francisco, California, leading us away in a CR2 Norton machine out in front. Beckley Anderson in the 2nd spot. Was in the 2nd spot, I should say, because Bodie Beyer was able to get that move done there. And you see the lean-in by Bodie Beyer. The absolute focus in this kid is insane. Look how he leans in here to the right-hand corner. And if you want the definition of locked in, or if you want the definition of aura, that kid definitely has it.
Yeah, definitely has a bit of a Euro lean going there through the corner. It's pretty awesome to see getting the style out already at such a young age. So you have Beyer not only doing a very good job with his driving, but doing a very good job with his weight transfer as well, getting that head leaned over on the inside tires. So now you see Anderson on our screen fading back on Beyer. So a bit of pace from Beyer, definitely wanted to get around that kart and pull away. So Anderson now in no man's land, a big gap between them and the next driver, Caden Tudor. So, right now I think we're coming to the 2 sticks to go next time by. So we'll see if Tudor can catch up to the back of Anderson in that time. Very far away, I think about 2 seconds back. So possibly not. Depends on how Anderson gets through these next 2 laps.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what they can do here in the next couple of laps. Beckley Anderson, very, very busy young lady. She is from Waco, Texas area, playing softball at the moment. And funny enough, went up to her dad and asked her, and asked him and Beckley at the same time. And I was like, what's y'all's favorite sport, man? I know you guys are doing a lot. Your family as well is doing a lot as well. I know the wife probably isn't so happy about the racing because it is a scary sport, to see your daughter go out there. As one driver drops a tire, that was Wiley Lee, the driver in the lead, dropped the tire there. So that's going to allow Beyer to gain some more time. But Beckley likes racing. She likes racing a little more than softball, which is why she's coming out here with us. And it's always good to see her out on the racetrack. She's contended for a couple of podiums so far this year. She's contended for even race wins as well. And this is one of the kids that we haven't seen as often. Wiley in the San Francisco, California area. The first time we saw him was at the IKF Grand Nationals earlier this year as a spin there for Shep Sullivan, I believe, in the number 14. And indeed, he's able to get back around as Wiley goes through. But this kid from San Francisco, California, the first time we saw him was a couple of weeks ago at the IKF Grand Nationals in Amarillo, Texas. That was his first trip out here, and the entire family coming out here again this weekend to support him here in the Dallas, Texas area. So good to see them and hope to see him back for many more races as he's having a pretty good stint this weekend in the Honda Kid Pro class. And again, these are some of the kids that we're going to see in 2 years racing micro all across the nation and some maybe even all across the world as well, because we have seen a lot of kids that she's kind of developed go overseas recently. So been cool to see, to say the least. Everybody else in this field as well, I mean, doing a good job. And again, this is all about fun, right? For all these kids, it's all about having fun, getting them away from iPads, getting them away from electronics, getting them away from whatever, candy even, and getting them out there and racing. A whole lot of throttle. Very good. say. And I would, this would be one of those tracks where I think in Honda Kart we could be close to flat out.
Yeah, there might be about 2 to 3 braking zones on this track as Lee rounds the few final corners. About 2 corners left to go for Lee. A good race. You see Beyer in the background. So close, but so far, one more race, one more chance left to catch back up to Lee as he crosses the line to win Heat 3. Beyer comes across the line, and then there was Sullivan, who was in the lead at one point, but ended up falling further back downfield.
So after this race, some pickup getting set to come underway. When we come back, more racing action with your KA100 juniors. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage of the MidSummer Mashup.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
back here as we get set to go green with our mini Swift Blast. Pasha Ali and Alex Chandler starting on row number 1. You go back to row number 2 with Kate Casper and Royce Vega. Simon Jack Klein starting alongside Oscar Gus Wonderley. You go back to row number 4 with Nico Orbezo and Rodolfo Lavin Jr. Sofia Sanagova is on the 5th row. Then you go back to Adrian Vargas and a couple of more drivers running up your field. Liam Nachawati going to the rear of the field here in this one as they all continue to populate here. So that is the starting lineup there. Nico Orbezo, Nathan Hughes, Sofia Sadagova, Vargas, Cowell, and company there. But Nachawati could have been an engine change, if I'm not mistaken. A change of an engine would send you to the rear of the field. So that's probably what occurred here for Liam Nachawati. And that's going to send him to the rear, unfortunately, in this one. So a lot of work to do for Nachawati.
Yeah, one driver who we didn't get to see in one of the heats yesterday was Pasha Ali on that front row. So he rolls off on P2. Chandler rolling us off for the green. Pasha puts his hand up. It might be a yellow. We got the green. So a good start from that inside line. See Pasha kind of go out wide, trying to hold around the outside. Everybody gets through cleanly in turn 1. Chandler with the lead, and Vega P2 as we have 2 drivers off.
Sadagova there in what looked to be, I'm not sure if that was Vargas, but we have a battle up for the lead. Royce Vega goes to the point. Pasha Ali to 2nd. Then you have Alex Chandler starting back in 3rd. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Adrian Vargas involved in the wreck there at the start of the race. So unfortunate there for Vargas, but back up at the front, Simon Jack Klein, all over the bumper here of Alex Chandler coming to the S's.
Yeah, a good start from the majority of the field. Unfortunate incident between those 2 drivers going through turn 1. It's pretty stacked up in front. We got a 4-cart train. As you see, I think Pasha Ali faded to the inside, looking for the move on Vega, or just maybe covering it off from Alex Chandler. It's a bit early in the race to start defending, so I'll assume it was for an overtake. So Pasha Ali, after that heat issue yesterday, definitely looking racy as we have down the inside Simon Klein and Pasha Ali going down around the outside. So Klein gets P3 from Chandler. Pasha Ali holds it around the outside, holds on to P2. So as you see, Chandler now getting pushed through on Klein. I think that is Orbezo trying to push him through and loses a position back right there.
Kate Casper right behind him as well, but back up at the front with Royce Vega and Pasha Ali. They're about a car length away from each other here at the moment. And for these drivers, I mean, this is going to be the critical part of it, right? Working together and not losing too much time, because you already have that gap in between 2nd and 3rd. And it's all about building that. You see it time and time again, especially in this low-speed category, that it's critical to work together. And Nico Orbezo going on the inside of Simon Jack Klein, who gets stuck on the outside. Kate Casper there as well. Everybody else fighting their way through in this one. Klein, elbows out racing all the way through, and he's able to stay inside of the top 5, but it hasn't been easy, to say the least. Ali looking to fire here on Royce Vega, who is feeling the pressure, to say the least, but signaling forward to Ali to continue to work their way up as we move back up to the race lead here with Vega and Ali. Casper and Klein traded positions. Casper back up to the 5th spot, and Klein fell back to the 7th spot. So a little bit of a change there in those 2 drivers. 6 drivers in the lead group. Update there further back. The factory cart of Peter is off the racetrack, so unfortunate there for that driver. Update on Liam Nachawati. He's right behind Rodolfo Lavin Jr. and closing at the moment in his parallel machine. As we look back on the screen, Kate Casper is able to get through. Orbezo looking over under him. Casper going to crowd him low. Orbezo goes around the outside. Can't get it done there into turn number 1.
They're just so close to catching up to this lead group, and they still can't figure out who's going to fight for the lead. As you see, Pasha Ali now fighting for the lead with Royce Vega. He goes down to take the lead. Chandler very close, trying to get P2 away from Royce Vega. He follows Pasha Ali through the corner to try and file through. Takes P2. Gets a nose down on Pasha Ali and takes the lead as well as they go 3 wide for a brief moment. Pasha Ali down the middle, trying to hold it again. They're almost through. They're 2 wide, 2 rows back as now Pasha Ali will get freight trained by Casper, Vega, and Chandler for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So demote Ali all the way from the lead down to P4 as you have, I believe that is Orbezo and Klein catching up now. So that fighting has brought all of them back into this lead pack as Chandler goes down to the inside to cover off the corner from Royce Vega. They have a bit of a gap between them and Casper, and as I say that, it may just been the camera angle because Casper is there with Ali, and this race is turning out to be quite the exciting one, Caleb.
Yeah, we asked for an exciting race, and that's definitely what we got. Vega to the bottom of the racetrack. Casper's going to help. Vega goes to the point. Casper to second. Side by side in between Chandler. Looks over to his left. Ali was looking on the right. Couldn't get it done. There goes Casper on the inside into the left-hander. Casper gets through. Chandler's able to get through. Royce Vega slots back in the line in third. Ali very well in tow. And then you have further back, Nathan Hughes, the MSL racing driver in the Tony Kart, is closing down the gap here to everybody that's ahead of him. So a good drive there by Hughes. And right behind him as well for Oscar Gus Wonderley to try to close down his gap. No passes here into the hairpin. Everybody single file line, because the more and more that they fight, the more that they allow the more drivers to come in. There goes Chandler on the inside. Vega goes through. Casper stuck on the outside. Ali looking to fire. Single file. And Casper gets freight trained into turn number 1.
Really smart block there from Vega. If he didn't do that, he probably would have been freight trained for even more positions and possibly potentially lose that P2 position as he goes down the inside of Chandler now for the lead. And Pasha Ali follows him as well. So Chandler from first down to third now. They're all still fighting up in front. It's still a minute plus 2 laps to go, so it's very racy here. You see them all give the bumper. Casper tries the outside. Can't do anything there. Holds on to P4. Pushes Chandler forward. So we're going to the bowl now. You're not supposed to overtake in here. We'll see if we get any moves coming into the bowl. Almost. You saw Pasha Ali go a little bit wide from the apex, and Chandler tried to slide down on the inside, but Pasha Ali with a better exit pushes Vega through.
Yeah, he's able to push Vega through. There goes Chandler fading low, going high. 40 seconds to go in heat race number 3. There goes Ali to the racetrack. He's able to get through on Vega, who tries to set up a slick over-under move. Everybody getting closed in together. Orbezo around the outside. Ali going on the outside, almost gets driven into the grass. Able to hold on to it. Side by side for the lead now. Kate Casper looking on Royce Vega. Everybody goes low. And there goes Vega, who gets a shot to the rear bumper. And he's going to lose a lot of time here. Everybody stacked and packed. Hughes now joins the lead group. Casper around the outside. Chandler to the bottom. Orbezo's right there. Everybody's there. Simon Klein. Pasha Ali lost a couple of spots there, and it continues to ramp up here in this one. These drivers have offered a very, very exciting race.
Yeah, we've seen white lining before, but we see from Vega, we see some grass lining as he covered down that inside so much. We saw 2 wheels in the grass as you see Chandler now down to the inside of Casper for that P2 position. He's going to not cover it off, and Casper goes back down the inside. They're letting Vega get away here with 2.6 left to go. You see Chandler point to his helmet that we have to work together to catch back up to this lead. A big push now from Orbezo to get away from Casper.
Yeah, and you see there further back, Liam Nachawati trying to stay with the top 9, but just no power there, so something could be amiss on that engine for Liam Nachawati. Just can't close down his gap, even with the draft, and everybody else still fighting. That's exactly what Royce Vega wanted to see. He wanted to see Chandler, Casper, Orbezo, and company fight it out there for the second spot and give himself a good cushion and run away with it here, and that's exactly what he's done. The 2.6 were in the air last time by. When he gets to the stripe now, it's going to be the white flag in the air, and a very, very commanding lead here on what was a very exciting race here in Mini Swift, but it's still going on. We have 2 more laps. Anything can happen in between all these drivers. Orbezo going to look on Chandler. Not going to get it done. Casper stays in line. Further back, the likes of Klein and others still haven't been able to close down. Ali, who was up there fighting for the lead, in the lead at one point as well, finds himself just outside of the top 5 and 6.
So we're on the final lap now. Your top 3 very close now as you see Vega cover down the inside. Chandler follows him through. Orbezo tries to drive a high line and get a good exit. He's still pushing Chandler down the middle straight. Now Vega going to cover off the inside very hard right now. Try to hold a tight line to keep Chandler from getting underneath him. Does a good job there. A very hard way to overtake the corners. Now Chandler with a great exit. You see Orbezo go high. Vega covers him low. And as they go into the bowl, Vega with the lead now. Casper gets around Chandler from that move. You saw they get quite dicey going into the bowl. So Vega with that lead. Casper and Chandler following him through.
Royce Vega, what a move around the outside there to get it done. He was able to go through, and he's going to win heat race number 3 now. Checkered flag in the air. Royce Vega, perfect in Mini Swift. Kate Casper across the line, second. Alex Chandler across his third. Orbezo, fourth. Oscar Gus Wonderley rounds up your top 5.
Pasha Ali in 6th place with Simon Klein finishing in 7th. Then it is Hughes in 8th. Nachawati made it all the way to 9th place starting from the back of the grid. Rodolfo Lavin, your top 10. Hale 11th, Cal 12th, Sadagova in 13th, Vargas 14th, and Peters in 15th.
So that was it there for your Mini Swift drivers. That was a hectic race and very, very action-packed to say the least. Myself and Rocco would definitely be here to catch our breaths here for a second. When we come back, we go green with our KA100 juniors.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome back here. Your K100 juniors getting set to go green. Let's run you down your starting lineup here. Sebastian Garzon and Tyler Roberts starting on the front row. Nathan Golseth and Santiago Duran on row number 2. You go back to Jackson Baldus and David Ibarra on row number 3.
On row 4, it'll be Tyron Kemper Jr. and Juan Jose Paramo. On row 5, it'll be Cruz and Barry. Row 6 will be Bono and Cox. Row 7, Anbar and Hector Itiraga.
Amelia Gus Wanderley on row Itiraga, starting on row number 8. Carson Berry and Jackson Young. Just Carson Berry. That's going to be it here in this one. Young, Bailey, and Carrion not here this weekend, so we're just at the, I believe, 17 driver mark here this weekend. So 17 drivers indeed here this weekend, and they were all over the place in heat race number 2. To put it, I guess nicely, they were quite spread out after incidents early on in that one. Put half of that field out of contention, but it's all definitely going to heat up here once again. Garzon and Roberts lead us to green here, and Rocco, you said Roberts impressed you. Let's see if he can impress us here again in heat race number 3. Everybody getting stacked and packed. One driver around in front of the field. Luke Cruz gets involved. Easton Cox, the driver that went around there. Amelia Gus Wanderley slowing as well. So a couple of drivers there involved to start the race, and not how you would have wanted your heat race number 3 to start, especially if you had a bad day yesterday. But when you look at the front, Nathan Golseth emerges in second.
Yeah, Tyler Roberts has dropped back a handful of positions way back to the end of that train. As you can see, the white TKS driver in the back of this train of, I believe, that is maybe he lost about 10 positions, I would believe, behind those CRG drivers right there, up in the lead. He's trying to make more positions out of frame, as you see Ibarra and Cox working, or actually I believe that is Baldus working with Ibarra there to get back up to Duran.
Yeah, so he was able to get through there, and it was indeed Hector Itiriaga, the driver he was able to go on. So Tyler Roberts lost a lot of time there on the race start. He seems to be recovering now. Baldus there, hand in the air, upset about something, but he's behind David Ibarra here at the moment. And Golseth looks to be closing here on Sebastian Garzon. But look at the lap times when they cross the stripe this time around. And it's definitely getting a lot closer. The gap was at just under half a second here in between Golseth. They're enclosing to a car length just now, a car length and a half to be exact. And that Red Speed driver for the AR Academy definitely going to fall under fire here at Nathan Golseth and his Arcane Motorsports machine, as Ibarra faded low on the inside of Santi Duran. Wasn't able to get it done there, but he looked like he wanted to go there, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. A bunch of drivers trying to leapfrog each other and catch these two on our screens right now, but you can see Nathan Golseth being quite smart right now and pushing Garzone across into turn 3. So he's pointing forward. I believe he's going to work together with Garzone for the majority of this race until we get to those 2 sticks, or potentially before that. As you see one driver going down, I think that was Tyler Roberts getting around one more driver. And he has to work on, I believe, Kemper Jr. next if he's going to make one more position. So an unfortunate start. We thought we may have cursed him a little bit, saying that he was impressing us earlier in the week, and unfortunate from him, but still seems to be in this race. And I mean, it's still the heat. He has the final to go through now, and he's been doing good in the other 2 heats. So his starting position isn't completely compromised now. As you see, Golseth still hanging on the back with Garzone, and Durand even catching up now. He's only 6/10 of a second off these 2 leaders, and Ibarra within a second of the leaders too.
Yeah, everybody kind of getting stacked and packed here. Garzone definitely going to fall under fire here, Nathan Golseth. So we'll see when Golseth decides to go here on Sebastian Garzone. And everybody kind of going through and starting to get closed in a lot more. It's going to turn into an accordion effect here pretty soon. And when Golseth decides to go and pull the trigger, it's definitely going to get so close here in between everybody. The top 5 in the same frame. Tyrone Kemper Jr. is not too far back. Roberts isn't either. So it's just a matter of when for Nathan Golseth. And he's waited a little too long because Durand went. And that lost him a lot of time there. I mean, I'm not sure if that was the best move there by Durand to go in that corner, but it definitely worked out. Felt like Golseth wasn't faster, so now we'll see what Santi Durand can do here on Sebastian Garzone.
Durand definitely benefiting from that as he goes down the inside of Garzone, definitely looking racy. The switch back from Garzone to take that lead back. So Durand had a good overtake for P2, even managed to have Nathan trip over his own feet and lose a bit of time there, but he seems to be catching back up after that little bit of a battle between Garzone and Durand. So the whole field catching back up. Garzone with about a 2 kart length gap between him and Durand, but that will catch back up with the draft and karts pushing from behind. So the timer is at 0 right now, so I'm not sure how much longer we have until we get the 2 sticks to go, but it seems that's coming down to that time as you have Tyler Roberts go down the inside of Baldus there, and even almost looking down the inside of David Ibarra. So a fantastic recovery from Tyler Roberts to get back up into the 5th place position after that quite unfortunate race start.
Yeah, it was definitely not a good race start there, but Santi Durand made me eat my words there the lap prior. I thought he went too soon, but he proved me wrong trying to go for the lead, and it just didn't work out in his favor. He's going to have some help here from Nathan Golseth if Golseth doesn't try to pass, but seems to be patient for now. Roberts as well, making some good gains. He's back up inside of the top 5 in the 5th spot, right behind David Ibarra and his CRG Nordic machine. And then you go back to Tyrone Kemper Jr. and a couple of other drivers still staying in tow here. Single foul line all the way through. We'll see here what Nathan Golseth can do. Losing a little bit of touch there through the chicane, and it seems like Durand and Garzone were just a little stronger than Golseth there, as now Ibarra feels like he wants to go, losing a little bit of time behind Golseth, wants to go through, and there goes Roberts, who goes through as well. Golseth not able to get up to the 2nd spot, and it's sadly it's pass or beat pass in this K100 junior field, Rocco, and that's pretty much the case week in, week out, as more and more drivers get collected. Ibarra gets together. Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets collected. It looked like Baldus went on the inside of those 2 drivers, and just those 2 had nowhere to go after Baldus went down the inside on the 2 of them and was able to get through into P5. So we'll see how it all turns out, but will definitely be looked at after the race here. Everybody else single file line. That group gets split up just a little bit more. Golseth emerges through, and so does Juanjo Paramo in the 6th spot. On the inside now with Baldus, Golseth goes wide, makes a mistake, and he's going to lose another spot there, and he doesn't able to hold on, and there goes Baldus able to get clear.
Yeah, a bit of a bobble right there in the braking zone. Must have gone over that bump and just kicked the rear out. A good save from Golseth, but they're losing time to the leaders now. It's probably going to kick off with 2 different groups of drivers. So this is a second group of 3. We should maybe switch our focus over to the leaders, because I think we're getting close to the 2 sticks to go in the air.
Santi Durand there in tow with Sebastian Garzone, looking to close down his gap. We're about to get the 2 sticks in the air, and Sebastian Garzone tried it once before in this race, but he has a new variable right behind him in Tyler Roberts. When does Roberts want to go? We saw yesterday he wanted to go. He wanted to have control of this race. He's being patient behind Durand, and obviously further back with Golseth, Baldus, and Paramo. They continue to fight. So 2 sticks in the air this time by Garzone, so your leader by a car length and a half. Almost 2 car lengths. Duran going to have a really good run this time out, but you know Sebastian Garzone not going to skip a beat and definitely going to defend on the inside. There goes Roberts, going to follow him through. Duran around the outside. Who has the better run? Roberts slots in a line. Now he's going to be in prime position to try and take the fight up to Sebastian Garzone.
They drive such a tight line going through turns 4 and 5 to cover off that inside from the other drivers. You see Garzone looking over his shoulder trying to see what's going on behind him, so he covers off into the bowl very tight. You see Tyler Roberts try to go up high to get a better run, but it doesn't work out. It's through the right-left chicane. This is a great, there are 2 overtaking opportunities here. We'll see if anybody slots out. You see Garzone cover off the inside. He wants to hold on to that lead and stack and pack him with Duran and Tyler Roberts from behind. White flag, 1 more lap to go. Garzone still with your lead, and you have Nathan Golseth breaking away from that group behind and catching up to your leaders.
Yeah, it seemed like just a sequence of mistakes there for Nathan Golseth really set him on the back foot. When we look back up at the front, Garzone goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Roberts is right behind him. Duran looking to set up an over-under here. Doesn't have the best run. Going to slot back in a line and stagnate Nathan Golseth there as Duran looks low. Golseth, everybody low lining here. And there goes Paramo closing down his gap in the 5th spot. So does Jackson Baldis in the 6th spot as well, closes down his gap. But this is it. Last couple of corners coming up here shortly. Garzone fades low, going to defend into the chicane, and going to look to defend in both of the hairpins as well. Does Roberts have a run around the outside? Garzone fades low again. Paramo on the inside of Golseth, looking to muscle his way through. He's able to get it done. Baldis gets through. Garzone, though, not going to be denied from a perfect sweep of this Sunday morning to get it done. He wins heat race number 3. Tyler Roberts finishing 2nd. Santi Duran running up your top 3.
Golseth, Baldis, and Paramo were almost 3 wide, or about 3 wide, coming through that finish, with Golseth 4th, Baldis in 5th, Paramo in 6th. Hector Tiriaga actually promoted to 6th. I don't know if the timing has dropped one of the drivers from my order, but the Berry brothers both in 7th and 8th, Kemper Jr. in 9th, and Baldis, it says on their timings, that's 10th place.
So timing, when it drops like that, that is due to penalties that were applied during the race. So that will definitely could be protested going into the main event, or could potentially stick there for Baldis. Take a quick commercial break as pickup gets set to go underway. When we come back, we go green with our 2 06 seniors, the first of our 2 marquee classes here this weekend.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
back. Your 206 seniors on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup here. Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank, an MGM AR Academy Jam Racing lockout of that front row. You go back to row number 2 with the CRG Nordum of Cameron Reed and the Trackside Karting Services GFC of Jacob Oliver.
On row 3, it'll be Reagan Seville and Carter Kilgo. On row 4, Jensen Harrell and Columbus. Row 5 will be Bamboo and Ryan Long.
Alfred Alvarez, Castillo and Rafael Kraus on row number 6. Paul Braden and Jacob Oates on row number 7. Blaze Dornbaum and Hunter Stein on row 8. Drew Chappell, not here this weekend, the reigning champ. Noah Murphy starting alongside him there on row number 9. So we run you down here the rest of your field, and that's actually the Masters snuck their way on here, so we'll try to remove them here shortly. But that being said, look back on to the field here and take it through your race start.
And as Kelvin is your pace setter, he'll lead us to the green flag. You have Reagan Seville there. He had a poor Heat 2 start, so he'll try and salvage what he can in this Heat 3, the final heat of the weekend. Bryce Frank teammates with Kelvin Zing on the outside there. You can see him looking at the foot of Kelvin Zing. A good start from both lanes, a bit of actually even start from both lanes. So Bryce Frank easily able to hold it on the outside. Seems to be clean so far from the whole field. Everybody getting through turn 1 nicely. So Bryce Frank right behind Kelvin Zing, exactly what they wanted to do. Then they have Jacob Oliver behind them as well, another Speed Sports local. So a bunch of drivers, as one driver off there in the back. I believe that is Jacob Oakes out in the, he's not out, but falling to the back of the field. Yeah, so Jacob Oliver losing a bit of ground between Zing and Frank. So as I say that, he catches right back up to the bumper. So the front group is quite stacked right now, and they have a little bit of a gap. It's about a group of 7 there.
Yeah, a group of 7 drivers here. Reagan Seville looking to make a move on Addy Bam Maru, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, Ian Columbus there. Reagan Seville was able to pass. So it's 3 up at the front here, and all Houston top 3 in between Bryce Frank, Kelvin Zing, Jacob Oliver, and then the young lady from Louisiana right behind them in the 4th spot. Frank goes a little wide there. Oliver's right behind him, looking to get a move done for the 2nd spot, and that's going to allow these 2 drivers to pull away just a little bit. And for a guy like Jacob Oliver and for Cameron Reed, they need to be careful with how much they fight. They need to be careful with how much they want to trade positions, because it could definitely allow the 2 MGMs to run away like they're doing now. These 2 drivers didn't even go out for the warm-up session earlier today, and to have the pace that they have now and run away like they are is insane. But Frank drops a tire there on the exit of the bull, and that's not going to help him out at all. He's going to lose Kelvin Zing and going to pack the field up once again.
As he just lost him, he seems that he's able to really charge into those corners and catch back up to Zing. It may be a difference in gearing, as we saw at one point he stuck to the back of Zing earlier in a different lap. So Jacob Oliver now pulling a little bit away from Cameron Reed. It's a bit of an accordion effect. They kind of space out and then they come back really close. It just depends on how they get through all these corners. As Reagan Seville now down the inside of Cameron Reed to take 4th place. So Reagan, a much better start to his Heat 3 than it was in Heat 2 yesterday. Looking really racy in this final heat.
Yeah, it definitely looks a lot more, looks like whatever they found overnight has definitely been working to close down their gap and to close down the margin to Frank and Kelvin Zing here. So, yeah, whatever they did, definitely working here in this one. Oliver's right there in third and has a teammate right behind him in Reagan Seville. These are all the top 4 drivers kind of in the fight for the championship here. Kelvin Zing, the only one who I think mathematically out of it here, unfortunately, but with a driver like Bryce Frank there in the 2nd spot, those 2 drivers are going to work together to try and get some good results for the team here and as well for the chassis. And the same thing goes for Jacob Oliver and Reagan Seville here for the Timmy Lowball Trackside Karting Services GFC team. And you know, showing that 2-cycle chassis works well with the 4-stroke strapped onto it. And there goes Seville, wants to have a go at the top 2, and we'll see what they can do right behind the 2 MGMs, and gives that point forward to Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing to see if they can close down their gap with Seville leading here. That gap opens up here once again, and Frank and Zing pull away just a little bit. That gap was at 1/10 of a second last time by. It's going to be at just about 3/10 of a second or half a second now when they cross the stripe this time around.
Yeah, Zing and Frank seeming to find a groove now, holding that gap a little bit better than they were in previous laps. It's teammates versus teammates right now, and I guess you could say they have a few honorary trackside karting service drivers behind them pushing, trying to catch up to this lead group right here of Bryce and Kelvin Jing. So everybody in the second group definitely working together. You haven't seen too many moves except for Reagan to go down on his teammate. As I say that, you have Cameron Reed now looking down the inside of Jacob Oliver and trying to get just one position there. Not going to sit on the both of them. Carter Kilgo as well trying to make a move on Jacob Oliver, but just decides to slot down. So they're swapping positions a little bit. You know, Reagan Seville didn't get held up, so he'll still have that toe that he can bring everybody else along with. You see Reed point forward, so she's willing to work with Reagan Seville. We'll see if she tries to make a move at some point. But, I mean, she's raced enough with Reagan Seville to know that he's one of the best that we've seen in the 206 racing class in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, as he's done not only that, but a few Swift classes too in his younger years. So 7-time Texas champion. So he's the one, if anyone, to lead them to these leaders now.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, for Seville, Reed and Oliver were fighting there a little bit, and to me, it just seems like whatever is going on in that 618 machine, you know, with a push even behind him, it just doesn't have the same pace that his teammate has. It doesn't have the same pace to get up there. He was leading that pack, but I mean, he's getting, you know, he's getting gapped here in the fifth spot, and it seems like either something amiss, something on the gearing, or it could be a whole variety of things. Now Kilgo going to have a go on Jacob Oliver, looking to get through, because Kilgo now feels like he's probably being held up a little bit and wants to go one spot better. So for Oliver, I mean, this was, I guess, the last chance to kind of figure it out before the main event, but still a lot of work to do, right, to figure it out and to find that last little bit of pace that they're going to need to get up there and contend with all these drivers. And for Seville, just doesn't have that push that he needs to kind of get up there. It looks like Seville is as quick as the top two, but just can't get up there without that push of Cameron Reed and without that push of his teammate Jacob Oliver. So for everybody else, you know, you can't do it alone. It's hard to do it alone when you're, like we say, in no man's land. Without a push from behind, without a draft ahead, it's just really hard to kind of get that done. And it's all depending on when Cameron Reed wants to go. We know what her average is kind of looking like at the moment, and if she wants to start on that inside line, which is the most preferred one, or she wants to start on the outside line as well. So that's one thing to take into account here as this race continues to progress. But yeah, for a couple of these drivers there, you see Carter Kilgo negotiating further back with Addie Bamrou, looking to get ahead of Jacob Oliver, because I mean, it's quite evident they're losing a little bit of time to the top four here, Rocco.
Yeah, Jacob Oliver must be struggling with setup, because both.
Carter goes off the racetrack.
Wow, I think down the inside of Jacob Oliver for a second, but he gets that position back now. Jacob Oliver, a driver whose setup seems to be fading at the later ends of the race, because he was with your top two at the beginning of the race. Same with yesterday, just a little bit of a fade at the mid to end of these heats. So a bit of a setup change needs to be done for Jacob Oliver to keep up with these top four here, as Cameron Reed, maybe not the most pushing as much as your leaders, but what she's doing that's very smart is just waiting in line and letting Reagan do his thing of driving and not hindering any possible lap,
Yeah, not hindering his drive forward here, and I'm pretty sure that's what you were getting at, and exactly right. But again, it just, to me, it seems like that gap closes down there just a little bit. But here on the exits, I don't know if it's a difference in gearing or what it could be here. It could be a handful of things, but just they're not close enough to attempt to move. Reagan's gonna have to go from 10 yards back to look at a move here. And you see that gap open up into turn number one. You see it open up in turn two. And he has a good run into these straightaways, but to me, it's just a little too late. He can't dive for a move from that far back. He can't go for a move from that far back without taking either Frank out or himself out of the race as well. So he's, in my opinion, Reed is right there in the fourth spot, but just they can't get up there, because those two drivers up at the front have something that, the others don't have here at the moment. And you see that gap open up again. It just opens up kind of on the exit of the corner, so it could be either a higher gear for the top two and maybe a lower gear for Seville, which just doesn't seem to be effective now. But he is closing down a lot here. When does Frank decide to go? He's going to go on the inside of Kelvin Zing. Seville going to push him through. Zing looking to hold on to it. They're going to make contact, and there goes Seville stuck on the outside, but Bryce Frank sweeps the heat races. He wins heat race number 2. Kelvin Zing locks out the front row in second. Seville crosses the line third. Cameron Reed finishes fourth. But back to the drawing board for the Trackside Karting Services GFC there of Seville. to find whatever else he needs to try and take the fight up to the top two that have been absolutely perfect this weekend and swept so far for the AR Academy. When we come back, more racing action set to come your way. Heat race number 3 and round number 4 of the Texas Spin Racing Series, the MidSummer Mashup. We'll be right back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this.
Randy Rogers with issues off the grid here. He's not able to get started. They have a starter there for Randy Rogers for the DKC team. That'll end Kart not getting fired up. You see Sean Owens and the entire DKC team there to push him off. Morgan LeBaron, the driver, to push him off there. So now Randy Rogers going to try and warm up his tires as quick as he can, but issues off the grid there for old Randy Rogers, and I'm sure that's not exactly how he would have wanted to start off this heat race. And we'll take you through your starting lineup here. Martin Stone and Kyle Walter on row number 1, Pierce Baldus and Evan Kozak on row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Brent Harper and Miguel Mir. Row 4 is Stupe and Fergande. Row 5, Rogers and Miller. And then on row 6, it'll be Caligaro and Neil Faulkner.
Go back to Anna Kozak and Kogan Wright, Janae Den and Tam Wynn, Jer Gasper, Keithan Hutchins, Scott Sharon Chamber, Ket not here this weekend. And again, Randy Rogers at the tail end of the field. So he, if he didn't make the commitment cone, which I don't think he did, he's going to have to start from the tail end of the field. And that's if he does catch up to the tail end of the field. And he has a teammate in Martin Stone starting the race, so we'll see if Stone waits up for Rogers, who's about to get to the rear of the field, and he is going to make it. So Rogers able to get through, and he's there now, but Martin Stone up at the front, able to start this race nice and clean. Right behind him, Kyle Walter able to slot back in the line. Pierce Baldus there in the 3rd spot. Kozak there in 4th. Everybody else side by side there. Harper and looked to be Miguel Mir there for a second. We're side by side. Harper's able to get through.
Yeah, Stone with a good start, just like every other heat so far, holding on to that lead, followed closely behind by the other two who have been chasing him all day yesterday. So we'll see what they can do in these 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And with Kozak and Harper as well. I mean, Harper actually, I think he may have lost a few positions there off this start. Yeah, I'm wrong. He's still in 5th place. That's Kozak just sitting nicely in 4th. So I got a little bit tripped up over myself. So spaced out a little bit. You have Stone pulling a bit of a gap now on the 2nd and 3rd place drivers, as I think you're going to see Baldus go down the inside of Walter. Walter goes quite wide to
issues for Janae Din there. Janae Din with issues there further back in the field, but let's give you guys a quick update on where Randy Rogers is in this field. He's been working his way through. He's in the battle further back, right ahead of Neil Faulkner at the moment in the TB kart. So Randy Rogers, after he had issues to get off the grid, he finds himself just on the edge of the top 10, right behind Slade Miller. And for Randy Rogers, he came flat out through the last corner and was able to get in a turn of 1 full speed and almost like you're in full racing action. And that was from the back of the field. And in the first corner, made 3 overtakes, looking for another one here on Slade Miller. Couldn't get it done. And imagine the heart rate that goes up. You can't get out for that 3rd heat race. You know it's not going to be well if you start from the back in the main event with a bad average. So this is exactly what Randy Rogers needs, and now he's just going to have a little fun trying to get up the field and having to make moves, but has to be patient, can't get desperate. We talk a lot about desperation as well in this K100 class period. So for Rogers, just going to have to bide his time, to say the least. There's Caligaro, there's Slade Miller, and there's Randy Rogers looking to close down the gap there and closing into the bowl. And he is right behind Slade Miller this time by. We'll see if he's close enough that time into the hairpin. Not going to get it done, but there goes David Pergande on the inside of Stupe. Pergande looked to get through, and I think just got the door closed on him. Rogers now finally able to go on Miller. The battle back up at the front. Martin Stone, crawling to himself. And the new father of Pierce Baldus in 2nd.
I think Miguel Beer might be running a different helmet for this race, because I saw his kit in his kart, but a different lid on that number 1 kart. So as you can see now, that is Rogers, who got around, I believe that was Caligaro. And with your leaders, Baldus still right there with Stone, getting closer and closer as we continue this race. So the draft definitely coming into effect here as he gets closer. You can see him now right on the bumper, a good entry and exit into the pole for Baldus. Is he going to make a move in the sequence of hairpins? Not into the first one. Yes, he is, down the inside, and takes the lead away from Stone. Stone gives it to him, but back down the inside on Baldus to take P1. So they're fighting up in the front. We still have 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. They get the switchback. Baldus down on the inside through turn 1. He holds it and gets back to the lead. Stone now trying to hold on to the rear bumper of Baldus. They go to the middle of the track because there are more drivers coming through behind. And you have, I believe that is Kozak, getting down the inside of Walter there for P3.
Yeah, Kozak able to get through there for the 3rd spot. And the battle up at the front of between Martin Stone and Pierce Baldus, that's the battle for the pole position in the main event later on today. Stone got the pole in qualifying. He won the 1st heat race, lost the 2nd one to Baldus. So if Baldus is able to get this done, his average is going to be pretty good and going to be close to the 1 mark. So that's going to have him good. But Kyle Walter's off the racetrack. Something went amiss here on Kyle Walter. He's into the grass there on the edge of the bowl. Brent Harper was able to get through, but not able to get fired up. And that's exactly what that high five team is not going to want to see, and be that far off in the grass. So unfortunate there for Kyle Walter, who's out of this one early. But on the other side for the high five team, Pierce Baldus leading us away. Martin Stone looking. Not close enough there in a turn number 3.
Yeah, you have Kozak making way towards your top 2, making position slowly throughout this entire heat race. You have Harper now up into 4th from 5th place, Miguel Mir into 5th. So your top 5 are a little bit spread out, except for your top 2 who are bumper to bumper right now going into the bowl. It's hard to make a move there, so Stone, I don't even know if he's going to try and make a move just yet, because there's a little bit of a gap between them and Kozak. So we'll see what he does coming into these hairpins. If it's a late sin or not, he doesn't do it to the first one. We're coming close to the 2 sticks to go, maybe about 4 laps to go when they get around to the line. So these two drivers still holding that small gap between them and Kozak. The moment they start to fight, it will diminish, and you'll have other drivers come into play for this fight for the Heat 3 win. Now, what will Stone do? Coming into turn 3, my mistake, down the inside of Baldus. The switchback, he can't get it, so Stone goes back up to the lead, and Kozak gets ever closer.
Yeah, Kozak still closing in there on this group. He's looking to get himself up and closer inside of the top 2, and looking to make a move now on Pierce Baldus. That gap just about 5 car lengths in between the two of them, and now Stone looked like a little bit of a bobble there into the bull corner. Baldus able to close down just a little bit more, but we're getting close to the end here. Just going to be, I think they're going to be there in time to get 3 laps to go this side of the line, and they will be. Stone crosses the line now, so 2 laps to go next time by. And officially crunch time for all these drivers. Crunch time for Pierce Baldus if he wants to get himself a pole position later on today.
Yeah, that gap between Kozak and Baldus is still the same. As you see Baldus now to the inside. He can't get it there, just not close enough on Stone. Stone going hard into the corner too. Stone a very, very good driver, and so is Baldus. I mean, these drivers are fantastic at what they do. KA Masters, very experienced drivers, so you can see what Stone trying to hold and break deep into that corner, maybe have a wide exit just to cover off Baldus and make sure that he can't get that P1 position as we come down to the closing stages of this race. A bit of dust kicked up there from somebody. I don't think there was a tire drop, maybe just a little bit of dust on the racetrack. And as we come into the final 2 corners, I think we're going to get the white flag this time by. 2 to go, my mistake, this time by. So you see Baldus reaching down and losing a bit of time to Smart and Stone. So something wrong with that engine. I'm not too sure, as Harper and Kozak are close together fighting for that 3rd place position. I'm not too sure if there's any issues with Baldus' go-kart, as he's falling a little bit behind on Stone.
Yeah, Kozak just tuning that carburetor. We saw the same thing out of him yesterday in the first heat race. Just felt like something was missing. Didn't have either a rich enough engine or a lean enough engine to kind of get up there and kind of take the fight to Martin Stone. And that's probably the case here in this 3rd one as well. Just doesn't feel like he has it done. But he's closing in here. Definitely at less than a car length now. And again, further back, we saw that dust getting kicked up. That was Evan Kozak dropping a tire there going into the final 2 corners. And that allowed Brent Harper to get ahead for the 3rd spot there. So Harper able to get it done, but this time white flag in the air. Stone looks over his shoulder. Baldus definitely closing. I don't know if it's going to be enough to attempt the move. He's going to have the draft here. We've seen this become a technical and a very draft-dependent racetrack as well. Stone going to go to the middle of the racetrack. He fades low. Baldus looking to set up an over-under. Can't get it done. Loses a lot of time there. A car length separates them once again. Baldus going to have to be perfect if he wants to be within striking range of the last 2 hairpins here, Rocco.
Yeah, Baldus really putting the pressure now on Stone right when he needs to on the final lap where it really counts. So about a half a kart length now coming into the bowl. It'll close in this braking zone. We'll see what he can do. The right-left chicane is the last thing before the 2 overtaking opportunities left in this 3. Will he go down in the first? We'll see if it's a late move. You see Stone cover the inside, and a late move from Baldus to send it down the inside, but Stone still holds it. Will there be a switchback? I don't think so. Stone is going to hold on and win Heat 3 in KA Masters.
That was oh so close there by Pierce Baldus. Faded even lower than Martin Stone, who only faded to the middle of the racetrack to defend and couldn't get it done. But wow, what a race there for Martin Stone and Pierce Baldus to get it done. Brent Harper across the line 3rd. Kozak 4th. Miguel Mir crosses the line 5th. Adamar Cargaro sliding inside the top 10. And Randy Rogers finishing 10th here. But that being said, pickup set to come underway when we come back. 206 Junior is coming up next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Nice little thumbs up there for Nathan Golseth. He seems excited to get going here in this heat race. Let's run you down your lineup here for the third and final heat race for your 206 juniors. Golseth, Chris Tracy on the front row.
On row 2, it'll be Robert Arana and Thomas Smith. Row 3, Angel and Green. Row 4, it'll be Criddle and Fink. And then on the final starter for your 206 juniors, it'll be Shelby Ramirez.
Then you go back with Madison Knox, starting alongside Christopher White. And Nick Miller starting shotgun Charlie on the field on row number, which would be, I think, 7, I guess, on the field. But that being said, get set to go green. 2 starts, 2 races at the exact same time, so double the action here today. Nick Miller was able to get to the lead yesterday, had issues with a tire. Thought he wasn't going to be able to do the rest of the weekend, but he's able to get it done now. But we look on to the main straightaway. Nathan Golseth has been perfect so far this weekend, just needs the top 3 to hold on to that pole position in the main event later on today. Arena starting there right behind him, Tracy on the outside. Into the start box we go. Green flag is out. We are racing here in 206 Junior. Wide further back in the field. Everybody side by side. One driver way off the racetrack. That's Smith, who goes into the weeds. Arena going side by side with Maui and Joe. Tracy, now the best start that he's had all weekend long from the outside. He's able to go up to second. Ramirez looked to remove there in the triple left-hander. Did she get it done? Yes, she did. And somebody back there not happy at all with what just ensued.
Chris Tracy with a good start there. Robert Arana closely behind on his teammate. They can both work together and try to close that gap down on Nathan Golseth. Yesterday, it was Robert Arana who was putting the fight towards Nathan Golseth for most of the day. You saw them pushing together and pulling away from the rest of the field. So we'll see if Chris Tracy can do that now. Further back, we saw Smith fall off of the track and going through the grass. So he lost a handful of positions there. Not the best start from Smith. And I believe that is Angel now putting the pressure on Robert Arana with, I believe that is Green following suit third on that, or not third, but the third kart in that train. Now look at this big group. You have, that's Angel down the inside of Arana, so give that position to Angel as you see Arana now tapping his helmet as he goes back alongside saying to work together with me. We got to go up forward. So you see now Shelby Ramirez joining the fight in the rear end of the tail.
Yeah, there you have it. Shelby Ramirez just there, the tail end of that group, and she looks to close down. This is the best run she's had so far, and closing in on the rear bumper there of Green and Angel Arena in this group as well. But Nathan Golseth running away with it here at the moment. That gap opening up just that little bit at about half a second here at the moment in between Golseth and Chris Tracy. So Golseth's lap definitely holding on. Fastest lap of the race so far, a 57.905. But we look back to your 206 heavies. Contact has been made in between a couple of drivers. Maui Angel gets collected. The 309 is full of Green, who had issues this morning, gets collected. And that airbox filter in the middle of the racetrack there. That is unfortunate there for those drivers who had a lot of pace. Angel as well, who was in the top 5. But that's going to allow Shelby Ramirez, the most recent 206 junior race winner in 206 racing action here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, to find yourself inside the top 5. And the 2 Trackside Karting Services GFC is looking to close in on Nathan Golseth. But we look back at the 206 heavy race further back in the field. Madison Knox, Christopher White, Nick Miller there fighting into the bull at the moment. And for all those drivers as well, they've done a good job to say the least. And for Christopher White and Knox, who has also been perfect so far this weekend. White found himself off the racetrack early in the weekend. Yeah, just been action-packed nonetheless from both of these classes.
Yeah, these 2 teammates here are about a second off of your leader, Nathan Golseth, so we'll see if they can make any progress this next time around. And in your 206 heavy class, it's only 3 drivers, but it's tightly knit amongst those 3 drivers. They've been battling this whole time now. But with these 2 teammates working together in unison, last time by, it was a 0.9 second gap, and it went down. It went up to a second gap. So we'll see if they can lose a 10th or gain a 10th this next time by.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like here in between those 3 drivers that are locked and loaded here. Lucas Fink at the tail end of that field, with the driver right in between them is Criddle there, who's holding on to the gap. So we'll see if they can stay together. But back with that 206 heavy race that's coming through there further back in the field. Nick Miller at the moment sits in 3rd. Christopher White sits in the 2nd spot. And Madison Knox sits in the lead of this race. So we'll go back and check in with them here shortly. That gap seems to be closing down here just a little bit in between Christopher White and Madison Knox, who has a pretty good gap to say the least. So they're doing a good job there further back in the field, and we'll see how back Christopher White actually is there. They're battling for the 2nd spot here. Nick Miller looking to get it done on Christopher White. Wasn't close enough there in turn number 1, but this field has been super close to say the least. Knox hasn't been able to get away like we thought she was yesterday after the pace she showed, and Miller even got himself up to the point at one point, and even in the end, he went side by side with Christopher White there, who closes the gap down to Madison Knox a lot there, fades to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to try and get a move done there. Not going to be close enough, but again, staying in line does benefit you a lot more because you stay in the draft, you stay in the, and I guess the clean air, and you're not in the dirty air, you know, especially with the wind that's kind of gone through this track, especially has been something else this weekend. But White, this is the best shot he has to kind of lead some laps here in TSRS racing action. A little bit of change of position here further back. Fink, Smith able to get to the rear bumper of Fink now. Ramirez was passed that time by Criddle, so Criddle now in the 4th spot. And everybody else still single file. Update on White. Wasn't able to get the move done. Going into turn number 3 now. He's not close enough either, so we'll look back here with your 206 juniors.
Yeah, you have Criddle leading this group right here in front of us. So Shelby Ramirez, the previous round winner, as she's about to get overtaken most likely by Fink and Smith as they're trying to work around her. But it is a train of 4 right now, and I don't know if they'll be able to catch any groups up ahead. So this might break out into a big fight right here as we have the meatball flag for one driver. I don't know who that could be for. It's a technical fault or something wrong with the go-kart. So that's unfortunate for whoever's going to get flagged by that flagger right there.
Yeah, so unfortunate end there to that driver. And then Further back in the field, single file line. Ramirez still following behind Criddle here. And for Chevy Ramirez, she got her maiden win out in Crescent, Texas at the round number 3 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And since then, this weekend, just kind of been a weekend to forget so far as we look back to her teammate, who's also on the racetrack at the same time, White, looking on Madison Knox. This is the best that White's looked so far this weekend after moving up to the 206 heavy class. Had a showing in the IKF Grand Nationals and Senior, but felt more comfortable running heavy here this weekend and doing a good job so far, finding himself there on the rear bumper of Madison Knox, who has a lot of pace and tested here a couple of times last weekend as well. So Nick Miller looking to push Christopher White up and closer to Madison Knox, but I think, again, just moving out of line isn't helping him at all. But Lucas Fink's off the racetrack now, and he just lost the spot. And he's probably going to be out of this one here early. Cannot get help to get onto the racetrack. So that's going to be all she wrote there for Lucas Fink. There further back, 2-6 in the air for Madison Knox. Christopher White, he's been patient, has been looking. He's going to need a deep, deep center in turn number 3 if he wants to get it done. Has to stay in line, though. Going to have to stay with Madison Knox and get that draft. It seems like he's doing so. Going to need that last little bit of push from Nick Miller. Not close enough for White.
Yeah, these three are fighting for the lead right now. Your lead in 206 Junior is basically gone right now. He's about a second clear of the two teammates. They haven't been able to make any progress on him. It's been about the same lap times between those two go-karts versus Nathan by himself. So you see Chris White keeps fading low to the middle of the track there on that straightaway I'm not too sure why he fades off of the line that Knox runs, because she is providing a draft, so I would always want to use as much draft as I can, but apparently for Chris White, he finds other ways to catch back up to Madison Knox. On your screen now, that is Nathan Golset with one more lap to go. That next time by, he is your leader, pulling away from the two teammates.
Yeah, and you made a really good point there. I mean, it seems like Christopher White has the equipment to get up there. I think the racing line is the only thing that kind of needs a little bit of work, and he's right there with Madison Knox, who's, I guess, taking the ideal racing line. And you talk about racing line, you talk about kind of ideal, and this kid's been ideal and continues to have a good time in his 206 junior class. You know, he's not content, especially with even just this. He wants more than just a 206 junior win. He wants to beat the likes of Garzone, wants to beat the likes of David Ibarra, wants to beat the likes of Roberts here this weekend. So for Nathan Golstaff, he's going to come across the line and sweep the day and sweep the weekend so far in 206 junior. One more to go in the main event. He wins the heat race. And we go further back now to the 206 heavy race. Christopher White not close enough to get it done there into the hairpin. So that's going to be it there for Christopher White, who is looking now, and I may have spoke too soon, but again, not close enough to get it done. Madison Knox going to win 206 heavy ahead of Christopher White and Nick Maverick Miller.
A very close finish amongst your 206 heavy class. A quick break now as we go to commercial. We'll be back with
I believe, your 206 cadet drivers, if I'm not mistaken here. Why don't we confirm that, Rocco, while I'm at it? Actually, and I'm wrong. Shifter is coming up next. So Jordan Musser, Vincent Cassard, Noah Zars going out of here in a couple of moments' time. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the MidSummer Mashup.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Reed here with issues off the grid, and she's not able to get started here. They're trying to push her off and not able to get it into gear here, unfortunately. So I think she did get it that time around. So she is going to go through and start this race, but going to have to start from the tail end of the field when Jordan Musser gets to the commitment cone, which he just did. So for Cameron Reed, something amiss there early on. We saw her kind of have issues in the warm-up as well, Rocco. So unfortunate there for Cameron Reed, but a couple of drivers need a really good result here in this one. Vincent Cassard had a DNF. Noah Zars had a DNF as well. So we'll take you down your starting lineup. Jordan Musser, Noah Zars starting at the front.
On row 2, it'll be Cassard and Boule, and then on row 3, it'll be Luis Mendez and Trolio. Then on row 4, it'll be Proctor and Mossy.
You go back with Cameron Reed, Broderick Lenard, Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting on row number 6. But I think Reed, unfortunately, going to have to take that spot and start from the tail end. But we're going to line them up here now. It's been all about Jordan Musser this weekend in shifter. Vincent Cassard is trying to take the fight. So is Noah Zars, but nobody's been able to touch the Dallas, Texas native starting at the front. He's been able to get the whole shot every time, been able to get the race wins every time. And we'll see what he can do this time around. Alfred Alvarez Castillo starting further back. Visor is down. We look to the flagger. Green flag in the air. We are racing, and a whole shot for Noah Zars for the first time this weekend. How about it for the kid who grew up at this racetrack? He's now your leader for the first time this weekend outside of Jordan Musser.
It's a good start, able to clear Musser before turn 1. So your new leader, or your leader, is going to be Noah Zars. Following closely behind is Musser, Cassard, and Boule. You saw Boule get a little bit loose there coming out of that turn 5 corner, and he got the rest of that sticker kit finished. As you can see, the bumper has a full yellow and black decals now. Your top 4 breaking away a little bit. As you can see, a whole bunch of fighting now for position. Nobody loses or gains a position. They're all just covering off and getting side by side. Still the same order coming through into turn 1. Zars with the lead and Musser following closely behind.
This is insane here by Noah Zars. He's stacking and packing the entire field, the likes of Vincent Cassard, the likes of Boule, the likes of Musser. He knows he has to defend. He knows that Musser has a lot of pace, and Musser now looking around the outside. Zars is up the bottom. Can Musser get it done around the outside? Looking to muscle his way through. He's able to get it done. How about it for Jordan Musser around the outside on that Sodi machine? The Arcade Motorsports driver in Noah Zars. Vincent Cassard now going to look to go ahead on Zars. It just seems like those tire pressures were a little too low at the start of this one and couldn't really get it done. He got the jump off the line, but just doesn't seem to have the warmth in those tires to kind of get it done. And again, you have to think about how much tire did he use in the heat races yesterday.
Yeah, and there's only one more heat to go, which is this one, and then they go into the final. These tires cannot be changed, so we'll see what happens in the final with who has the most life in their tires and who doesn't, who's been conserving. Musser, a very quick driver, but he hasn't had to push too hard. As you see, Zars try to go down the inside of Cassard. He can't do it, and Brule following closely behind as Zars fades to the inside again, trying to find a way around Cassard, but they're trying to work forward. They're about a second back from Musser now, and it might open up to more if they keep fighting here, Caleb.
Yeah, Noah Zars has a lot of laps around this place, especially not many backwards. But, I mean, week in, week out, drives against the likes of Santino Ferrucci, who puts in a lot of laps here to kind of stay in shape. And there goes Boulay on the inside of Noah Zars. Boulay able to get through. And then now Zars going to probably fall under fire here to Luis Mendez, who's right behind it. Mendez going to look not going to be close enough to get it done, but Mendez a lot of pace in that CRGR Academy machine as well. So we'll see what Mendez can do here as they get up to the main straightaway.
Yeah, Zars a bit of change in pace from yesterday as you see him fall and fade back into the 4th place position, may even be 5th place if you can see Mendez get around him here. He's very close, might look for it in here, thinks better of it and decides to follow through as they're catching back up to Brule now. So these three, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, fighting for that final spot on your top 3. The 2 leaders pulling away from these guys, but they're all spaced out still. Cassard still a second. He lost about a 10th last time by from Musser, so we'll see what the gap looks like next time by. Now on your screen, that is Trollio and Proctor fighting for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, still fighting 1st, 6th, and 7th, and doing a good job nonetheless. Proctor right behind Trollio, looking to close in. Not able to get the run here through this section, so Proctor still with a lot of work to do. We look up ahead. Boulay able to get ahead of Zars. Mendez right there, so everybody's stagnant. But, man, I don't think Jordan Musser was probably expecting that there from Noah Zars. He surprised all of us, surprised myself as well. And yesterday when I spoke to him in the pits and just telling him, I was like, dude, you have pace. I think it's just the race starts that he was kind of lacking in just that little bit. And, I mean, I don't know if he heard me. I don't know 2 things about shifter racing. I couldn't drive a shifter for 1 lap even. And it seems like he got it done there at the start and provided a very, very interesting first couple of laps. But, I mean, you know the pace that Jordan Musser has. You know the quality this driver has. And around the outside through a triple left-hander that's super difficult to even get done in a single speed. To get it done while banging gears and going upwards of 70 miles an hour is absolutely insane by Jordan Musser, as now Noah Zars there able to get ahead of Boulay through turn number 3, it looked like. So what a move there for him, and it was a good move to say the least. Boulay drops a tire into the grass coming into the bowl, so he couldn't get it done through there, and going to lose a lot more time to Noah Zars.
Yeah, Zars seemed to fade a little bit at the beginning of the race, but those tires must be coming in now as he starts to pull away from 4th and 5th. As you see now, that is Trollio off in the grass. He is out of this race. Potentially a mechanical failure or collision with somebody else. And now as you see your 3rd, 4th, and 5th place drivers come through the opening corners of this new lap. So Zarks now pulling away. He's comfortable in that 3rd place position and can most likely conserve his tires now if he can keep this pace steady with Boulay and Mendez behind. Cassard got about a 10th of a second on Musser there, but still sitting around a second from your leader.
Yeah, I think unfortunate there for Trollio, and he wanted to get going again, but again, just a reminder of why you can't really get back going here. You know, it's all about safety in this. You know, there's karts coming at you at upwards of 80 miles an hour, especially banging gears in any class, even if it's kit kart, even if it's 206, or it doesn't matter what it is. It's critical to listen to the officials because they know what's going on. They see where karts are, and in the heat of the moment, you want to go, you want to get back in the kart, you want to push yourself back on, but it's all about safety here. I mean, unfortunately, and you know, we've seen what's happened in the past, and we'd hate to see that happen here at the Texas Racing Series. So Trollio, I think after a while understood that and realized it was over for him, and gonna have to do a lot of work in the main event, but that's part of racing. You know, there's good days and there's bad days, there's good sessions and there's bad ones as well. So unfortunate, this one's not going to be the best there for Trollio, but for everybody else, a kid who's done good to recover, Noah Zars, back up to the 3rd spot, Boulay in the 4th spot, and he's probably going to fall under fire here to Luis Mendez, who is lapping pretty well right now and looking to close out his gap here, the OTK driver.
Boulay made you saw him drop that tire, so he might be making a few mistakes here and there on the track, so maybe that's why Mendez is catching back up. Otherwise, he may just be doing it on straight raw pace. He's been hanging out with Boulay and Zux for a majority of the race, so the pace is definitely there in that and the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy shifter CRG right there. So definitely a good drive from all these drivers in the top 5. Boulay seems to open up a little bit of a gap in the opening few corners of that lap. Now we look down to Cassard, still about, actually, he lost about 0.7 of a second on Musser in the previous lap, so he's fading from the lead. He's still comfortably in second place, though, so your 2 leaders may not be pushing as hard as these other drivers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, definitely still looking to close down their gap there as they lap around. This is the final lap of this race. Proctor crossing the line now, but for Cassard, he's going to have a lot of work to do to take the fight up to Jordan Musser. If my calculations aren't correct here, I think the front row starting spot may go to the way of Boulay. Here, if Cassard, because he does have a DNF to his name, does have a better qualifying than Boulay, I must say. But again, he doesn't, that DNF is probably going to weigh him down just a little bit, and he's going to have to start further back in the field. So, unfortunate there for Cassard, but it all depends on what the points look like for him. It's going to be a top 3 starting spot, if I'm not mistaken. He has 2 top 2s, and obviously that 1 DNF and a good qualifying as well. So, going to be the average of those 3. Checkered flag in the air. Jordan Musser going to win heat race number 3. Picture perfect so far this weekend. They challenged him. Couldn't get it done, though. Vincent Cassard across the line 2nd. Noah Zaris across 3rd. Boulay runs up the top 4.
In 5th place, it'll be Mendez, Proctor in 6th, Alvarez del Castillo in 7th place, Planard 8th, Reed 9th, and Trolio didn't finish in 10th.
Yeah, Reed not able to finish either, so a couple of DNFs here in this one. Pickup getting set to come underway as well. When we come back, we go with our 2 assist cadets, then round up the heat races with your KA100 seniors, and that'll be the end of heat racing action. Then we go into main event racing action. We'll lunch break first, because, our crew, hungry, and so is the TSRS crew. But yeah, we go into 2 assist cadet coming up in a couple of moments' time. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the MidSummer Mashup.
Dining room furniture today, solid woods. Galley Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid woods. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
6 Cadet have made their way out onto the racetrack. Now let's run down your starting lineup. Royce Vega and Tanner Barr starting on the front row. Dutch Westbrook and Theo Mitchell starting on row number 2, and teammate with teammate, pushing partners here. The MSO Racing's TRGs and the Benek machines starting on the inside.
On row 3, it'll be Marshall Steves and Simon Klein. On row 4, it'll be Masad and Osborne. And then on row 5, it'll be Barsh and White.
You go back with Yuramangelis Vargas and Mace Lejesic on row number 6. Tyler Blackwood and Keaton Leands on row number 7. And for Aston White, out here this weekend, Tyler Morweck, who has a lot of pace, going to start from the tail end of the field here in this one. So the final time in heat racing action here for your 206 Cadet drivers, and it's been all about the top 3. Mitchell still looking to get himself there into the mix, but they believe they've had some newfound pace overnight, so we'll see what they can do here in this one. Vega, Barsh going to lead us to green. Into the start box, here we go. Vega on the gas early, green flag in the air. We are racing here. Mitchell looking around the outside. Barsh as well, as Marshall Steves in that group. Looking to split the teammates up there. Not going to be close enough to, I think, split them up. Mitchell going to be able to get through. Barsh as well. So those two drivers have found each other. Klein side by side with Steves there for a second. Everybody's starting to get single file now.
Yeah, a good start from your 2 teammates up in front, as well as the 2 CRGs in 3rd and 4th. It's going to be a battle of the manufacturers here in the opening stages of this race. As you can see, Theodore Mitchell fall a little bit behind into the clutches of Marshall Steves there. Your top 3, though, with a bit of a gap between them and your 4th place driver. As I say that, Theo Mitchell gets close and right back to the bumper of Tanner Barsh. Royce Vega with a good exit puts a bit of a gap on his teammate through the corner, so we'll see if Tanner Barsh decides to work together with Westbrook or just go around him and work on Vega. He's right up to the bumper now. We'll see if he goes for the move into turn 3, and he does not, so definitely looking to work together. As I say that, he goes side by side with Westbrook through that corner. They're side by side. He's stuck on the outside, though. Maybe the switchback is coming into turn 4, and no, he decides to hold it and stay in 3rd place.
Yeah, he stays in 3rd place here, but the rest of the field still single file line. And then you have Dutch Westbrook kind of losing a little bit of touch there with Royce Vega, who's pulling away here in this stage of the race. For Barsh, kind of trying to push Westbrook here and be patient with Westbrook to try and get up to the rear bumper there of Royce Vega, but Vega has been, really good across these heat races. And as well, I mean, in both classes that he's running, some of these drivers race each other about 2 times. As Westbrook drops a tire, that's going to grant Barsh to go for the move. He's able to get it done. Mitchell now in the lead group, looking to go through. Not close enough for now, but Barsh tapping the back of his helmet, wants that last little push there from Dutch Westbrook to get himself closer and closer to Royce Vega and maybe even fight for the lead here.
Yeah, so they're about half a second off of your leader right now, maybe a little bit more after a bit of fighting there. So we'll see if with this new order of drivers, if they'll be a little bit faster with Barsh up leading that pack of 4. Theo Mitchell and Marshall Steves not necessarily in that pack. It's more of 2 packs of 2 as they split apart down the middle. So these 2nd and 3rd place drivers kind of in a space of their own right now, just trying to work on that gap between them and Vega. So we'll see as they come across the line what that delta will update to. As you see Westbrook go back down the inside, I don't know if that was in the best interest of them, because it's only going to hurt their progress working towards Vega.
Yeah, Westbrook wanted to go there, but again, it's kind of push or be pushed here, or pass or be passed, and it's just kind of like a negotiation game. We always say it. Westbrook makes a mistake, and again, that's going to grant these drivers to try and get ahead of Westbrook, and if Westbrook continues to defend, that's going to lose him a lot of time. So unfortunate for Dutch here. He's losing some time, to say the least, to Royce Vega, and that's really with 2.5 minutes almost to go. This is probably going to grant Vega to get away with it here if they don't decide who's going to be in front, who's going to be leading, who's going to be doing what. So unfortunate there for the drivers behind. Has a little bobble there for Theo Mitchell, looking to work his way through and get closer and closer up to the top 3.
So last time they came across the line, it was 0.6 of a second. Now it's down to 0.8, so they lost about 0.2 to your leader there. Westbrook could be doing an ultimate team player move right now and helping his teammate Vega pull away with the lead here. He still has second place, so if he could hold on to one of these top 5 positions, it would still be a good haul of points. He's not even that far off of Vega still, so they could still work up and catch back to Vega with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So we'll see how this plays out, but as of right now, he's holding up the 2 CRGs and letting his teammate run off with it.
Yeah, at the moment, he's exactly. I mean, there's no better words for it. You know, whenever you're kind of in a group like this, it's going to follow, it's going to push, but whenever the driver ahead makes a mistake, it's time to go. You have to get ahead. And for a driver like Westbrook now, who seems to be closing in on Vega, it's maybe like, okay, I made a mistake, but help me get back up there. It's not always that way, because you lose a little bit of time, and it's all in the bigger picture, right? You want to win the race. You want to be up there, and it's kind of, all right, you know, push me, but I'm not going to push you, or no, why don't you push me, and I'm going to lead, and why don't you push me to get up there to the first, to the driver in first, which is Royce Vega in this instance. So it's just a matter of you know, a difference of things. And then, but I mean, he's doing a good job now. 2 mistakes was what he made earlier on, but he's driving really good now and driving even better than Royce Vega at the moment and closing down his gap as we look further back as well. Driver working through the field. Tyler Morwick there right behind Simon Jack Klein. It's just, it's been a stagnant race here further back and for the top 4 as well. Westbrook now getting to the rear bumper of Royce Vega. Not going to go yet, but, you know, Westbrook going to look here, not going to get it done there. So we're going to stay in line and going to try to push Vega all the way through. So we'll see what Dutch can do here in the closing stage of this race. 3 laps to go left in this one.
Yeah, and 2 laps to close down, about almost a second gap. So that draft definitely coming into play, as well as them bump drafting. So now the 2 teammates have been reunited, but they're not teammates right now as Westbrook goes down the inside of Vega to take the lead. Barsh closely following behind with Mitchell, so it'll be a war between these 2 teams. Bennick versus CRG, who will come out on top? You have Westbrook now holding this lead. He has a good exit through the corner, a bit wide actually, so a bit of a benefit to Vega. He's pushing his teammate down the straight. The 2 CRGs a little bit spread out. They're not going to be helping each other, but you can see Barsh still within a shot of this with 2 laps, with 2 sticks in the air this time by. We'll see who can come out with the win in Heat 3.
Yeah, we'll see who can get it done here in Heat Race number 3. Westbrook going to lead them away. Vega, with a lot of experience, going to be in the 2nd spot. I'd be surprised to see him go with 2 laps to go, but we know he's definitely going to want to be in control in the closing stages of this one. Vega going to stay in 2nd for now. Officially crunch time here. Vega, I believe, should have the pole position if he can just finish this race. And now going to look here on Dutch Westbrook. Going to stay in line, not going to make a move. Barsh there going to look to try and get something done, as well for Theo Mitchell, who has found some pace here today as well. So good to see Mitchell up there inside of the top 4 as they get closer and closer to each other. It's going to definitely ramp up here, Rocco, in the last lap.
Yep, coming down to the white flag this time by, so your 2 leaders now putting some space between them and the CRGs. So whenever they start fighting, you might see your CRGs catch back up unless you see the 2 teammates decide to work together and just go away with 1 and 2, but I don't think that'll happen. As we've seen in the previous heats, it's been kind of no team orders. It's race all you want. As you see Vega now go down the inside of his teammate to the lead and to the white flag as well. Your new leader, Vega, to the final lap. So all the CRGs catching back up with that fight as Westbrook goes back down the inside. Vega kind of crowds him down and then gives him room as he sees him down the inside. So the CRGs are gaining, and we'll see what they can do at the end of this lap.
And this is where the MSO drivers need to be smart, be different than the 2 Bennecks. If they go low, you got to try the high side, try to rip it, try to have the grip out there and work together to try and beat the 2 Benneck machines that are ahead of you, because those 2 drivers are fighting. You need to take advantage. You need to be there and be ready to pounce. So when does Tanner Barsh decide to pounce? And when he goes, you know, Theo Mitchell's going to be right there to help him all the way through it. So now Westbrook going through the last couple of corners here. When does Royce Vega decide to make the move? He doesn't have to risk all too much. He already has the pole position pretty much locked away, but you know he's not going to want to finish in 2nd. Westbrook going to defend. Mitchell now looking to get something done. Barsh as well goes low. Everybody going low. Barsh gets into the back a little bit of Royce Vega. Theo Mitchell around the outside, able to get the move done. Mitchell finishes 3rd. Royce Vega 2nd. Dutch Westbrook is your winner here in 206 Cadet.
Tanner Barsh comes across the line in 4th with Morwick in 5th. Steves is 6th, Klein 7th, Masad 8th, Vargas 9th, Osborne your top 10.
You go back to Brennan Barsh. They're in 11th. Mace Lajesic and White White, unfortunately, they're further back in the field. I believe some sort of issue there for Whiter. He's crossing the line now. Sorry. Got caught up at the start of this one. But quick commercial break. When we come back, your KA100 senior is getting set to go green before main event racing action.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
We're starting a lineup here for your KA100 seniors as soon as you get the grid all figured out on our end. But again, Jake French and Aiden Rudolph going to start on that front row at the front of the field. Peyton Phillips and Jesus Vasquez Jr., who was able to get a couple of heat race victories to his name there yesterday, got one. Rudolph got the other after a couple of battles ensued right behind him, but he needs a good result here in this one after finding himself off the racetrack. Contact with Louis Pagano put him off the racetrack, so a lot of work to do there for Rudolph here today, and for French as well, who's kind of fallen down the order throughout the heat races. For Pagano as well, a really good showing for him in that second one, and then the first one getting himself in the mix as well. Javier Herrera starting on that alongside Pagano. And then you go back to Beckett Friesen and Luke Lang on row number 4. Friesen, a good showing for Beckett this weekend. He surprised all of us whenever he got that pole position at the first round in NOLA, and he's done a good job so far this weekend.
Yeah, he's having a great weekend so far. I mean, he qualified 7th, I think, on yesterday. So good performance. He's one of you. I mean, he's ran in other series too. He's been out for some national series and whatnot. So he's starting to get quite seasoned now at this point in his career. So definitely a good wheelman and somebody that we know. So he's a good person as well off the racetrack. And yeah, I mean, that's all I can say.
Yeah, you talk about seasoned. Luke Lang, the driver alongside him as well, very seasoned around a place like Dallas Karting Complex. So look for him to work his way up the field. He had a top 5 finish yesterday at the end of heat race number 2. Dallas Dunlap on row number 5 alongside Joey Frenton. Dunlap, again, talk about drivers like Beckett Friesen who have made their way out to National Series and gotten their toes wet out there. Dallas Dunlap, one of those, and with the TB Kart South team this weekend, has definitely showed his pace and has definitely come to life here and has been a top 10 contender all weekend long. And the same can be said about Joey Friend with the MSL Racing CRG Nordam crew here this weekend. Friend, again, started the year off with the TB Kart team, went over to the MSL team and found a home there with Massimo Sanchez Lara and company. So for Joey French to find the pace that he's had so far this weekend. He's doing a really good job to put himself in top 10 contention and even get himself well inside of the top 5 yesterday. Then you go back to JD Lamping, a driver who makes his return this weekend in the 908. He has a lot of work to do in these heat races. Has been good. He's got himself inside of the top 10, but still some more work to do. Then you go to Kurt Goodson, who as well, a lot of laps around a place like this. This is his home track. And whenever he heard it was backwards, he almost fell to the ground in tears because he knows this track like the back of his hand, running the opposite direction though. Unfortunate for Kurt, it's going backwards this weekend. Then the kid from NOLA, Sawyer Roussel, starting alongside Adrian Cruz, who had not the qualifying he would have wanted yesterday. You go back to Ian Howe and Alex Pope, drivers who are looking to get themselves inside the top 15 and further up the top 10. Justin Music, Ibrahim Din, drivers with a lot of work to do. Bowen Summers as well, and Preston Pico, drivers who didn't have the best qualifying they would have hoped for. Then we go to the second page here of your starting grid order with the rest of your K8 field here. And you go back to the likes of Landon Skinner, who as well has worked his way through the field in all of the heat races. Bryce Frank has had a good showing in his first start. Faulkner and Parker looking to work their way up as well. Roddy Bamru. Go back to Wyatt Renfro, Alfred Alvarez Castillo, James Good, Remy and Joe in his rookie debut here this weekend, and Xander Clements starting at the tail end of the field after a transponder issue put him there in the rear as well. For Nicholas Stouffer, some sort of a change for him has put him at the tail end of the field. So a lot of work to do for those couple of drivers, and look for them to work their way up the field. The final time in heat racing action getting set to go underway. KA 100 Senior Heat race number 3. It's Jake French and Aiden Rudolph leading us to green here for the third time this weekend. Into the start box, we are racing here. Not the best start there for Pagano. He's gonna unfortunately lose out there and gonna lose a spot there to Beckett Friesen. He's stuck on the outside, drops a tire into the grass. Pagano getting absolutely freight trained here. Goodson able to get through. A lot of drivers going through. Luke Lang now next on the list there for Louis Pagano, who dropped the tire there, trying to hold on to it around the outside. But when you talk about Jake French, that's the best start he's had all weekend long, Rocco.
Yeah, Pagano swallowed by the field, so Jake French and Aiden Rudolph, your front row starters, pulling away from Phillips a little bit here in the start. You see, I think that was Herrera covering a little bit of the inside on Vasquez, and Vasquez decides to go down the inside for 4th place. There is, I believe that's Friesen there. A good start from him. I mean, he's there fighting with both Herrera and Vasquez. They need to work together, though, if they're going to catch these top 3. Phillips now closing to the back of Aiden Rudolph, and Aiden to the inside of Jake French to take the lead. Yeah, Rudolph wanted to go through. Phillips wanted to go through as well. And this is all about control. Who's going to have the control in this race? And it's going to be Aiden Rudolph for now. He wanted to get there. He's there now. And again, Rudolph needs a really good result if he wants to start inside of the top 3. He found himself off the racetrack yesterday in the heat race after contact with Louis Pagano, put him in the weeds. And now if he can come away with a heat race number 3 victory, that can put him well inside the top 5 and maybe even on the pole position here in this one. The only driver that's actually contending at the moment is Buddy Vasquez Jr., who's in the 4th spot. So if Vasquez can finish better here than Rudolph, as Phillips goes on the inside there of French. He's able to get through. Buddy looking to go through as well. They're going to side by side. French stuck on the outside, and the young guns beating up on the veteran here. Herrera next on the docket. Herrera going on the inside, kept it clean there, but oh so close for Jake French to that outside tire wall. Yeah, that was really close there. You saw him kick up a bit of dust there. It was really close to that tire barrier. You see Friesen really close to the back of him. He's Jake French has faded back just a little bit now. He was just our leader a few laps ago, and now he's fighting for the 4th place spot there with Herrera and Friesen. So they come to the pole now. All still really tight. Your leaders as well. Not too much changing up in the lead since we've had Jake fall back. So it's still Rudolph leading with Phillips in 2nd place. Vasquez really fast. He led that group that we have on the screen now up to the front, and now he's working on it himself. Herrera fighting with everybody, and Beckett Friesen trying to get a move down on Jake French. Yeah, a little bit of contact there between a couple of those drivers. Like French got it to the back of Herrera, and Friesen got it to the side of French there. So again, a couple of the young guns fighting. If you talk about young guns, you talk about championship points leaders. Peyton Phillips goes to the point. Buddy Vasquez and Aiden Rudolph went side by side there for a second. Rudolph able to stay ahead, and Buddy going to slot back in the line and look to get the work done here on Aiden Rudolph. And again, you see why these 3 are leading the championship. You see why these 3 are on the podium in the championship. They show their class every single heat race, and they come out in the front, Rocco. Yeah, these guys have been racing for a very long time together, so not only do they know each other, but they also respect each other on the racetrack. It's really fun to watch these guys when they come on the racetrack. You see Aiden with a deep sit down to the inside of Peyton Phillips. Is anybody going to move? Peyton sends it back on him. You see Vasquez Jr. try to follow through, and Aiden gets the switchback, follows back in the P2. So Peyton Phillips with a good response to that overtake by Aiden Rudolph. So now Peyton Phillips, your leader. Vasquez Jr. sitting pretty in P3. Now you have Herrera catching back up with Jake French. He brings him back along as Peyton Phillips covers the inside and gets a little bit of a bumper. You see him have a bit of oversteer on the exit, and we have a group of 5 now.
Yeah, 5 cars in this train, but the only difference that we have here, there's 2 CRGs in this top 5, teammates in Herrera and Aiden Rudolph. Nobody else here. Phillips doesn't have another teammate, neither does Buddy Vasquez, because Skinner's further back in the field. And for Jake French, Alex Pope is further back as well. So for Aiden Rudolph, this can very well play into his hands here and get some help from Javier Herrera here to try and solidify himself with a championship. As everybody goes low, there goes Herrera, going to get behind Aiden Rudolph. He gets through and up to 3rd for the young gun. Only 14 years old here, fighting with some of the best in the KA100 senior class in the nation. He gets himself up there and going to look to set his sights on his teammate and give him the last little push that he needs to get ahead of Peyton Phillips here. Buddy looking to deny that. On the inside of turn number 3, he's able to get clear.
Yeah, Herrera having a great race right now. He looks fantastic leading with these, or not leading, but working together and trying to work their way to these top 2 here, which are also, they haven't fought much since you saw Peyton Phillips get back to the lead now. So it's a bit harder for those guys to catch up if they keep shuffling like how they did. All 3 of them, Vasquez, Herrera, and French, all can push up if they stay in an order, but they just got to figure out what that order is going to be, as Jake French now wants to take that 2nd position in this group of 3. So you see Friesen now catching back up as a result of all this fighting. Aiden Rudolph and Phillips look over their shoulder to see everybody dropping except for Buddy, who is on his own and trying his best to catch up to your leaders.
Yeah, that time Vasquez had the fastest lap of the race. You talk about trying his best. Definitely doing so. Herrera going back on the inside of Jake French. Sets up an over-under nice and slick and tells the rookie, that's how you do it. Over-under, you want to pass me? All right, I'll just do it in the next corner, and he got it done there. Back up to P4 for Jake French, but Buddy going quickest here, 50.158, about half a tenth quicker than your top 2 drivers. You saw Rudolph and Phillips. I think that got settled pretty quickly. Rudolph wanted to go back on Phillips. Phillips went back, and I think Aiden kind of realized, all right, you want to take control? Lead us away, and I'll follow you all the way to the end, but we're definitely going to fight with 2 laps to go.
Well, we'll see if they're pulling away from Vasquez. I don't think so, as he's our quickest driver on the track right now. He gained another 2/10 that time by. So he was definitely gaining on your leaders. We're coming to 2 sticks to go this time by. So Aiden Rudolph getting ready to fight with Peyton Phillips. He's still just following him and pushing along, trying to work together as best he can, but it's kind of futile as Vasquez Jr. is catching up to these top 2. So it may be a 3-way battle for the lead once we get to those 2 sticks to go. Even more if they battle more and let the 2nd group of 3 catch up now.
Yeah, definitely. So here in this one, everybody kind of closing into each other. Buddy gets oh so close here. Astronomical pace by that trackside karting services GFC of Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's going to get to the rear bumper here of Aiden Rudolph, and if Rudolph doesn't check his shoulder here in a couple of corners, he's probably going to get passed by Vasquez, and that's exactly what happened. Call the shot and do it. Officially crunch time for Buddy Vasquez Jr. to go up to 2nd. Rudolph in 3rd. Peyton Phillips still your leader for the high 5 team, and everybody else further back. Jake French just has definitely got himself in some scuffles. Vasquez goes super deep on the brakes, able to get it done there in turn number 3. Rudolph looks to over under the 2 of them. Rudolph around the outside, Buddy to the bottom. Everybody fighting here for the pole position for the main event later on today. Don't risk too much because the reward is not very big here, Rocco.
Peyton Phillips must have heard those tires screeching whenever Vasquez sent it down the inside. He was from way back. You saw him yaw the rear end of that kart out and take the lead now. So they're coming around for, I believe, the white flag this time by. It'll be 1 more lap this time with 4 drivers now back up in that lead group. You have French catching up with Beckett Friesen in tow. So it could be a 5-way battle for the lead. Vasquez leads. You see Aiden tap on his helmet, telling Peyton Phillips that they need to think and work together to get back around Vasquez, because these are all points contenders right here as Vasquez covers the inside. Aiden follows him through. Everybody else fades a little bit higher to try and get a better exit. You see French now with a good exit. Gets down on the outside of Phillips but can't make a move for the position. And Rudolph tries to get down the underneath Vasquez now and can't do it.
Yeah, Rudolph not close enough to get it done there. in that corner, looking to set up the over-under. But again, you have to think Phillips is right behind you. He has a push from French. If you open up too wide, you're going to get passive. You can't set up that over-under on Buddy Vasquez Jr. So what does Aiden Rudolph do in the last two corners? Does he try it around the outside? Does he fade even lower than Vasquez tried it? Vasquez closed the door. Final time around here, the final corner. Phillips on the inside there. Aiden Rudolph looks to set up the over-under side by side across the line. Buddy Vasquez Jr. gets it done and wins heat race number 3.
What a fantastic KA Heat 3. Really excited for what we will see in the final. So you have Rudolph, P2, Phillips, 3rd, French, 4th, and Friesen, your top 5.
And you go back to the last couple of drivers. Andre Herrera fell back to 6th, Lamping 7th, Justin Music 8th, Pagano 9th, Roussel 10th, Cohen Summers 11th, Cruz, Dunlap, Frenton, Howell, your top 15. A couple of DNFs, Jake Faulkner and Kurt Goodson not able to close this one out. Biggest mover, 10 spots gained for Nick Stouffer. We're going to take a quick lunch break here, about an hour until we come back. We'll be back at about, if I'm not mistaken, 12:10, at around 12:40, if I'm not mistaken, later on today. Again, round 4 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're getting closer and closer to that championship. Take a quick lunch break. We'll see you back in an hour's time. Welcome back. It's officially time for main event racing here at round 4 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Cato Mills, Texas, the Midsummer Mashup. We're starting off with the Micro Swift class, and let's run you down your starting grid order. Dutch Westbrook and Victor Gus Wonderley on row number 1.
On row 2 will be Tyler Blackwood and Kimo Ahmad. Row 3 has Kason Sanders and Brody Brown there. And on row 4 it'll be Rodolfo Garza and Nayeli Vargas.
8 drivers total in this Mini Swift class for the Midsummer Mashup Trophy here on the return to DKC for the first time in a couple of years and over half a decade almost. If I'm not mistaken, about 5 years since they've had a big regional event here at the Dallas Kart Complex. Again, a huge shout out to the entire Texas Sprint Racing Series team for coming out here. A shout out to the entire DKC team as well. Sean Owens, Mike Jones, and Jesse Dunham for having us out here and enjoying some good racing at their newly revamped racetrack. A new layout for everybody here this weekend, going backwards for the first time. And these drivers, the Micro Swifts, going to be the first to win a couple of trophies here. It's been all about Dutch Westbrook in this Micro Swift class. We'll see if anybody can deny him. Into the start box we go, and we are racing here in Micro Swift. Blackwood all over the roof over here of Westbrook. Around the outside, Wonderley looking for a move. Ahmad looks to set up an over-under, and Tyler Blackwood's up to second here in only his 3rd race ever. He's able to have a good start. He almost went around. Ahmad goes into the grass. He rim rides the outside, and he loses a whole lot of time. He's behind Garza now, and Westbrook running away with it here early on, Rocco.
Yeah, you had Ahmad just fall all the way to the back there after falling off in the grass. Sanders was on his inside and washed out wide after hitting the apex, so it wasn't really a Sanders fault. It was just the placement of Kimo Ahmad. Just unfortunate for him. Blackwood goes down the inside of Sanders there, or maybe they're just fighting alongside Sanders there with Blackwood. They're trying to see who should shuffle in front as you have Brown coming up from behind.
Yeah, Brody Brown starting to close down his gap there to Tyler Blackwood and Kason Sanders in his Kart Republic. We'll see what Brown can do. He fades low, looking on the inside. He's able to get clear into turn number 3. Nice slick move from the rookie here in the Micro Swift class. Sanders looking to set up an over-under on the young driver here. I believe only 6 years old here this weekend. Brown able to hold on and have his sights set on Tyler Blackwood. And how about it for Victor Gus Wonderley? He's closing down his gap to Dutch Westbrook. Wonderley up ahead. He's definitely in drafting range, so we'll see what the lap times look like when he crosses the stripe the next time around. But for the Iron Rock Motorsports driver, if he can pull this off, this will be a maiden victory in regional race action here, and he beat the likes of Dutch Westbrook, who's a podium finisher across national events. So this is a good showing nonetheless by this young driver here in the 2nd position, and I'm sure this will definitely amp up his brother Oscar and his sister Amelia later on today to also put on the fight and try and get a lot more hardware for that Wonderley family. So has to keep on it. Westbrook went a little wide there on the exit of turn number 3, so Wonderley gonna have to have his sights set and try and close down to the Bennett machine, who's been oh so quick here, Rocco. I mean, again, we saw what happened to Westbrook at Crescent a while ago. He was leading the race all the way through and then made a mistake in the last 2 corners, and uncharacteristic from a driver like Dutch Westbrook. And I know he definitely that lit a fire in his belly to want to go and win another event here this weekend and try and get back out there and try to finally get the job done here. And another driver for the Bennett team, Brody Brown on the inside there of Blackwood. Look to get it done. Blackwood closes the door in the 2nd to last hairpin. He's able to stay ahead and in 3rd. And again, this is all for hardware. This is all 4 trophies, and this is where it really comes into play, especially when you're racing for a trophy, racing for some hardware, something you can take back home to show your parents that spending the money was worth it, spending the time out here was worth it, and that's definitely what means the most.
Yeah, you have Westbrook turning the fastest lap 2 laps in a row now, so putting about 2 to 3 tenths per lap on Gus Wonderley. He had a good start. He was gaining on Westbrook, got down to about 3 tenths, and then fell off the past 2 laps. But for Brown, it's his I'm sure it's his debut race in Micro Swift, and he's already fighting for hardware. So a great outing by Brown there. Still chasing after Blackwood. After that little, not incident, but little kerfuffle the last time they battled, Blackwood had a little bit of an advantage. There you see on your screen now, that is Ahmad. After that unfortunate bobble coming out of turn 3 and getting put into the grass, he's made up about 2 positions here.
Yeah, and all that fighting between Blackwood and Brown is really going to allow Kimo Ahmad to kind of try and get himself back up there. So this is really good for Kimo Ahmad to, close down and maybe get some hardware here, and maybe even, the pace that Ahmad has right now isn't bad. It was a lot quicker than what the drivers ahead of him were running. He ran a 54.8, so he was a bit quicker. But I mean, again, they're battling this lap, so this should really fall into the hands of Kimo Ahmad here as this race continues to progress.
Yeah, hopefully Kimo Ahmad will benefit off of any potential fighting up ahead to get more positions, because he did have a good starting position, and unfortunately that's the main event where this happens to him and he has to fight all the way back up to the front. So this is it. In the main event, there's no more races, so if you fall off, that's it. So he needs to work his way up to these two right here, Blackwood and Brown. So there hasn't been a change for position in about a lap, so we'll see if Brown decides to keep following Blackwood and try to keep a distance between people behind, or if they'll keep fighting and slow each other down.
Yeah, we'll see what Brown can do. I mean, he's driven like a seasoned Micro Swift driver all weekend long, and to think that this is his first race in Micro Swift, this is super surprising, and definitely something that the entire Brown family could be happy about. And look at that move there. He tried it there into turn number 3. He was close, but Blackwood just closed the door there on him.
Yeah, Blackwood doing a great job of holding on to that third place position. I mean, he's about, I think, 2.5 to 3 seconds from P2, so it's a bit hard, a bit tall of an order to work his way up to Gus Wonderley unless they start turning some faster laps, which they're running about identical. I think the last lap was separated by about 0.05 of a second, so quite even on lap times. If they work together, maybe they could work up to the front. I mean, it's they have 9 minutes plus, I believe, 2 laps to go, so plenty of time in this main event to work up to the front, especially if Kimo Ahmad could catch up to them and lead them up towards Gus Wonderley and potentially even Dutch Westbrook.
Yeah, Ahmad at the moment slowing just a little bit. He went 0.2 quicker than Brody Brown the last time around. Again, was while Brown was trying to make a move, and Ahmad ran a 54.8, so personal best for him. But when you see the lap times that Westbrook is running, he's running almost half a second quicker than anybody else in the field. So that gap by Wonderley that looked to be closing early on, it's not the case here at the moment. Wonderley has a lot of work to do to kind of get up there to Dutch Westbrook again. He's hitting his marks and being consistent, hitting his breaking points almost perfectly here, and doing it quite all right. He did throughout all the heat races, but again, this is a much longer race, Rocco. And I mean, you know this from experience as well. Whenever you go into the heat races that are only, I guess, 1/3 of the main event length, it's a whole different beast when you get into that main event. When you have to go that extra mile, when you have to push a little bit longer, and you have experience, being in the seat and seeing that main event and how tiring it can get, how the cramps can start to come in a little bit while you're kind of on it every single second of the race, and that's what it could be, as Brown looking on the inside again late, not able to get it done. But again, Rocco, it's not the easiest of task, and for a driver like Dutch Westbrook to be doing what he's doing now at such a commanding pace is super impressive.
Yeah, especially in this weather. It's very hot out there right now. Getting to peak temperatures of the day around noon right now. Well, I say that, I mean, the heat will probably get at its peak around 4 p.m. or so, but as of right now, it is still very hot outside. The track temperature is definitely climbing as we get further through this day. You have Kimo Ahmad. He's still slowly making progress on these drivers up ahead, ever so slightly. I said earlier that I thought they would potentially catch up to your leaders, but I don't know if it's possible, especially with Dutch Westbrook. The way how he's so fast right now, just put down another fastest lap of 54.3. That is about 0.5 quicker than your second place driver. So they're about 3 seconds from Blackwood to Gus Wonderley. So a tall order even then to get to second place. So this fight may be for third place.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way at the moment. Again, just an insight into the championship here. Kimo Ahmad leads this Micro Swift Championship coming into the weekend with 920 points. The driver in first place right now, Dutch Westbrook, sits in second with 194, and in third is Angelia Anastasio, who's not here this weekend. Victor Gus Wonderley is, though. So this result, if he finishes second, will help him out a lot in the championship. And for Dutch Westbrook as well, with 200 total points on the line for the race win, and a lot more as well on the line here this weekend. If he gets those 200 points, he can leapfrog himself further up ahead of Kimo Ahmad with great runs throughout all the heat races, where he can find himself getting 100 points there. So that'll be good for him. And as well, qualifying on the pole, he gets 10 points in for the qualifying as well. So if he can get the total number of, if he can get the total, I guess, amount of everything, he can leapfrog himself into first in the championship ahead of Kimo Ahmad. But again, if Ahmad is able to get up there and into the podium places, the more that Brown and Blackwood continue to fight, this could as well swing the way of Kimo Ahmad once again. So it's all, a matter of if and when and what and variables. But all this is going to matter when we go into Amarillo in a couple of weeks' time, in a month from now, if I'm not mistaken. It all ends there. But
at Crescent we talked about it. That was the turning point of the season. And now you need to kind of be on it. You can't afford to make a mistake. You saw it in kind of K8 Senior. Even Rudolph was saying that he felt like that heat race where he found himself in the grass affected him in the championship. And, sadly it did, because he had one to his name and then had a third one to kind of slip away. And if a guy like Vasquez Jr., who's behind you by only 11 to 18 points, then, you need to be on it every single time you hit the racetrack. You need to be consistent. You need to hit your marks. And you need to be out there, and you can't afford to make a mistake. We talk about risk versus reward a whole lot, and, I mean, it's how much do you want to risk for how big of a reward. This weekend, you can't risk anything, especially next weekend as well when they get into that championship. That's going to be so tight-knit.
Yeah, especially drivers who don't have already used a drop race or had a poor race earlier in the season. One driver who is looking pretty good right now for a championship is a driver like Reagan Seville, who had been in this class previously in his earlier stages of racing. So he, honestly, Caleb, I don't know where I was going with that. So I'll just be completely honest. I'm not even talking about the right class right now, but okay.
That's all right, man. You got to apologize to me. But anyway, your Microsoft driver's out on the racetrack now, and Blackwood, I mean, we talked about him earlier, Rocco, only third race of the year, and he's done a really good job so far to kind of be on it. And, we were both rookies, and some say we're, I don't know what we call them now, noobs at one point in our lives. Tyler Blackwood has not looked that way this weekend. He's had the pace equal to everybody else, and to be on a podium place right now, that would be so, rewarding for him on what I believe is one of his first TSRS starts, if not the first TSRS start for him this year. I know he's done a lot of work with Morgan LeBaron on the side, who was also contending for a KA Masters Championship last year. So this is really good. And you've been in the seat, in your first couple of races. It can be scary, especially when you're driving against guys who are maybe faster or have more experience here. So that can also be something going on in Blackwood's mind, but it definitely hasn't shown on the racetrack.
Yeah, it can definitely be intimidating, but both of these drivers fresh and new to this class. You have Brown with only his first race start happening now in the Microsoft class, as he actually drops a tire there and loses a bit of time to Blackwood. So a bit of a gap opens between him and Blackwood, so he'll have to close back up. He has the pace to follow Blackwood, but he's struggling to get the overtake done and really sit on the brakes. I think he threw his fist up in the air there, just frustrated with himself. Maybe he made a mistake coming out of turn 3, but Blackwood there on your screen pulling away now from Brown. So yeah, you said third race, and definitely looking like he's been doing it for longer than that, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. Tyler Blackwood has done a great job. And again, Victor Gus Wonderlay up in second at the moment for the Iron Rock Motorsports team. This kid has had quite a run throughout the Texas Spin Racing Series. A lot of misfortunes, a lot of bad luck has kind of plagued his year so far, but this will definitely mean a lot to that entire family. I'm sure his sister, his mom, his dad, and his younger brother are watching on, or older brother, I should say, are watching on from the fence line as he looks set to have his, if I'm not mistaken, his maiden podium in regional race action. So for Victor, who we saw go up through the ranks, we saw race in Kid Kart, we saw him take the fight with Kimo Ahmad with that race, that I guess elusive Kid Kart race that we had in TSRS 2 years ago, and this kid was part of it. And now this weekend, to be part of a podium like this and to be there and to push forward and to be focused and to continue to hit his marks is going to be super impressive as well. To be in that second spot and to try and chase down Dutch Westbrook. He was close at the start, but again, I mean, Dutch Westbrook, a kid from Dallas himself who has a lot of laps here, you'd expect this type of performance. And, again, we go up to Dutch Westbrook and tell all the stories about that kid up there as well, because it's been a long ride for him. One of the younger drivers in the Microsoft class across all the national series. So that Bennett driver out in the lead, to think that he was sitting on his head at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati after flipping in that race, and to have the guts to get up, flip that kart over, and want to go back out onto the racetrack the very next session is absolutely crazy. And that's why every time when they hit the racetrack, we always say that these kids are absolute badasses, and I think that's the exact word we should use for all these young guns, because this kid is putting on an absolute clinic, going faster than anybody else has on this racetrack. A 54.368, and the consistency of him as well. Every lap within the same tenth of a second, except for the first two, obviously, with the tires still getting up to heat. But for him to be able to do what he's doing and to hit his marks and to keep the pace up and to keep it on the racetrack, keep the focus every single time he goes out, it is super, super impressive. And again, we talked about him. A win slipped away from him at Crescent just a couple of months ago, and he wasn't happy about that. They call him Captain America, and you see the Captain America logo on the back of his helmet. And this weekend, he's definitely had the pace to beat. He's been the driver to beat every week, all weekend long. And when you come here, this is going to be a good swing to the championship for Dutch Westbrook. So he's done a great job, and he continues to do so here this weekend for that Bennett team. And I'm sure team manager Juan Villarreal on the sidelines is going to be super happy to see his driver go out there and continue running. You see him check the shoulder there, but he continues to pull away and continues to do what Dutch Westbrook does.
Yeah, we're closing down on the final stages of this first main event. So Westbrook with a 7-second gap right now is going to open up more because he's just been so fast throughout this whole main event. Like you said, very consistent with his lap times and just destroying the competition here. So he comes across, he's most likely going to have 3 to go this time by with these 2 sticks coming to go next time he gets around to the checkers, to the line. So yeah, pulling away, puts about another 0.5 of a second on Gus Wonderley. I mean, just absolutely rolling here.
Look at the difference here. You see the rental cars on the left-hand side of the track going a lot slower than this kid right here. That's absolutely flying. I just hope with how fast he's going, he doesn't fall out of the thing because, I mean, he is in a league of his own at the moment. Last time around a 54.7. Everybody else kind of losing time as well. The battle further back with Brown, with Ahmad, with Blackwood kind of staying stagnant. Nayeli Vargas as well in the 7th spot. She's kind of stayed there. She's crossing the line here shortly. Rodolfo Garza and her locked in a duel at the moment. Garza trying to chase her down. And Kason Sanders in the 6th spot as well, chasing them down. But Dutch Westbrook in a different zip code here, going to get the 2 sticks in the air. And this looks good for the entire Bennett team and for Dutch Westbrook if he can just keep it on the racetrack for the remainder of the race. He's done a good job. Nobody's been able to touch him so far this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We thought that Gus Wonderley may have had the gusto to take it to Westbrook and fight for that win, but we saw how easily Westbrook dispatched him in the mid to end half of this race. At the start, it looked promising, but just the setup came in for Westbrook, and also the driving ability of Westbrook is just unmatched right now in this final. So we see him come through into the bowl for the second to last time. He'll come around to take the white flag. And we saw how he made a mistake on his own in Crescent. Hopefully he's learned from that. And I mean, he's come out on top shape, and nobody's had anything to answer for him. So as he comes around the last 2 sequential hairpins, he'll take the white flag, Caleb.
Yeah, you see the hands there of Dutch Westbrook moving very, very little. That kart is on rails here. And, you know, you make a mistake once, you learn and you move on. And I think this kid has absolutely done just that. He's definitely learned. He's on the gas. He's on the brake whenever he needs to. He's been super consistent. And again, just a 10th off of his prior lap as well. So this kid has definitely surprised everybody on the fence line to do what he's done so far. To have a gap like this of 7 seconds, almost 8 seconds in a class that's so draft dependent has been impressive by this young man. And he's done a great job. Nonetheless, I mean, I say it time and time again, one of the younger drivers in this class. He was flipped over in Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago. He wanted to get back out there. He came so close in Crescent a couple of months ago as well, but it seems like this weekend the wait is going to be over for Dutch Westbrook. He rounds the last couple of corners, and it's about time that Captain America takes a win in regional racing action. Dutch Westbrook wins in Cato Mills.
Gus Wonderley comes across the line shortly after to take 2nd place. Tyler Blackwood and Brody Brown come across shortly after. Blackwood takes 3rd place to round off your podium positions. Brown almost got caught up by Kimo Ahmad there, 4th and 5th place respectively.
There you go. Next across the line, Kason Sanders crossing now. Nayeli Vargas and Rodolfo Garza still battling it out here for the last, the 7th spot here at the moment. Garza still chasing Vargas down here. So wait for those 2 drivers across the stripe and check in on that battle that's coming through the S's here shortly. So we'll see what it looks like. And it looks like Garza's just going to be a little bit 2 ways back to kind of get that move done for 7th. And Vargas is going to hold on to it here. So those 2 drivers crossing the line now. Vargas across the line 7th. Garza crosses the line in 8th. But that being said, we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action set to come your way. Dutch Westbrook, the first winner of the weekend.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been
It's time, and we have issues off the pit exit for one driver there. That's off the pit exit with some sort of issue there. We're trying to get a number there. It looks to be the top cart. Unfortunately, there with some sort of issue stuck on the outside. That could be Bodie Beyer, if I'm not mistaken, there with some sort of issue. And I think it may be. So they're going to try and get him started again. Beckley Anderson's dad there looking to help out and see what they're doing. The red flag will come out, so he should be able to hold on to his starting grid spot. But we'll take you down the starting grid order here for your Honda kit carts as they get set to go green. And Bodie Beyer able to get out there, so good to see Beyer rolling here. Wiley Lee, the kid from San Francisco, going to lead us to the green flag alongside Dusty Strait.
On the second row, it'll be Bodie Beyer with Shep Sullivan joining him. Row 3 will have Tudor and Anderson, and row 4 will have Hinson and Ali.
You go back to Hayden Sampson and Vettel Baker, Liam Lofton and Trevor Knight, your 12 drivers in this Honda Kit Kart class. And Rocco, this class, you know, one of the slowest categories here this weekend. Well, the slowest category here this weekend, but they're tiny, but they're definitely mighty. We saw how that that third heat race ended at the end of it, so we're expecting to see the exact same, and they're going to give us a good race nonetheless. These Honda Good Karts getting set to go green. Matt Ackley, race director, getting them in line and getting set to go. So we'll wait for Wiley Lee to get on the power here, and they're going to continue to line them up and finish it up real quick. And we'll wait for the green flag to come out. They're waiting for Bodie Beyer actually to come out here, so we'll wait for them to kind of get out there. Everybody has their gloves on this time out, so that's good to see. And we'll wait for Beyer and this Top Kart USA machine to get up there on the second row and starting everybody who has stalled. So good to see these kids. And again, this class is all about having fun and being out here at a regional race and playing around with a couple of your friends. So Beyer able to get there. He's up there now, so I think Matt Ackley going to give the signal to get these guys rolling. And just going to have to wait. Dusty Strayer on the outside. Wiley Lee at the bottom of the racetrack. The Trackside Karting Services Tony Kart and the CRG Nordum CRG machine there. As Wiley Lee going to get on the power here. Green flag will be out this time by. And we are racing here in Honda Kit Kart. Strayer around the outside. He's able to get clear. Wiley Lee gets through. Caden Tudor now side by side with Shep Sullivan. Anderson looking to go side by side. We're almost 3 wide throughout this field. Wiley Lee slots back in the line. And it's going to be imperative here that they don't let Dusty Strayer get away early on. We saw the pace that he had throughout the weekend. So they're able to get through, and everybody else able to get through single file as well. So we still have all 12 kit karts in our field here, and everybody lapping around at the moment. They're doing a good job nonetheless. So Wiley Lee going to have a sight set here on Dusty Strayer, and he is pretty close. A pretty good draft here so far by the CRG drivers. We'll see what he can do. The top card as well, Beyer, to think that he was in the wall almost on pit exit to be third at the moment. It's a good showing nonetheless. So it's going to be close. It's going to be a close one here so far, and he's going to start to close down his gap to Dusty Strayer.
Yeah, it's a 3-car breakaway right now up in front. It seems to space out a little bit. Previously to last lap, you saw so Strayer has been dominating for the most part this entire weekend. The only person to really bring it to him is Lee. Like we're seeing right now, he was just as fast, if not faster, in the warm-ups and in Heat 3 as well. So now we see in the main event, he's hanging on with Dusty Strayer, and it's a very long kid kart main event to go. They got 13 minutes and a half plus 2 laps to go. Lee is right there. If he can just hang on and wait and just stick with him, he should have a shot with the win.
Yeah, no, for sure. Beckley Anderson closing down her gap as well. And I mean, look at Wiley Lee. He's almost on top of that steering wheel in the second spot. Wiley absolutely pushing here to the max, and everybody else as well. You got just a little bit of difference in seat position, some sitting higher, but Wiley is just almost on top of that steering wheel there and guiding that thing throughout the corners. So he's trying to make up some spots here, and then further up the field, Caden Tudor. Right behind him is Shep Sullivan, who's been quick as well. He took the fight to Dusty Strayer earlier this weekend. The factory kart for Tudor going around, and you see the Euro leads going on and leading into the corner, so that's always a good thing to see as well. And that's also kind of smart to see it. If you watched one of Ryan Roberts' latest video, he tells you to keep your body in a standard position. Try not to move your body. They say it's a myth, but for some of these drivers, seem to be rolling whenever they lean into the corners. That's also a way to kind of transfer the weight into the corners. And now Shep Sullivan to the bottom of the racetrack, going in on Caden Tudor. He's able to get clear. Tudor going to lose a spot there and drop back to the 5th spot. Shep Sullivan's up to 4th now, so a little bit of change here for the Honda kit karts, and we'll see if Tudor can get back around Shep Sullivan.
Yeah, so Strayer has started to pull away from Lee and Beyer. Beyer closing up to the back of Lee now for that second place position, about kart length or 2 back from Lee. So Strayer now, how we've seen him in every other race, as we look on screen now, that is Rafe Ali on the back of Henson, looking down on the inside out of the bowl, going to clear him on the exit and get that position. But yeah, Lee getting dropped by Strayer right now. It's a copy of the other races where just seen him pull away. Now there you see there's Lee and Beyer. You saw just in the corner of your screen, you saw Dusty Strayer. There he is pulling away from these two. Bayer's right close on the back of Lee. So, I mean, we'll see this run down the back straight, or should I say the front straight. They'll get the draft, and most likely Beyer will try to go down the inside of Lee by the time they get to the braking zone. Let's see. No, Beyer decides to work together.
Yeah, Bodie Beyer not able to get it done there, so he's looking now on the inside of Wiley Lee, and it looked like he faded low. Couldn't get it done there, so Beyer going to have to wait just a little bit longer on Wiley. And again, I mean, there's a difference in line here between these two drivers. They're driving the track a little bit different. Byer kind of goes a little wider on the exit. Wiley attacks the corners just that little bit more. So you see him there kind of head down, tucking in on the steering wheel and guiding that thing around. But Strayer is just in a league of his own at the moment. About a second and a half up from the rest of the field. And I mean, you know, it was funny because the other day I was walking around the paddock, happened to run into Dusty, and he was doing some video with very own Austin Garrison in the Trackside Karting Services 10. And you know, I mentioned it yesterday as well in the first heat race. Whenever he was talking about his go-kart, and it felt a little loose, it felt a little tight here, it was either bumping here or whatnot. So for him to kind of know all that thing at such a young age is definitely super impressive for Dusty Strayer, to say the least. And Austin Garrison, and watching that video, saw the lines, and I mean, I saw that video as well, and I was like, this kid definitely knows how to go around a racetrack at a very rapid rate. And now Byer looking to get the move done here, going side by side with Wiley Lee. Gonna look on the inside, not close enough to get it done there.
Yeah, so still our closest fight on track right now, and the most important fight because it is for your final 2 podium positions, 2nd and 3rd. So the drivers in 4th on back are about 6 seconds back from this battle right here, about a whole straightaway from these two. So a very far distance between 3rd and 4th. If they want to get up to the podium, something crazy has to happen up in front for that to happen. So with these two, we'll see what happens in 9 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here in 9 minutes plus 2 laps. Wiley still defending from Bodie Byer, and he's able to hold on to it here. Byer still looking to kind of get a move done here, looking low, looking high, and kind of fading both ways. Just can't find a way around the CRT Norda machine here for the 2nd spot. But let's work our way back, further back in the field. Shep Sullivan, Kate Tudor, Henson, very close together. They're within the same 10th, but right after this battle here, Wiley Lee to the bottom of the racetrack. Byer around the outside, can't get it done, and with that little bit of a gap, gives us some leeway to check in on that battle further back with Caden Tudor, Shep Sullivan fighting for the 4th and 5th spot. As we look back here, these two drivers have been working together, pushing each other along. We've seen the factory kart kind of work with that LN kart right ahead of them, so we'll see what they can do as they continue to push each other forward and try and battle as well. Again, a very long main event, about 8.5 minutes to go. They're going to go side by side into the S's. Tudor thinks better of it, slots back in the line.
Yeah, that was a last second decision to slot back in. A very good decision from Tudor there, because I don't think Sullivan saw him on the inside. It was a bit of a run there, so I mean, he could have tried it, but you know, he's focusing on being safe about it. So he stays in 5th place. Here on our screens, that is oh, my mistake. Byer got a Roundley for 2nd place position while we were off screen. So now you have Byer in P2, Lee in 3rd. We'll see if Byer can pull away or if Lee can catch back up and retaliate.
Yeah, we'll see what Wiley Lee can do this time around. Looking to get a move done again on Bodie Byer. Can't get it done for now on the inside. He's able to get clear into turn number 3. So Wiley Lee gets through on Byer. These two drivers continuing to fight. And, I mean, Rocco, to be battling this much throughout the race, you definitely know these kids are grinning from ear to ear and are super serious about this battle at the moment.
Yeah, and it's getting pretty intense as you see Lee drop all the way to the inside of the tree to cover it off, but we'll see Byer trying to go around the outside perhaps. No, trying to go just slot back in there going into the pole. So Lee in P2 with Byer closely following behind. We're about halfway done with the timer, plus 2 laps to go. They're coming through the right-left chicane into the sequential hairpins here, so we'll see if there's a move. Byer's right there, right on the bumper, swings wide to get a better exit, and then covers back into, slots right behind Lee again.
Yeah, slots right behind Lee there and able to get it going. And a couple of battles as well further back in the field. You have Rayfall Lee close with Holden Henson in the 99, and a battle further back in the field as well with Liam Lofton and what looks to be, if I'm not mistaken, Trevor Knight or Vettel Baker, I believe. So they continue to go at it there, and they're still racing there as the number 11, of Trevor Knight. So Liam Lofton and Baker are the ones fighting there further back in the field. So those two drivers going at it. So we'll see what they can do here in a couple of moments' time. followed along a couple of the battles here going on, and these two drivers arrived on some lap traffic, and they were able to get through quite nicely. Wiley Lee now, they've gotten really close together, and then the gap opens up a whole lot, and then closes back up, and still this is the battle for second here, second and third respectively. Byer, the driver, in second, and Lee, the driver, currently in the third spot. So they continue to go out and lap around. So the top cart driving against the CRG Norda machine here. And we'll wait for them to come around again, see what the lap times are. Again, they're just about to get the 2 laps mark, and as I say that, they get it now. So 2 laps to go for these two drivers as they fight for second. Your leader still Dusty Strayer. He's 11 seconds up on the field here, so doing a good job to get himself up there. Cody Byer ran a 109 as well, and there goes side by side. Wiley Lee around the outside looking to hold on to it on Byer. Can Lee get it done? The Cali kid can't. He's now going to slot back in a line and try and get it on the top cart machine, but they continue to battle here, Rockland. Imagine being a battle for almost 15 minutes. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, that is quite crazy. They've been glued together. I think one of the main reasons why you see them open up a gap, no matter who is in front and who is behind, is because I think when these kids are chasing each other, they're a lot more motivated, and they can actually see the progress being made in front. It's much harder to lead whenever you don't have any references in front, especially I feel like for these younger drivers that may be the case. So you have Lee trying his best to try and catch up to Byer right now. They're about to hit the white flag, so time's running out. If he's going to get that second place position, he's on the podium already, so he has that third place spot. Sullivan is far behind and about a few seconds back. You can see him on the edge of the screen right behind the ticker there. That's Sullivan in the 14 cart. So Lee now trying his best to catch up. He's going to have a big run coming out of turn 2 as we have a yellow flag coming into turn 2. Who is that off in the corner?
Beverly Anderson, unfortunately, out of this race here, so she's going to be done. But your leader, Dusty Strayer, here is getting set to cross the finish line as the battle for second continues to ramp up. The kid out in front at the moment leads by a very, very big margin here. Again, timing still waiting an update on Byer and Wiley Lee, but we find Dusty Strayer. This kid has been absolutely flying and on rails all weekend long for the Trackside Karting Services GFC team. He's been able to get it done. He's been picture perfect all weekend long. Dusty Strayer wins in Cato Mills in Honda Kid Kart.
Bodie Bear and Wesley Lee will come across the line very shortly soon. They're still fighting for second and third there. Byer, with the advantage. Sullivan's gaining quite a lot after all this battling for a second and third. We'll see. I think it's Byer's second place position if Sullivan can get up to Lee. So Byer with second place. You have Lee there finishing third off of your podium, and off podium is Sullivan in fourth place. Tudor comes across in fifth.
Yeah, Tudor getting set to cross the line here shortly, but what a Honda Kid Kart race did we just witness. Some pickup getting set to come underway here. When we come back, we are going to go green once again. That was 2 classes down. Still a lot more to go. Mini Swifts next on the docket. They provided a really, really action-packed heat race number 3, and we're expecting the exact same in the main event. We'll see you in a couple of moments' time.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth rear sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
To on-track action, your mini Swifts out on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Alex Chandler, Kate Casper on row number 1. Royce Vega, Nicholas Orbezo on row number 2.
Row 3 will be Gus Wonderlay and Nacho Wadi. Row 4 has Hughes and Ali. And on row 5, it'll be Simon Klein and Lab.
You go back to Adrian Vargas, Jack Cowell, Benson Hale, Emery Peters, Aston Wyatt, not here unfortunately, but Sofia Sadagova is for the CRG MSL team. Driven for her as well this weekend. So everybody getting lined up here. Alex Chandler going to be the driver to lead us to the green flag, and they offered us a lot of action earlier on today. And you see drivers kind of getting out of line, putting in the last little bit of warmth that they can. They have to be careful after the commitment cone. You need to be careful with how much you want to scrub there. And again, everybody single file line, and wait for Chandler to lead us to green. Very, very slow pace here. Chandler wanting to stack up the field and have everybody kind of tempted and go earlier or whatnot. So Chandler still waiting, everybody slowing. So last little bits of preparations before we get going here on the main straightaway. They get set to get it done here shortly. So on the straightaway now, Chandler giving signals to everybody else, telling her slow down just a little bit more. Vega on the inside, Orbezo on the outside, Casper there as well. You see Chandler start to speed up just a little bit. That outside line wants to go. On the gas a little too early there for Casper, and he got it done around the outside. So definitely they'll take a look at that after the race, but a couple of drivers were collected. Pasha Ali not happy with somebody. Rodolfo Lavin off the racetrack, and that was all due to the outside line getting a jump there. So I'm not sure that's going to stick for the likes of Casper and others. It looked like they went before Chandler, who was just confused as to what was going on. And now he's further back in the field. Nacho Wadi's right there with him, and they're chasing down the top two.
Yeah, Casper had a huge jump from that outside line, and now he has a huge lead as for the result of that. And Orbezo follows him to P2. Chandler on your screen now. I think that's Vega going down the inside of Nacho Wadi for P4. So now promote Vega back up to P4. He's going to work together potentially with Chandler. Those are two very fast drivers, along with Nacho Wadi. He's a national level driver that we see at other races series, and another very high level mini swift driver. So if these three drivers can link up, which it looks like they are, I don't think they're going to fight after the first minute of 15. So they will most likely catch the top two, and hopefully we have a good race for these next 14 minutes, Caleb.
Yeah, this line already kind of starting to form here just a little bit. Casper out in the lead, Orbezo in second. You go back to Chandler in third, Royce Vega in the fourth spot, and then Liam Nacho Wadi not too far back in fifth. Unfortunately, he's just been down on power so far this weekend, and it was quite evident earlier on in the weekend as well. So continues to try and close down his gap there further up ahead. There's still single file line. What can Royce Vega do here on the inside of Chandler? He's able to get clear. Move Vega up to third.
A good move from Vega. He made up a position per lap in your last two laps. So Chandler and Vega, two drivers who I think I saw Chandler for a second point forward. So he's definitely willing to work together to try and catch Orbezo right now. Orbezo not close enough to Casper to really push him, so they're not benefiting at all being up in the front right now. I mean, Orbezo's getting the draft, but Casper is getting no push from behind, so they'll swallow up Orbezo very soon, both Vega and Chandler, and maybe play leapfrog for a bit and try to get themselves up the lead.
Yeah, so everybody's working together to get up there. Orbezo taps the back of the helmet. This is the first time Orbezo, I think, has been inside of the top three so far in this race, and he finds himself up there with Cade Casper. And then you have Vega in that third spot, Alex Chandler in fourth. So everybody's still single file. And then you go back to Pasha Ali in fifth, who wasn't happy after that race started. Vega picked off Chandler the lap before. He picks off Orbezo this time, who almost drops a tire there on the exit of the final corner.
Chandler tried to get that position too, but just couldn't because Casper was already running away with Vega in the draft. So Chandler seems to be fading back a little bit after that poor exit. So you see Vega now pull down to the inside. Casper tries to fade down too. It was a bit of a late move there to block to the inside. So Vega gets the position now. Orbezo stuck on the outside. Casper's going to push him through, and they're going to freight train Orbezo. Chandler tries to get down the inside of Orbezo and slots right back into fourth. I think now we have Rafe Ali got around Nacho Wadi in that fifth place position. So a train of five with Nacho Wadi trying to join and make it six potentially. So through the bolt now, Vega with your leader, Casper in second, Orbezo third, Chandler fourth, and Ali fifth.
Yeah, and Casper just has to be careful there as he drives Vega off the racetrack. He was side by side with him there for a second, but Royce Vega just got sent off the racetrack there by Casper, and I was just about to say Casper had to be careful because he defended the lap before, and to me it looked like a reaction move almost on Vega after Vega tucked low to get the move done, and Vega almost looked over and reacted and moved low again as well. So, yeah, that will definitely be looked at after because no idea what happened there or how that even got started in between Vega and Casper. So, goodness gracious, a hectic race to start off, but Vega able to recover, and he's currently sitting in the fifth spot.
Yeah, he's got some work to do now to get back up to that lead. A bit of a gap between him, Chandler, and Ali at third and fourth, so he'll make it up potentially. I mean, he's one of the fastest drivers we've had all weekend. The fastest driver, I should say. He's been dominating the heat so far, so he will most likely catch up to the back of Ali, and Chandler may try to work together, may try to make up a position per lap. You know, they still have a lot of time in this race, so Vega doesn't have to worry too much. He's tapping his helmet to Nacho Wadi behind, but he's just too far back to push him. So these four guys up in front are pulling away from the rest of the field except for Vega and Nacho Wadi, who are just hanging on ever so slightly. But seventh on back, as you see down the inside goes Orbezo on Casper, so a new leader, Nicholas Orbezo, to the lead.
Yeah, Nicholas Orbezo gets up to the lead here, and he's able to get clear for the first time this weekend. He's going to lead us away. Cade Casper slots back into the second spot. Alex Chandler's in the third spot. Pasha Ali not too far back in fourth as well. Has had a good recovery drive, and Vega's not too far off in fifth. And again, he's going to be hungry to get back up there to the front of the field. So we'll see what they can do here shortly and he's getting up there. So Vega going to join the party here in a couple of moments' time, Rocco.
Yeah, it's still a little tame right now. As I say that, I almost thought I was going to see an overtake for the lead. They're making a few passes here and there, but it seems to be quite tame. It's still the first third of, we just got done with the first third of this race. So we still have 2/3 plus 2 laps to go. 10 minutes of that 15-minute main event. As you see now, Casper to the inside of Orbezo. It's a mirror move from last lap. So now it's a switchback. We got Orbezo going down to P2 with Casper back to the lead. This train of 5, they're fighting, and Vega has caught back up to the rear of Ali. So he may start trying to leapfrog all these drivers to get himself back up in the front. But, I mean, he is there with the lead. He doesn't have to do too much here. He could wait if he wanted to and just let these guys fight it out and eat up their tires, because if he did that and just hung onto his tires, he'd have much more to push with at the end of this race. Vega, a driver with a lot of pace already, though, may not need to do that, and he may be ready to go on Ali now, and he does. As you see, Orbezo go down the inside of Casper, so does Chandler, and Casper gets shuffled out way hard and goes from first all the way to 5th, as you have Chandler, Vega, and Ali all shuffle through and get past Casper there. As you see, Vega now go down the inside of Chandler, and you have Orbezo holding on to that lead, and Vega gets up into P2.
Yeah, Vega's up to second now, and he's closing down his gap. Nico Orbezo, Chandler right behind Vega, looking to close in for the top 2. Ali there in the 4th spot as well. He's done a good job so far after finding himself off the racetrack at the start of the race, or dropping a tire off the racetrack at the start of the race. And now Vega to find himself, who was off the racetrack a couple of laps ago. He's up there back in second. And on merit, man, Vega having a good drive so far. Orbezo as well in the 1st spot. So we'll see Casper on the inside looking to get Chandler in the process. He gets Ali, though. Cade Casper up to 4th and going to get over under there. And Ali gives a signal, tells him, let's work our way forward. You saw how much time we just lost. And we'll see these two drivers start to work together now.
Yeah, Ali could have let him go, but he decided to get the switchback. As you see now, Vega goes down to the inside of Orbezo, and Chandler's going to follow and push him through. So that drops 2 positions for Orbezo down into 3rd. You see Chandler point forward. He might try to fade low and go on Vega here or not. He's just pushing forward. Wants to go forward instead of fighting right now, I think. But these top 5 are definitely being racy right now. You see changes for position every single lap. We're only halfway done with this race, and then we'll have 2 laps to go. So still quite a bit of fighting. It's only going to get more hectic as we go on and we close this race. So Vega, still your leader, going through the chicane and into the sequential hairpins for another time. They're going to get across the line now. There's nobody in frame except for, I guess I shouldn't say that, Nacho Wadi. As you see Ali now go down the inside of Casper. Nacho Wadi seems to be fading back. He's about 3 seconds off of these guys, and it doesn't seem to be improving for him. So there's another group of 4 right here. There's Nacho Wadi kind of leading the way in 6th place in no man's land. He doesn't have a pushing partner now. Your top 3 still very close. They're kind of pulling away from 4th and 5th now.
Yeah, definitely pulling away again. Nacho Wadi, unfortunately, down on power here this weekend. He's about a second off from the lap times that the top 5 drivers are running. And fastest lap of the race, so this is Simon Jack Klein in the 7th spot, a 53.753 for now. And then you look back up at the front of the field, a little bit of a split up here. Ali and Casper continuing to fight and continuing to lose that little bit of time. It just opens up and closes up again. It opens up whenever they want to pass, and then it closes the next lap. So it just you know, we got to get a move on at some point. Set the difference aside and kind of try and get up to the top 3 here, who could end up running away. You know the pace that these 3 drivers have. These are front runners wherever they go, to whatever track you put them on, with however much practice you put them on. You know they're going to be up there. So now Chandler going to take the battle here to Royce Vega. Does Chandler fade low? He's happy to push for now. And I saw him kind of fade low a little bit, and I almost thought I was going to eat my words there. But still going away here. The top 3 very close together. Orbezo staying in line. A little bit of tight line there. Looking on Chandler. Not close enough there into the triple left-hander. He's going to stay in line. But Ali and Casper very, very close together now and closing down their gaps.
Klein got around Nacho Wadi for 6th place on the ticker there off our screen. So Nacho Wadi still falling backwards in the field. Vega, leading this group. They haven't really changed order for a few laps now. And you have Ali and Casper coming up to the back too. And they're deciding to work together now. It's been pretty tame for the most part. They all starting to realize that this is a good running order until they see any reason to go down on the inside of each other. So these top 3 actually pulling away a little bit in the first opening corners on Ali. So we might see Casper be eager to get around Ali and try to pull forward He stays behind for that corner. We'll see what happens when we go into 4 and 5. Your leader, still Vega. You see Orbezo kind of fading low on Chandler. He's ready to go to the inside, thinks better of it. It's hard to get down the inside of that corner if the driver up ahead drives the tighter line already. We spoke to Landon Wilkins, who was a driver who used to be here before, and he said that in club races here, that line would be a very tightly driven line. It wouldn't be what you would think as far as optimizing the exit of the corner. You're more trying to cover it off so you don't get freight train basically from the drivers behind.
Yeah, no, very good point as well. As Orbezo now looking on the inside in the last corner on Alex Chandler. The teammates going at it here. They lose a bit of time. Pasha Ali able to go up. Cade Casper as well. And to think that, the kid in the lead here would become what he has become across the nation, and to hear his name almost every single weekend has been surprising because he grew up at this racetrack as well. For a lot of other drivers, Ali only from a couple of miles down the road, Cade Casper as well from the Texas area, and Alex Chandler from the Houston area, Orbezo from San Antonio. All these kids, you see them go out there, and Orbezo had a pole position at the SCUSA Pro Tour not long ago at the Motorsport Central Club of Cincinnati, and showed his pace every single weekend. For Royce Vega as well, to have the championships that he has and the race wins that he has. This kid won the Super Nationals last year, and to think that this year he's back at the track that he grew up with, he's definitely going to want to leave here in the first race back in the resurgence for the Dallas Karting Complex to come away with a win. But Cade Casper, been a driver that's wanted to deny him. He's able to get through to second, going to have his sights set on the Benek machine.
Casper getting that second place position lets Vega get a little bit of breathing room right here, but they'll close back up when they get down this back straight. They might even have a lot of momentum here. They might freight train Vega. As you see Casper pull down to the inside with Ali. He gives him a little bit of a bumper, moves him out wide. You see Ali go to the lead there, so a little bit of a bump and run potentially. I wasn't too sure. I mean, if it was a very light contact. You didn't really see Casper get too upset. He just went really wide. Potentially could have been deep on the brakes there. So Vega goes down into third place. Orbezo close on Vega. Chandler now in fifth place. So it's kind of been a mix-up from what we had a few laps ago. Ali leads for the first time, I believe, in the main event. So now we're going to the chicane. Ali making headwind now, trying to hold on to this lead here. Nobody goes down the inside of him into the hairpin.
Yeah, nobody able to get it done. And you talk about accolades, you talk about great accomplishments. That kid who's leading now was leading the Super Nationals as well last year. He qualified on the pole position, and now Cade Casper again trying to deny him. Ali stuck on the outside. Casper is able to go through in his GFC. Everybody else side by side further back. Chandler and Ali. Casper goes to the point. Vega around the outside looking to get it done. Not close enough. Orbezo going to be in third. Points back to Chandler, asking for some help, and Ali there in fifth. These kids are delivering a barn burner of a mini Swift main event here. Everybody wanted to crown themselves the first winner in a long time at the Dallas Karting Complex. Cade Casper, Royce Vega, Nico Orbezo, Alex Chandler, and Pasha Ali. About four different manufacturers in the top four. There goes Vega side by side, and they bang doors there. Vega looking to get through, not close enough. And that got real sketchy there into the chicane, Rocco. But they keep it clean. Vega fades low. He's able to get clear. Chandler low on Orbezo. He's up to the third spot. Ali goes through. Orbezo stuck on the outside there. Shakes his head. He's not happy with that. Cade Casper looking on the inside of Royce Vega into turn number two. He's able to get clear. Vega falls back to second.
Yeah, the closer we get to the closing stages of this race, the more aggressive the racing is getting. You see everybody go high to try to get a good run on Casper there. He's still our leader. It seems that everybody has had a chance to lead this race. It's a fantastic mini Swift main event that we're seeing here. The best main event race that we've seen so far today. It's just such a crazy parity amongst these five drivers. Such a competitive field and so many good drivers. As you said, Pasha Ali, crazy performance at Super Nats last year to show you what kind of caliber drivers we're dealing with here, and there's five of them all fighting for this win here. Casper still holds the lead. Will we see him move into the hairpin? No, but they like to move in here. We'll see if Vega goes. You see Casper cover the inside. Everybody else follows wide to the outside, so Casper with a poor exit now coming in. Vega to the inside.
Goodness gracious, Royce Vega found the room, and he's able to get through. Alex Chandler gets through as well. He's up to second. Pasha Ali down in the fourth spot. Vega not going to defend for now. See if he fades low. He's going to stay in line. But you talk about the accolades that Royce Vega has. Alex Chandler as well. He's done a really good job here at the Touchspin Racing Series and made himself a championship contender week in and week out. And he's a top 10 driver across all the national series. Nico Orbezo at the back of the pack as well. He's a Rock Florida Winter Tour champion in 2024 and has that championship to his name. And then for the likes of Cade Casper as well, who's always a contender everywhere that he goes. And everywhere that he has raced this year, he's definitely been up at the front and fighting for race wins and fighting for podiums week in and week out. He's made himself a championship contender as well. 5 of the best drivers to come out of the state of Texas going at it here at the MidSummer Mashup. 2 laps to go and officially crunch time for these mini swift drivers. Royce Vega leads us away ahead of Alex Chandler.
Vega and Chandler now breaking away from the rest of the pack. You got to catch back up if they want to really fight for this lead. So you might see from the 3 behind, they're not going to do any overtakes because actually, as I say that, I eat my words. You see Casper go down the inside of whoever. They're all just fighting from the back. So side by side, 4th and 5th, you have Orbezo getting to the inside of Ali and holding on to 4th place there. They're still fading from your top 2. So we had the 2-stick last time by will come down to the white flag, and then it'll be all over after the next lap. So they're still losing time now. They're fighting, and I think somebody tried to get down the inside. I think that it was Orbezo trying, Ali trying to get down the inside of Casper there. And it's just not working out for them right now. These 2 leaders deciding not to fight too much, and as I say that, Vega covers off the inside to kind of compromise his exit a little bit and fades low again. White flag, and we're on the final lap.
Last go around here, Vega going to defend it in turn number 2. Alex Chandler looking to get his first win in 2024 in regional racing action. He's going to fade to the high side. Orbezo, Casper around the outside, looks to rip the high side, can't get it done there. He's up to 2nd, going to have his sights set on Royce Vega now. Chandler, back of the helmet, points forward, wants the help from Orbezo. 5 drivers in the lead pack. You can put a blanket over the top 5. They continue to fight here. Casper goes through. Chandler goes side by side. Vega's not happy, and there they go. Chandler going side by side. He's able to get through on the inside of the pole. Door to door, they make contact. Chandler comes out to the lead, and there goes Nico Orbezo in a 2nd. Are the Iron Rock Motorsports teammates going to fight? Ali's in 4th. Chandler to the left side. He's going to defend. He has to defend one more go around here and not get over under it. He has to team with Orbezo. Casper's going to move him, but Alex Chandler wins in Cato Mills.
Elbows out by Alex Chandler to get that win. Nicholas Orbezo in P2. Vega rounds off your podium place positions with I think it's Ali in 4th and Gus Wanderley in 5th.
Yeah, so Cade Casper fell down the order there in the end, and I believe that's due to a penalty during that race. So Cade Casper going to be, under post-race review here, fell back to 7th. Vega finished that race in 3rd, but a 1-2 for the Iron Rock Motorsports team. And myself and Rock, we need to catch our breaths here. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're bringing your official winner here in Mini Swift action. How about it, though, for Alex Chandler, your provisional winner here in Cato Mills.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Juniors out onto the racetrack now, and they get set to go for their main event. Let's run you down your starting lineup in KA100 Junior, here presented by P1 Engines. Tyler Roberts and Santiago Duran on the front row. Sebastian Garzon and Juanjo Paramo on row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nathan Golseth. Row 4 is Aldis and Ibarra. On row 5, it'll be Hector Iturriaga and Mason Bear.
Hamza Anbar and Easton Cox on row number 6. Carson Berry and Luke Cruz on row number 7. Aldo Iturriaga and Donovan Carrion on row number 8.
Row 9 will have Thomas and Amelia Gus Wanderlei. Then Bonu and Ledwidge on row 10.
You go back to your last couple of starters here in this one. Gage Bailey and Jackson Young not taking the green flag here today. We're registered, so we're included there in the starting lineup. Again, well wishes to Gage Bailey here this weekend. Unfortunately couldn't be joining us, but the best of luck to him as he starts his high school year this fall. So best of luck to him. But we get back onto the racing action. Tyler Roberts and Santiago Duran get set to take us to the green flag here. 20 drivers total, and it's been an action-packed weekend for these K100 juniors. It's been hectic at times. It's been stupendous at time, and we get set to go green here. Roberts is on the power early. Green flag in the air. Duran going to move low. Juanjo Paramo ahead of his teammate in Garzon. Side-by-side, Golseth and Kemper Jr. Everybody slotting in a line. Single file all the way through, and there goes Garzon looking on his teammate in Juanjo Paramo. Expect those two to start to work together. Everybody else side by side further back in the field.
A huge start by Tyler Roberts, did everything he needed to do to hold on to that P1 position. And as you see, the two teammates in third and fourth, Garzon will try to get around Paramo, but at the same time, Paramo is holding on to Durant. So we'll see if they try to work together. Maybe Garzon tries to follow his teammate through on the overtake. We'll see if Paramo goes here. He does not. So we'll see. I mean, it's the start of the race. Maybe they're a little tame at the start, but then again, it is K100 Junior, so a lot of these kids are antsy to try to get up in the front. And right now, you see Duran, 4/10s already back from the leader. As you have further down, I think that is Tyrone Kemper Jr. covering off Nathan Golseth there.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. to the bottom of the racetrack, and a little too early to be defending here. Still a lot of racing left as Garzon looking on the inside of his teammate in Juanjo Paramo. He was able to get clear. Kemper still there further back. Ibarra was able to get through on Nathan Golseth, but for Tyrone Kemper Jr., to me, a little bit early to kind of be low-lining there into turn number 3. They had a good run going on the two red speeds, so I think if he sets his sight forward, he can definitely get there at some point. Garzon drops a tire as he gets closer and closer to the rear bumper here of Santiago Duran. Roberts as well in that lead, not pulling away for now, but lap time starts to come in. The fastest lap of the race to the one and only Sebastian Garzon, a 51.368 here. And he's able to try and close down his gap to the top 2. Duran looking over his shoulder. It's pass or be pass in this class. Morocco, we talk about it time and time again. So if Duran sees and feels the pressure there from Garzon in the third spot, he's definitely going to want to go. And you see him already start to kind of try his luck.
Yeah, definitely wants to put a cart between him and Garzon, the fastest driver on the racetrack. So he keeps looking over his shoulder, definitely worried about Garzon. Who's not his teammate has fallen back a little bit. He tried to follow him when he was chasing Duran, decided to get around after one lap. So your top 3 with a bit of a gap to the rest of them. Further back, that is, down the inside goes Garzon and Duran. A late lunge into the first hairpin as you see everybody else just file in single file, still trying to catch up to this lead group. The second group that we see just on the right of them, they need to work together. We saw Tyrone Kemper Jr. fade low to the bottom, try and keep that position, maybe trying to say that he really wanted to lead them to the point, as you see Ibarra now go down the inside of Jose Paramo.
Yeah, David Ibarra absolutely flying in this stage of the race. So let's take a look back as Garzon goes up to the point of the field. And good thing we didn't look back, as Sebastian Garzon wanted the lead, and he wanted it now. He gets up there and going to lead us away at the point of the field. Roberts slots back to second, Duran in third. Ibarra fastest lap of the race at 51.001. Just about a tenth quicker than anybody else out there on the racetrack. So he sits in the fourth spot now with Paramo right behind him. Golseth looking on the inside there on Kemper Jr. Golseth's able to get clear. He's up to sixth now. So Golseth able to get that move done for the Arcade Motorsports team and have his sights set up on the top 5. And again, you need to be careful with how much you fight, how much you're going to block, how much you're going to, choose to do what you do, because it's going to be super important for you to, just keep in the gas as more moves. Duran looking on Tyler Roberts. He's able to get clear that time by and up to second. Duran wants to lead the second group and get up to Sebastian Garzon.
Paramo got around Ibarra there. Ibarra was leading the charge for a good minute, put 2 of the fastest laps down in 2 laps. He has a 50.9 now, so we're below the 51 mark as far as lap times go. So Ibarra and Paramo working together to try to get back up to the front, and I think they have done that now as they get to the chicane. They're right on the bumper of Tyler Roberts, so they're all catching back up and figuring out what to do. You can see, what was that?
Big bumper there by Juanjo Paramo on the rear bumper there of Tyler Roberts. Everybody kind of, an accordion effect there, everybody just kind of came together, and just a lot of bumpers being thrown at each other. You saw that's why they spread out here from Roberts on back to Duran, and then for Paramo as well, and then back to Ibarra, who was also in that group as Golseth's going to go through. He's able to get it done in turn number 3. Nathan Golseth up to P5.
Good for Nathan Golseth as you look up to the front. Santiago Duran not letting go of Sebastian Garzon here, so your top 4 are kind of pulling away. Golseth in that 5th place position is going to try and catch up to the backup Jose Paramo, a very fast driver. We know what kind of pace is in that kart from USPKS round 4, so Nathan Golseth, not somebody to just brush off. He will be up in that fight very shortly as you see him in that all-white Arcane Motorsports kart. So to the inside goes Tyler Roberts on Santiago Duran. Ooh, a little bit of a hip check there, and he drops a tire in the grass, and now Jose Paramo will get that position. Nathan Golseth also looking to get that position.
Yeah, Nathan Golseth fading low, and to me, it kind of looked like a hip check there, but I think Garzon just got stuck on the outside, and with the speed that Roberts was carrying, kind of washed Duran wide, and that could have been a lot worse if he would have gone 4 wheels off the grass. He would have lost a whole lot of time, but only 2, just a little off-track excursion. Nothing much. You knock the dust off, and you put your head down and start charging forward, because the leaders, they're going to get away if you don't. Golseth, though, easily kind of working his way up the field every single lap and picking them off one by one. Paramo next on the list. Golseth faded low. Paramo looks to defend, and he reacts to that move by Golseth as he tried it. Everybody else further back. Kemper, Ibarra, Duran loses another 2. Kemper was able to get through. Ibarra got through that time as well. Now Nathan Golseth looking to go on Juanjo Paramo for the 3rd spot. Golseth looking back on his shoulder, wants to fade low, not going to be close enough into turn number 3.
There were 2 very small blocks from Jose Paramo there on Nathan Golseth earlier in the previous lap. So for a second, I thought that Nathan Golseth was going to be very antsy to get around Jose Paramo, but as they got to turn 3, Paramo ran the normal line, so I think Paramo now realizes that Golseth wants to work together to try and catch back up to these 2 up ahead, because without a push from behind, it'll be much more difficult. Not saying that Paramo doesn't have the pace, but these 2 up in front, Garzon and Roberts, are the 2 fastest that we've had, or not the fastest, but top 2 of the fastest.
Yeah, no, for sure, and that's a very good point that you have there. The back 2, and Nathan Golseth and Juanjo Paramo, who are in that second group, and the 3rd and 4th drivers in the train, are lapping a little bit quicker, just a 10th quicker. Golseth is the fastest driver on the racetrack here, and he wants to get to 3rd. He's able to get it done, taps the back of his helmet, tells Juanjo to push him up and get closer to the top 2 with Garzon and Tyler Roberts. Those 2 AR Academy drivers doing well with those red speeds. And now Roberts, he's been patient. We've seen him want to go. We've seen him go up to the lead and trying to work his way up there and get up there. And he's done so far in this race. But now being patient, learning from a driver like Sebastian Garzon, biding his time, seeing his points and kind of learning the weaknesses and the strengths of the driver who's leading us away. And your most recent race winner in K100 Junior action here on our Kart Chaser platform, won over at the United States Pro Kart Series not too long ago. So 2 weeks ago, I should say, for Sebastian Garzon, who is your leader at the moment. Tyler Roberts still not making a move, but again, pass or be passed in this class. And if Nathan Golseth feels like he's faster than Roberts, it's going to be time to go for Golseth.
Yeah, he totally dropped Paramo from behind, so it's just your top 3 now running away with it. Golseth finally catching up to these top 2, so we'll see exactly as you said, if he'll stay behind Tyler Roberts and just hang out for now, or if he'll try to go around. I think what these top 3 should be focusing on right now is just build the biggest gap they possibly can in 7 minutes before they get those 2 sticks, because right now they're really the fastest drivers on track, with Nathan Golseth putting down the fastest lap. So they're about 2/10 last time by quicker than I believe, the drivers behind. So we'll see what the gap turns into now as Paramo comes across the line. It was 1.3 last time. Now it is Kemper at 1.8. So they're still fighting behind and shuffling for positions while these three up in front stay in the same order. As I say that, though, you see Tyler Roberts pull down to the inside of Garzone. Nathan Golseth is going to follow him through for P2. So now Garzone is demoted all the way down to P3. He looks over his shoulder and sees that gigantic gap. So we'll see if he decides to fight. He goes down the inside, or tries to at least, if Nathan Golseth can't get it done. So Tyler Roberts with the lead. Nathan Golseth pointing forward, telling him we need to work together and establish this gap on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and again, when you look at the lap times, 50.8 for Garzone last time around, and Golseth was the quickest of that group. So that Arcane Motorsports machine is flying here, but mistakes like that definitely not going to help. And when you have a driver with the experience of Sebastian Garzone, he's not going to want to raid around if you're going to be making mistakes. That's going to let the leader get away. So Garzone and Golseth need to be consistent, need to be perfect here, and that's what it takes to win one of these races. It's super difficult, but that's what you're going to need to do. Garzone lost a little bit of touch there on the exit of turn number 2, and as well for Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Juanjo Paramo, who fell all the way back to the 7th spot behind Tyrone Kemper Jr., Santi Duran, and David Ibarra. But that front group still leading us away. Ibarra right behind Kemper Jr., and they're working together quite nicely now, pushing each other along. So if they can continue this pace, it could get them and benefit them in the end. Both of them were quicker than Golseth and Garzone the last time around. 50.9 for Kemper, 50.7 for Ibarra, just about a couple of tenths quicker than your leaders. So they're working together quite nicely, that Carlos Sainz machine and that CRG Nordum machine of Ibarra. If this keeps up, they can definitely get there in the end. And, these two drivers, they had their differences last week. They were both racing for a race win, and then this week you throw all that to the side. You throw all that away because you want to get up here to this lead group of Nathan Golseth, Tyler Roberts, and you see them inching closer lap by lap, corner by corner. Ibarra and Kemper are definitely on the way.
They made about half a tenth last time by, but they're still working together in unison. These top three are a little bit spread out, so we'll see what happens when they come around next time by. But about 1.8 seconds, a few laps ago from Tyler Roberts, their leader, and now it's down to 1.7, so we'll see what they can do. Still quite a big gap to go, 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. They can definitely be there once these guys start to fight up in front, even if they don't catch them by the time the 2.6 come to go, because they're still within shouting distance. So whenever they start tripping over each other's toes, we may even see Duran get pulled back into it, or Jose Paramo, because they're only about 3 seconds back. So it really just depends on how much these guys want to fight for the win before those 2.6 to go. As we see that, Nathan Golseth shoots down to the inside of the racetrack to get the inside of Tyler Roberts, takes the lead of the race. Now Nathan Golseth, your new leader, with Tyler Roberts and Garzone just sitting pretty in P3, not doing anything to these top two, just sitting there conserving his tires, most likely a very veteran move from a KA Jr. I mean, this kid has been racing for quite a while in all kinds of series, so saving his tires is not a bad idea. If these two up in front keep swapping for positions and pushing harder while Garzone just sits there, by the time we get those 2.6 to go, there'll be a lot of temperature to be put in those tires by Garzone.
And for the first time in his young career, Nathan Golseth is going to lead a lap as Sebastian Garzone is going to go through on Tyler Roberts. Nathan Golseth now given a little bit of breathing room here. And like I said, for the first time, the hometown kid here this weekend at a racetrack where he's learned how to drive, where he's developed as a driver with Trevor McAllister and Shaston Johnson, both of those drivers being mentors to a guy like Nathan Golseth, and spent a lot of time over in North Carolina. He sits in a prime position to beat possibly the best driver in KA100 junior action in the nation. The kid from Columbia in second, Sebastian Garzone, has been dominant all year long at whatever series and whatever go-kart that you put him in, with whatever engine. That kid is going to impress and show you how it's done. With 2.5 minutes to go, Nathan Golseth sits in the best spot possible with a big gap back to Sebastian Garzone and Tyler Roberts. Everybody on the fence line, the family of Nathan Golseth standing here. I know they have chills. I know they're nervous, but Nathan Golseth has a big task at hand to keep back the best driver in the nation behind him for just 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 more laps.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Duran made contact coming through the final hairpin and slowed each other down. So, yeah, Ibarra pulling away from him. He's kind of on his own now, no help from behind. So these top three are going to definitely not be caught up unless they start tripping over each other's toes. You see Nathan Golseth, he still has that gap, so I thought they would maybe close that gap a little bit quicker. They're still working together, Tyler Roberts and Garzone, to pull up to that lead. They have a bit of time left, but they're running out. They need to catch back up to Nathan Golseth very quickly, because in a few moments' time, but we will get the 2 sticks to go, and this race will be over. So Nathan Golseth coming through the sequential hairpins. He's still with a pretty healthy gap, but we'll see what happens. It was about 0.4 of a second last time by. It should drop down with that draft. It comes down. Actually, it stays at the same gap, 0.4.
0.4 of a second, almost half a second. Nathan Golseth was about half a tenth quicker than Sebastian Garzone that time around, and Tyler Roberts starting to see that they're losing a little bit of time. When does Tyler Roberts decide to go on Sebastian Garzone? Golseth looking back, moves his body forward, wants to get more pace out of that OTK Arcane Motorsports machine, and he's trying with everything that he's got to keep that gap steady so you won't have to defend on the final lap. And then you have David Ibarra further back in the 4th spot. Tyrone Kemper Jr. lost his spot to Santi Duran, and these two drivers working together, they can't deny that driver out in the lead from the gap that he has now. When he crosses the stripe this time around, 3 laps to go away from Nathan Golseth's maiden regional race victory and first victory on our Kart Chaser platform. He continues to push forward, continues to keep the gap. What does it look like now? Garzone sets a personal best lap time, but only 0.2 of a second quicker than Nathan Golseth. He's going to need a lot more if he wants a challenge for the win here, Rocco.
Nathan Golseth has been perfect these last few laps. He's really pushing on his own. Really impressive to see that, especially with Tyler Roberts, an extremely quick driver, pushing another extremely quick driver, and they cannot catch Nathan Golseth. So he needs to be perfect. He can't make any mistakes if he doesn't want them to catch. One thing's catching and one thing's passing. So even if they did catch, it's not like he's not out of a chance for the win. But Nathan Golseth doing everything he can to establish that lead and hold it there. And we'll see. I mean, every time they come around this back sector into the hairpins, it's about the same gap every time. As you see, Ibarra gaining on your second and third place drivers, even though he drops a tire.
Yeah, drops a tire there, unfortunately for David Ibarra, but how about it for Nathan Golseth so far? 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. A couple of months ago at Trackhouse Motorplex, he found himself fighting his way out of the LCQ at the United States Pro Kart Series. And then he spent some time in North Carolina, went to the Ryan Perry Motorsports camp, and he developed so well as a driver. And ever since then, a flip switch after Crescent, Texas, where he had a nasty flip that unfortunately ruined a helmet, and that's where he gained his nickname, Flip. And this weekend here, for the first time in his young career, he's leading a race here in KA100 Junior at his home track. He wants to win here more than anywhere else, and he continues to extend his gap to Sebastian Garzone back. That gap gets bigger and bigger every single quarter. Nathan Golseth has put in a lot of work every single month, every single week. And then last weekend, the first time where he saw the reward start to come in, he out-qualified almost 60 drivers at the United States Pro Kart Series, qualified second alongside the driver who's in second at the moment, Sebastian Garzone, and now he's leading him away here on his home turf, and now they're going to start to fight for second. Garzone's going to start to block. Tyler Roberts being held up, Ibarra being held up as well, and this is going to allow the hometown kid racing in his own backyard to get away. Ibarra looking on the inside of Roberts, Garzone going side by side. Nobody able to get past each other. Ibarra's up to the 3rd spot. Garzone stays in 2nd. But Nathan Golseth all the while is running away. A little bit of a bump and run. Roberts slides under. Garzone stuck on the outside. He's going to lose a lot of spots. But how about it for Nathan Golseth? The crowd's going absolutely ballistic for this kid. The 877 wins at home in KA100 Junior.
Fantastic to see from Nathan Golseth. What a performance. Tyler Roberts comes home in 2nd with Duran rounding off your podium. Ibarra and Kemper 4th and 5th respectively. Garzone, Paramo, Baldus, Cruz, and Barry, the rest of your top 10.
Oh my goodness, and you can almost hear the crowd in the background absolutely elated here for Nathan Golseth on his first regional race victory in KA100 Junior action, and I'm sure Trevor McAllister, Shaston Johnson, his mechanic, and Austin Osborne and the entire Arcane Motorsports team is going to be absolutely ecstatic for this kid who's put in so much work. And you see him kind of reaching down on his cart and how excited he is, and I think almost tears of joy there for Nathan Golseth. You see him there on the fence line. How about it for this kid who gets his first race victory, and a round of applause to everybody who put in the work for him. I know Ryan Perry probably watching on and absolutely happy. You see his team owner, Trevor McAllister, over there, and all the congratulations starting to come in from his fellow hometown crowd. Nathan Golseth, you're a regional race winner. Congratulations. That being said, some pickup getting set to come underway when we come back. More racing action coming up next.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2-3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Well, the dust has settled since that KA100 junior race, and we look back into the scale lines as we await Nathan Golseth to go through. And you see team owner there, Trevor McAllister, waiting for him to come through, and the entire family there as well to come through. And this kid has a chance to go back-to-back. He's not done for the day. We're going to see him again. We're going to see him again in 206 junior racing action in a couple of moments' time. Everybody cheering as I think he just went across the scale line, makes weight, and you see everybody there going to give him the congratulations. He is in his hometown. This is his backyard. Grew up here, raced here, learned how to drive here. To think this kid started driving 2 years ago is absolutely insane. He's going to weigh in. Trevor McAllister looking on at the scale line. And they look good to go. So Nathan Golseth, officially your race winner in KA100 Junior. You see his mechanic there, Shaston, having a moment there with Nathan. And I'm sure those two are absolutely excited for each other because they've worked really, really hard together on the road together, a week in, week out, and going wherever they go and doing what they do. So congratulations to Shaston and Nathan Golseth, his entire family, everybody. A lot of cheers there from the fence line. But with that dust settled, one chapter closes, another one opens with your 206 seniors getting set to go out onto the racetrack. Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing, the two AR Academy drivers, have been oh so strong here all day today. Cameron Reed as well in the third spot, starting alongside Reagan Seville, who looks to extend his championship points lead, but has lost a couple of points already here today and yesterday after having some moments here, finding himself in the grass and having a couple of moments as well. Carter Kilgo, issues for him in the third heat race, still good enough to start on the inside row, starting fifth alongside Jensen Harrell.
Yeah, Jensen Harrell on row 4, Jacob Oliver and Alvarez del Castillo. On row 5, it'll be Braden and Dorenbaum. And then row 6, it'll be Amaru and Noah Murphy.
You go back to Ian Columbus and Ryan Long on row number 7, Rafael Kraus and Gabriel McLeod in row number 8. Undersigned and Jacob Oates on row number 9. Drew Chappell, the reigning champion, not here this weekend, but your 206 seniors out onto the racetrack now. And Rocco, when you think about 206, there's one thing to expect: draft. And train and pushing and going fast
and buying them too.
Hey, I heard about that. Congratulations.
I just bought a go-kart.
Rocco Ruzic, newest 206 senior owner, so he'll be stepping out of the booth and stepping into the racetrack maybe next year. And I know race director Matt Ackley not going to be nice to you at all next year either. So after hearing you announced this weekend. But all fun and games. You guys are hopefully, Steve, after you expecting to make a return?
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right, with breaking news here, Rocco Ruzic makes his return to the Texas Spin Racing Series in 2025 with
Ruzic Motorsports.
With Ruzic Motorsports, indeed. So we'll see a return for them next year. The father and son duo. I got the stories cooking already, man. I got the stories cooking already. So we'll see what Rocco Ruzic can get done here. But on the racetrack now, your 206 seniors get set to go green. Bryce Frank, second in the championship at the moment, looking to leapfrog himself to the championship points lead going into the final round at Amarillo, Texas. He's starting alongside his teammate in Kelvin Zing. You know, those two are going to play it nice. And how about Cameron Reed starting on second row with Regan Seville, who looks to take that championship points lead and extend his points lead here today as well. But we get into the tram lines, into the start box here shortly. Green flag is out, and we're racing here in 206 senior. A good start for that inside line. Seville trying to push Zing around the outside. He's able to get through side by side with Cameron Reed. Reed looks over, sees Zing is there on the inside. I don't think Reed's going to fight it too much this early in the race. Very, very long, 15 minutes plus 2 laps coming your way here now. And everybody single file line. You see Frank looking back, make sure that it's Zing, and they're good to go, and they want to pull away from the rest of the field now. We've seen it throughout all the heat races. A whole different ball game here this time out. Very, very long, and again, it's very, very close than what it was compared to the heat races, Rocco.
Yeah, that start was very important for Regan Seville's championship as you see him try to go down the inside of Cameron Reed, and there's a collision over there. Oh, my goodness.
A couple of drivers collected. The 630 there is involved. That's Braden. The 673 as well is involved. McLeod, the 648 involved as well on what seems to be Ian Columbus, and one driver of Jacob Oaks off the racetrack there. Unfortunately, getting out of the go-kart now, but that was a big, big contact there. He's up and out of the go-kart, but the red flag is out in the air, so we wait. Driver involved indeed, Jacob Oaks, so we'll wait to hear for more confirmation. It's quite on the airwaves now, and we'll hope to see that he is okay. So Jacob Oaks is all right. He's up and talking to the medic now. It seemed like he had some pain there after that crash. So threw the red flag for some, regulatory methods here, and going to get checked out here shortly. But red flag in the air. All drivers up and out of their go-karts. Jacob Oaks going to get checked out now and remove the unfortunately broken go-karts on the racetrack. Again, it may be just a restart here. Not sure if it's going to be single file or side-by-side. We'll wait with more information coming here in a couple of moments' time. So we're quiet on the airwaves. Go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, the rest of your 206 senior main event coming up.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chair servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
Colin, I need a new. Brandon, why are there all these 219 chain? I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
quick update for those of you here in the paddock and for those of you watching on from home. Red flag was out. Driver involved was Jacob Oakes and a couple of other drivers as well. Further back in the field, I think Gabriel McLeod involved, Ian Columbus, Paul Braden, and Blaise Dorenbaum was able to continue going here. He's going to start from the tail end of the field, but it's going to be a full restart here. So they're going to go 2 lanes, full restart. I'm not sure. I haven't received confirmation if it's going to be the full 15 minutes or if we're going to restart here from the 13:55 mark. Again, still waiting on further updates, but they are going to get all the drivers back in line, and it should be a full restart. So theoretically, probably be where you started, and if you were involved in the wreck, it's going to be back to the back of the pack. But we continue going here, and we'll wait for more confirmation here in a couple of moments' time. Restart dramatically, getting everybody back in line, and looks like we have the order now. It's going to be Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank again on that front row. Seville and Cameron Reed. Harrell's going to move up alongside Carter Kilgo. Oliver there as well. So these drivers are going to get set to go green here once again. We lost a couple already, so we're down to, I believe we're down 2 or 3 drivers here in this one. The 648 slowing, and I think he's going to get back in the line. That's Ian Columbus there, who's going to get waited to slot back in line at the tail end of the field after being involved in that incident for Kart Racing Solutions. So he's going to start at the tail end of the field, but yellow flag's out. Going to be a full restart here, so 15 minutes, going to get restarted all over again. Everybody has to get recollected. Whatever you did a couple laps ago, that's all thrown out of the window. You got to do it all over again here. Your tires have been baking out in the sun, so whatever tire pressure the mechanic set them at, you better hope it's going to stick. You better hope it's going to work. And you better pray as well, because you want that all to work out for you as well. So the MGM's out in front, the Lawson Powered Machines 1 and 2, and then you go back to Cameron Reed in the second spot. In the third spot, alongside Reagan Seville, Jensen Harrell, and Carter Kilgo on row number 3, and you go back to Jacob Oliver, who's on row 4, alongside what looks to be Alfred Alvarez-Casillo. Green flag in the air. We are racing once again in 206 Senior. Frank able to get that jump done again. Zing able to get through. Seville drops a tire there into the dirt, and it all gets real close here. Seville lost a lot of spots. That restart not going to his favor. Plays Dornbaum, drops the tire into the dirt.
And Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing working together. You see him point forward there. Cameron Reed right on the bumper of Zing. You might see those four work together here. That's how 206 racing usually plays out in the opening laps. If you have an agreement amongst the top drivers, you really just want to focus on pulling away from as many drivers as you can to reduce the chaos and reduce chances of any other person getting in the way of your race win, especially with these two out in front, these two teammates. You see Reagan Seville now trying to get around his teammate of Jacob Oliver. I think he's going to slot back in behind Jacob Oliver there, and he stays in P6.
Yeah, he's going to stay in line there. But for the top two drivers, they have a lot of help there with them. Carter Kilgo sitting in the fourth spot. That's a fellow teammate in the RA and the AR Academy program. As Harrell looking on the inside of Oliver. He couldn't get through, but Seville was. So Seville able to switch spots with his teammate. Seville now sits in the fifth spot, so he's gaining a couple. Carter Kilgo next on his list. And let's see how it looks here. Frank pulling away just a little bit from Kelvin Zing. A car length in between those two drivers. Then further back, Cameron Reed and Kelvin Zing, bumper to bumper there, and Reagan Seville not too far off. And again, don't expect 206 Senior to be the most, I guess, action-packed. The last couple laps, I tell you, will be some of the best racing that you're going to see. But the first couple laps, expect to see a lot of train racing, expect to see a lot of pushing, and expect to see a lot of patience here.
I think that was Harrell there trying to get around Del Castillo for 8th place, but now further up ahead, it's still the same top three, or should I say top five, since we saw Reagan get to P5. Now Reed is going to go down the inside and split up the MGMs, demote Kelvin Zing to P3. Reagan Seville trying to get close there to Kelvin Zing, but gets a poor exit coming out of turn 3, so he falls way back behind Kelvin Zing. Reed and Zing now need to work together to get back up to Bryce. He has no drafting partner, so he's going to fall right back into their hands, and they're going to try and work against this group behind and try to put as big of a gap as they can, but we'll see if they can do it with that fast driver of Reagan Seville leading the charge.
Yeah, Reagan Seville going to lead from fourth ahead, and with him, his teammate right behind him. We saw Oliver kind of lack pace in the heat races, so we'll see if he can hold on to it here for 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Again, it's a tall ask, but if anybody can do it, that the sophomore driver definitely has the pace to get it done. I mean, we've seen how quick he's been, especially at his home track at Speed Sports Racing Park at the end of last year. But Cameron Reed, we talk about pace, she's definitely got it into that CRG Reed Motorsports machine. She looks to go through for the first spot. She gets it done, and there's Bryce Frank. Falls back to the second spot, I believe, for what's been the first time this weekend on somebody who's not his teammate in Kelvin Zing, so somebody else going to lead the 206 Senior field away for this lap. It's Cameron Reed in the CRG machine, going to lead away the 2 MGMs and the 2 GFCs right behind, and the Burrell Art machine of Carter Kilgo, then you go back to a Car Republic and Jensen Harrell and a Tony Carter now for Alberto Castillo. So a lot of manufacturers inside of this, and even with Alfredo Kraus, a VLR there, and then back to Noah Murphy gets out of the top 10 as well, another GFC.
Bryce needs to make a decision now because his teammate is getting pressured from behind by Reagan Seville. I mean, still with 11 minutes to go, Reagan may or may not try to make that move. It just depends on what his plan is. I was talking to him earlier in the day, and he said that both Bryce and Kelvin are really tight in the second half of the course, and that's where he was eating them up in Heat 3. But unfortunate to see what was going on yesterday with him going off track. So now with Cameron Reed leading this race, and Bryce Frank also putting a slight gap there, a good exit on him from Kelvin, so putting a bit of a gap between second and third.
As well, funny thing to note here, look at the offset of wheels on Kelvin Zing's MGM machine. The left-hand side are those standard magnesium wheels. On the outside, kind of looks like aluminum silver wheels that are on those tires. So I don't know if that's some form of strategy for Kelvin Zing there, but you see the shiny, I guess, rims there on the outside on what could be MXCs, or not sure. We'll definitely have to ask him after the race later on, but just a little bit of an offset. I found that interesting there by Kelvin Zing. You see the left-hand side seems to be the regular magnesium wheels, and the outside seems to be a little bit different, but the top two pulling away here just a little bit. Bryce Frank right behind Cameron Reed, a car length in between them, and Reagan Seville going to get past. Jacob Oliver went through, and would you look at that, the teammates fighting here, and Reagan Seville now looking to go back onto Carter Kilgo. Oliver wanted to lead that group. He was able to get through, Seville lost a lot of time there. Now Bryce Frank going to go side by side with Cameron Reed. Reed not going to fight it all too much. They're going to give the spot there to Bryce Frank. So Frank goes back up to the point of the field.
Their top three is definitely working together quite nicely. You see Jacob Oliver wanting to get around his teammate of Reagan Seville, so they drop back just a little bit. We'll see Reagan and Jacob Oliver push together now. Harrell, Castillo, and Kraus following them closely behind. So it's a big group in this second pack, about 5 versus 3. So we'll see if Jacob Oliver can close the gap to Zing here. I mean, it's just a chess match as right now. I mean, there's not much going on, but there is a lot going on. It's, you know, a battle of wits. It's, you know, being smart about your racing. You don't want to trip each other up and slow each other down if you don't have to. If the guy up front's making mistakes, it might be time to go. But with a driver like Bryce, Cameron Reed, Kelvin Zing, you may not see that many mistakes. So hopefully they can work together and keep this clean. Oliver's going to try his best to catch up, but there's only so much he can do with the setup that he had. Hopefully he made some changes. I mean, he only can find out what those changes can do in the main event. So if they're right or wrong, we don't know, but they seem to be going good for Jacob Oliver as he's in really good shape right now, hunting down our leaders.
I'll tell you what, the lap times at the moment for Jacob Oliver are 56.7. The lap time for your top three is at about a 56.7 as well for Frank. And it goes all the way down. So personal best for Jacob Oliver, that's a 56.5. But Rocco, that's not quicker than your top three. He's about a 10th off at the moment from the top three. And you see that gap open up just that little bit. So they're losing time for sure. Those GFC machines losing time to the top three here of Cameron Reed, Kelvin Zing, and Bryce Frank. So I don't know if a change is going to be necessary here for Reagan Seville, but he can definitely kind of notice those top three inch away just a little bit, lap by lap. And that's kind of where, you know, either desperation or you want to get ahead of your teammate. You want to work together to keep those ties close if you need his help at the end of the race. But again, Seville just that little bit quicker at the moment, and just not quicker and not quick enough to kind of contend with those top three. And you talk about that, Kelvin Zing as well losing a whole lot of time to the top two. The Heat just lost the car length, and being in tow with them has definitely not been ideal. And there goes Carter Kilgo on the inside of Jensen Harrell, who drops a tire. Harrell lifted the hand up in the air, and he definitely wasn't happy about losing some time there off the racetrack, but Kilgo wanted to get through. And again, if you feel like you're faster than the driver ahead of you, you got to go at some point. You can't, afford to lose too much time. So that's kind of the strategy and how it's played out so far.
Frank and Zing have been separated by Reed, so I wonder how that will affect the pushing effect of the two teammates, because they're really good together. When they add in a new variable, it may be a little bit different as far as pace and chemistry whenever you push someone. That's just the way it is. But as you see, Bryce Frank puts down the fastest lap last time by with a 56.294, so he's flying right now, getting pushed by Cameron Reed. So Reed doing a fantastic job pushing. I'm not trying to take away. I'm just saying that they aren't teammates, so it's a little different than when you're pushing from somebody who isn't on your team. Jacob Oliver still holding on to fourth. Reagan Seville is pushing him loyally right now, and they're holding it down right now as far as the GFC carts go. The lap times aren't really improving much, and they're losing time to the front. So Reagan Seville and the carts behind are going to notice that, and they're going to want to get around Jacob Oliver.
They lost 2/10 that lap, and Reagan Seville knows it. He has to get through. He gets through that time around. Jacob Oliver looking to hold on to it around the outside on Carter Kilgo. He's able to get it done, and for Carter Kilgo, imagine in the position that he's in. He sees his two teammates out in front, and you want to get up there, but do you push the guys that you've been battling with all year long, the championship rival to your teammate? Harrell, though, going to try and split them up. They're going to go side by side there through the S's. A little bit of wheel banging. Harrell's able to get through into the bowl.
That was a nice move by Harrell. Very clean slip to the inside with a big run to get the advantage on Carter Kilgo there. Your two GFC drivers now working together quite well with Reagan leading the charge. We'll see if the lap times improve at all. I mean, I know there was an overtake, so it may not be the best on this time by. With a new leader, though, maybe Jacob Oliver will be the better pushing partner, and Reagan will be better at leading. We'll see how this plays out.
I'll tell you what, whatever those MGMs and whatever that CRG did on tire pressure definitely seems to be working here. They're just now setting their fastest lap of the race, a 56.289. I think that's the fastest anybody's gone around this place. And for the likes of Seville, we'll see what it looks like with him leading this time around. But it looks like they continue to lose time here, Rocco, and that's just kind of, you see the lead fading away here, almost a whole straightaway away now for the top three, who are working together really, really well, and it's working out for them here. They're pulling away and continuing to extend their gap, so Reed, as long as she sees Frank out ahead, she's going to be happy to do it. And Zing thinks that he's faster than Reed. That's going to slow them up just a little bit. That's exactly what Seville wants to see. But now the two MGMs going to try to get away here as they go through. But again, when you compare lap times from the lap prior, Reagan Seville still about a 10th off from the top 3 now. And now Reed, they're going to have Reed kind of join that party here shortly. But about 2 seconds, the gap in between your top 3 all the way back to 4th.
Yeah, Reagan would definitely like to see the 3 up in front split apart and not working together. Meanwhile, they're all 4 working together. I think there's one more driver in the form of Alvarez del Castillo kind of fading back, trying to catch back up to that group of 4 right there in the 8th place position. So now they seem to all put their differences aside. They haven't been really fighting too much in the last 2 laps. So, I mean, we'll see if they can do anything to fix this gap that has been opening, because the 2 MGMs have now caught each other on the track again. They could be flying now if they decide to work together. I don't know if they could drop Cameron Reed. She's been very fast. She seems to struggle a little bit right now, but that's just because possibly of the overtake, and she needs to make that ground back up, so we'll see. The lap times don't seem, they actually were better that time.
They were a 10th better, so that gap was at 1.8, now drops down to 1.7. Cameron Reed losing a little bit of touch as well. She was about a 10th slower than Kelvin Zing, but again, the 2 MGMs, I believe there's still a little bit of a gap in between them. There was about half a car length gap in between them now, and that has closed. They're pushing down this back straightaway and pulling away from Cameron Reed bit by bit, and that's also deflating for Cameron Reed to kind of, being dropped like that by Kelvin Zing was unfortunate there, but they lost a lot of time. But these 2 MGMs, they've worked perfectly together all weekend long, and to push each other like they have, to be, when you talk about teammates, this is the ultimate, I guess, teammate duo at the moment, and there's more battling there further back. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo has joined this battle, and he's able to get behind Carter Kilgo now. He gains a spot up into 7th, and for Reagan Seville, that time, the gap opens back up to 1.8.
Yeah, the 2 drivers up in front putting in 56 threes, so definitely way quicker than your this pack right here, as I think I saw Harrell get down the inside of Del Castillo there. I think Kilgo wasn't too happy. I think Kilgo's bumper is just hanging low. I thought it may have been dragging for a second, but it seems to be fine. So Kilgo with no issues there, just a slight mistake from my end. So Reagan Seville, Jacob Oliver, and Kilgo starting to separate themselves from Harrell and Del Castillo as they were kind of trading for a position in turn 3. They're falling away from our leaders, and it might be hopeless now. They might start fighting for a position relatively soon, or maybe in hopes of catching Cameron Reed, because she's starting to fade away from the leaders.
Yeah, definitely. She's starting to fade away, and I tell you why that is here, Rocco. Looking at the lap times, Kelvin Zing is by far the quickest driver on the racetrack. A 56.5 the last time around, a 56.3 the lap prior to that. So he is definitely pushing Frank along here at the moment and pushing themselves further and further away from those GFCs and further away of Cameron Reed, who's just trying to get any ounce of pace that she can out of that CRG machine. But that gap to Seville opens up to 2 seconds now. Their lap times look like 56.7, so the top 2 running 0.2 quicker than anybody else here this weekend, and absolutely unheard of. This is not what you'd expect to see in a 206 race, to see 2 drivers pull away from the rest of the field. A group of about 5 is just absolutely insane.
We have an operation like their team working together so flawlessly, it's really hard to compete. I mean, these drivers I think Harold tried to fade low on Kilgo there, but when you have 2 drivers working together so well as teammates, I know Reagan Seville and Jacob Oliver are teammates, but they are struggling in this main event. It's really, really hard to match that. Reed by herself, hard to catch up. She's losing about a 10th per lap on them. She's still driving very quickly, and even I think she's still pulling away from this group from a 4th on back. So she's kind of in a safe little pocket right now. If she can keep that pace up and not make too many mistakes, she could possibly hold on to that 3rd place position as we're coming to 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. The fighting for 4th on back is going to kick off relatively soon, and it might do the same up in the front.
Yeah, for sure. Cameron Reed, she has more pace than the drivers behind, running identical lap times, so the drivers further on back not going to be able to close down here if Cameron Reed keeps up this pace, and she continues to try and get more and more pace out of her machine here. But a car length separates those 2 drivers, about 12 seconds to go, 10. Frank's going to get 3 laps to go this time around, so 2.6 not in the air, but 2.6 are in the air this time around, and It's been a wild race so far, but look at the championship here, Rocco. Reagan Seville came into the weekend with 770 points, leading the championship. Bryce Frank was in second, 73 points back. He already has about 2 heat race victories, could be 3 heat race victories to his name so far this weekend. So this is going to be major championship implications going into Amarillo. This championship is going to swing the way of Bryce Frank here this weekend with how good he's done and with how good they've worked together, and the battling starting to ensue there further back. But Reagan Seville, I think, unfortunately, may lose the championship points lead going into Amarillo on what he looked to clinch this weekend, and unfortunately, that's not going to happen here because those MGMs have absolutely been rolling here this time around. The white flag will be in the air, and the fighting will definitely kick off for P4 on back. Sorry, 2 to go this time by, so 2 to go now, and you see those 2 drivers pointing forward, wanting to get their way up, and for Cameron Reed, still trying to find more pace, still trying to push that little bit more. But again, they still haven't been able, she still hasn't been able to close out her gap. And further back, Reagan Seville, that gap falls back to just at 2.5 seconds. And he's starting to defend. They're starting to battle. Everybody side by side there further back. Seville fighting with Harrell. Oliver got dropped there. And Carter Kilgo as well. Oliver fell all the way back to 7th that time around with Alfred Alvarez Castillo. So, man, some weekends you're on it. And unfortunately for this weekend, for Reagan Seville, something amiss. He's not, unfortunately, in contention for the race victory. And there goes Carter Kilgo on the inside of Jensen Harrell. What a move there by Carter Kilgo to get up there ahead of the Kart Republic. He's now going to chase down Reagan Seville. This time by for the MGMs, white flag in the air.
Yeah, this is not the scenario that Reagan Seville wanted, because if he could have clinched the title here at DKC, he would have used his drop race to go on vacation for Amarillo, but I think he's going to have to put those boots back on because these 2 up in front are working flawlessly and just decimating this field right now. They've dropped Cameron Reed in 3rd, and everybody out back is still fighting. I mean, the fastest lap now from Kelvin Singh, they both are in the 56.2s, about 0.2 a lap quicker than anybody else, including Cameron Reed on the track. So, I mean, I wonder what team orders are in store for this main event, Caleb.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm having in question as well. Those 2 drivers working flawlessly. The fastest lap of the race last time around at the second to last lap is absolutely unheard of at a place like this. But those 2 MGMs have been flawless all weekend long. Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing, those 2 might as well cross the finish line together. And it seems like they're not going to fight it out too much. It's been a long time coming this year, but Bryce Frank going to take the checkered flag and win in Caddo Mills. Kelvin Zing across the line in 2nd. A 1-2 for MGM and a 1-2 for the AR Academy. Cameron Reed comes across in 3rd, and she's able to complete your podium. 2 MGMs and a CRG on the podium here across the line next. Carter Kilgo crosses the line in 4th. Harrell crossed the line down in 5th. Alfred Alvarez Castillo 6th. And Reagan Seville crossed the line down in 8th. So a major battle occurred there further back, and Seville lost a whole lot of time, finishing even behind his teammates. So major swing in the championship here. But how about that for the 2 AR Academy drivers who win here this weekend in Caddo Mills? We'll be right back after this quick commercial break with some kart recovery getting set to go underway.
These charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website.
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Masters out on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup here. Martin Stone and Pierce Baldus starting on row number 1. Brent Harper and Evan Kozak on row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Miguel Mir and Adamar Caligaro. In row 4, it'll be Stupai and Pregande. On row 5, Kyle Walter and Randall Rogers.
Neil Faulkner, Slade Miller slated to start on row number 6. Kogan Wright, Janae Din on row 7. Jared Gasper and Anna Kozak on row 8.
Hutchins and Wen on row 9, Burkett and Cherry on row 10.
So those two drivers not here this weekend, and unfortunately I think nobody else can populate. I was going to say whoever else populates also isn't here this weekend, unfortunately, but we look onto the racetrack. That Ricky Flynn OTK powered by Dallas Kart Complex getting set to lead us to the green flag. The Brit, this is, I guess, a home race for him away from home. He's able to get it done here. He's been able to do it in the heat races. Green flag is up, though. We are racing. And he's able to get it done, and it's number 1 to the lead. Pierce Baldus going to lose a spot there to Brent Harper, who's already up to 2nd, and everybody else side by side further back in the field. Caligaro able to get a really good start as well. He's behind Evan Kozak now, and everybody else sliding through. Pregande in this group, and a Kozak in that group as well. Janae Din is in that group further back in the field, but everybody else single file line and going to follow the Brit along at the Dallas Kart Complex.
Fantastic start from Harper. It seems that every session we have, he gets better and better. Improving on his race pace. As you see now, that's Baldus going down the inside of Harper. He's just going to hold it around the outside simply, and now you see, I believe that is that's Mir going down the inside of Baldus, and I think Kozak is going to try as well, but he files back right behind Baldus, so they're gonna all go single file through your opening corner.
Yeah, he's able to get it done. There's Baldus looking again on Miguel Mir. Looking on the inside. Can he get it done in turn number 3? They're still going side by side. He's able to get it done. Miguel Mir not happy at all there with Pierce Baldus after that move. So Mir going to have his sights set back up to the front. And Mir, who has, had this championship year in, year out. This year, it's been an up and down year so far. Hasn't had his race win so far. And he's looking to get it done. Just been an up and down year, to say the least, here for Miguel Mir after what started with heartbreak at AMR Homestead at the start of the year. Pierce Baldus, they're both championship rivals here, so you see why they're going to fight for the lead here and for the spots, because every spot matters for them, so they're obviously going to fight it out here. Mir looking back at his teammate in Caligaro, telling them to work together and push their way up. One driver off the racetrack, I believe that's Anna Kozak, unfortunately, wife of Evan Kozak there, going side by side now with Miguel Mir. He's able to get through on his teammates, so Mir's able to get through. Kozak going to fall back 2nd in their group, and another Cruise Racing Development driver there in the Caligaro going to be just at the back of that pack. But for Brent Harper and Martin Stone pulling away, and he saw his driver, his ex-driver, I should say, get a win earlier on today in the Formula 1 race, Lando Norris, and now his ex-mechanic for that World Championship race. Martin Stone going to look to get a win today, so we'll see what Stone can do as Brent Harper looks to chase them down on what's been a good return for him this weekend in the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Yeah, Brent Harper, last time by, it was a 0.4 of a second. He's dropped about a 10th behind Stone, so Harper making pretty good progress on Stone. He may just decide to, at this point in the race, he has such a big gap behind. He has about a whole second to Baldus and 2 seconds to Mir, so he really needs to focus on getting to the back of Stone and pushing him forward to get away from the rest of the drivers, because this main event is so long. There's nothing else you really need to do at this point in the race.
Yeah, the gap kind of staying consistent there, so he's able to get it done that time around. And for Brent Harper, who's in 2nd, he looks to close it down just about 3 car lengths at the moment, looking to close down on Martin Stone, who's been super consistent, has a lot of laps around this racetrack, and both the old format and now the new revamped format here this weekend. So doing a good job so far. But Pierce Baldus, we saw him earlier this weekend, kind of trying to figure out his carburation here, and he seems to have figured it out. And I mean, for a driver who was over at the Road Racing Nationals just last week at Hallett, at the Hallett track, not too far away from his home, he's able to go up to second, but not where he wants to stay. Because last week, that's pretty much what he saw in those Road Racing Nationals. Finished second a whole lot, and he said he was very unhappy about that and wanted to come into this weekend and take a win and finally get that monkey off his back that he's had so far in this month, and for the first time become a race winner as a dad at the same time. So congratulations, obviously, to the Baldus family on the newborn baby just 8 weeks ago. And Pierce said it was a different challenge, to come off the racetrack and to be there with his kid and to do both at the same time also has been a new challenge for him, and he wants to kind of get it done here today to show to have that first race win as a dad. So he's going to chase down Martin Stone, but a big gap and a tall last so far for Baldus. That gap currently sits about half a second, so still some time to gain here. And then further back with Miguel Muir, second in the championship. He sits in the fourth spot, looking to close down his gap up to Brent Harper.
Miguel Muir, so you have Harper fading back, and Miguel Muir, he's losing a tenth of a second on Stone per lap. And you have Baldus working his way very slowly towards the back of Stone. It seemed that Harper tried and couldn't do it, so now Baldus is trying his best to close up to the back of Stone. So it's those two breaking away right now, and it may be, we thought it would have been Harper and Stone, but it may be Stone and Baldus now. As you see, Mir, Kozak, and Klagaro, they're all evenly spread out. The top three are starting to kind of close in now, so we'll see what transpires of that. You have Baldus closing rapidly now. He's about 0.3 tenths of a second, or should I just say 3 tenths of a second behind Martin Stone. So we see them come through turn 3, and Baldus still making up quite a bit of ground. He's in that draft now, so he'll make even more ground up on the straightaways and probably suck right up to the back of that bumper and push away from Harper.
Yeah, looking to push away here from Brent Harper at the moment. And Miguel Muir, heartbreak for him to start off his year. Was contending for a Winter Series championship out at an AMR Homestead, and it all just kind of fell apart for him in the last race of that short championship, the preseason championship for the SCUSA Pro Tour. And ever since then, just been a spell of bad luck for Miguel Muir, and just a lot of gremlins for him this year as well. And he's looked to kind of get his way up there, looked to push his way up there. But one driver way off the racetrack here on our main straightaway that looked to be Randy Rogers, I think, over here by our scale tower. And he can come hang up with us here in the AC if he'd like. We're just up those stairs, but unfortunate there for Randy Rogers to find himself off the racetrack here in that one.
Yeah, unfortunate. He definitely would probably appreciate that AC just because of how hot it is out there. So Stone and Baldus now kind of pulling a gap away from Harper. Harper struggling to keep up with them. Keep close. I mean, he's still within a few tenths of a second, so he's definitely not been dropped too much. And he definitely has been showing his pace. I think, we have Baldus go down the inside of Martin Stone to change for the lead. That's our first change for the lead in the whole race. Martin Stone has been pretty comfy up front. Harper tried, and now there's a switchback. You have Stone go back down on the inside of Baldus, so he was the new leader for a second. Stone back to the inside.
Yeah, we definitely have a fight on our hands here. Martin Stone fell under fire under Baldus. See if he fades low. He does. Looking on the inside. Stone going to cover there, and he's able to stay ahead. Side by side there, further back in the field for Pierce Baldus. Brent Harper brought right back into play in this Kart Republic machine. They're all kind of single file here at the moment. And what is Baldus going to do? Is he going to try and go here in the bull? They're going to go side by side. Oh, and Stone looks to close off the door. Can't get it done. Baldus was there on the inside. They make a little bit of contact. Able to continue going there, but that was a really, really close call there, Rocco. I've been on the bad end of a moment like that, and very, very scared for those drivers.
Yeah, they were leaning on each other in a very quick part of the racing zone, coming to that into the braking zone right there, into the bowl. So thankfully, not too much transpired from that. They're all still clean and on the racetrack. I think Miguel Muir now, he's only 1.3 seconds away from your leader, so they're fighting Neil Faulkner out of this race now. But as we go back to the leaders, they're fighting really hard right now, and Miguel Muir and others are catching up. You have Stone on the inside, Baldus really putting the pressure down on Stone now, and Harper is able to catch back up, so it's a three-way fight up in front, and it will eventually become possibly even a six-way fight for the lead.
Yeah, so a little bit of a racing incident there the lap prior, all smooth and clean this time around for Martin Stone and Pierce Baldus, but all this fighting has kind of given new life to Miguel Muir, to Kozak, It's Adamar Caligaro, the two Cruise Racing development drivers there. And what does Baldus do? Fades low. A deep dive there. He's able to get it done. Does Stone trying to set up the over-under here once again? Baldus going to have to try and fend him off. Not going to be close enough for Stone that time. Looks to fade again. Going to have to stay in line here in second. So now we'll see if Baldus is going to try to block it off here, or does Stone have a good enough front to go back there? Look at on the inside, couldn't get it done.
One thing that he's doing for sure is making this race interesting, the way how he keeps throwing overtakes on Martin Stone here. You can see Neil Faulkner with an issue there in the infield. We saw him cut to the cameras the previous lap, so he is unfortunately out of this race. But now still your top 6 all within shouting distance. 5th and 6th, Kozak and Caligaro kind of fading away from Miguel Amir as he sucks up to the back of Harper. So we'll see if they fight any more up in front. It seems that Baldus is starting to kind of put a bit of a gap on Stone, so I wonder if Stone's struggling a little bit to keep up with Baldus here. As well as Harper now kind of falling into the clutches of Mir. But as I say that, Kozak and Caligaro are both catching Miguel Amir now. So it seems that the top 6 are starting to kind of close up. And as you see that, Martin Stone goes down the inside of Pierce Baldus. Harper tries to get on the outside and get a run on Baldus. Can't do it there. Baldus back down the inside of Stone. So they're just going to keep throwing overtakes on each other. They're going to bunch up all 6 drivers here, including both Kozak and Caligaro. Now Stone back to the inside. He fades back. He has Miguel Amir now drilling down the inside of Harper with a huge run. So he's now into 3rd. Harper falls down to 4th place. Kozak on his bumper giving pressure now. They're all a bit evenly spread out going through the chicane and to the sequential hairpins. No moves into the first overtaking zone. You usually see it more being popular in the second part of this sequence of corners. So still all single file, all the same in the order from the middle point of that last lap. So we'll see if there's a move here. Stone very close now to the back of Baldus. We could see him fade low. He does. And now down to the inside goes Stone on Baldus. Back to the lead. There's a switchback though. Baldus gets the edge on him. So now about a kart length. They're about side by side. Stone has the inside, so he takes the lead. Coming into 4-5. Miguel Amir now on the scene, trying to put pressure on Pierce Baldus.
Yeah, Baldus, again, you saw him there on the carburetor, making a little bit of an adjustment to his carburation. Looking to find some last second speed here at the later stages of this race. And we talked about Miguel Amir, the reigning champion of the series. He's been the reigning champion for about 7 years running. So this guy has definitely done a good job in the closest championship battle that he's had. It was last year with Morgan LeBaron. It all fell apart for LeBaron at the final round at Sweet Sports Racing Park. And the year prior to that as well with Robbie Mott, who took the fight up to Miguel Amir. And this time, a new variable for him this weekend, Pierce Baldus making the switch over from road racing over to sprint racing here at the Texas Racing Series. The driver from Kansas out here and doing a good job to take the fight up to Martin Stone as well, who does a couple of one-offs here at the Texas Racing Series and started the year off with the Ryan Perry Motorsports Group, moved over to the Rawson Performance Group as well. And again, he's had the pace every single weekend to contend for race wins every week. And as well for Miguel Amir, who runs nationally with the Orsolin Racing Team, as well as Sebastian Garzon, who we saw race earlier on today. But Miguel Amir now looking to close down his gap and potentially get himself with his first race win of the year. Stone going to defend. He fades low to the middle of the racetrack. That's going to bring Pierce Baldus right back into play. Stone still looking to defend. Baldus looking to get a move done. Not close enough to get the switchback. Personal best lap time that time by for Martin Stone, having to defend even. So a lot more pace still left in that OTK machine powered by Dallas Kart Complex. And there goes Baldus. Looks low, goes high. Stone going to defend. Everybody else going to get stacked and packed. Adamar Caligaro in this group as well. He's in the 6th spot. Kozak joining the party. Miguel Amir looking to fade low. Can't get the move done.
Yeah, he looked for it, but it was a disappearing line as that corner is so tightly driven whenever you're in a race pace. So everybody's still kind of sit pretty in their positions going through the bowl. You had Miguel Amir in 3rd place. He's trying to get up into that lead, though, as everybody else is. They're all fighting for position. So into the sequence of hairpins, you have Baldus go down the inside of Stone. He takes the lead of the race. He tried last lap and couldn't do it because Stone was covering the inside. But now you have Baldus up to the lead, new leader. Miguel Amir still waiting. As you see further back, Caligaro goes down the inside of Kozak to take 5th place through turn 1. now with the huge run. We see an overtake here almost every single time. So Stone going to go to the inside. And oh my goodness! Oh my gosh! A pile up. They've all crashed.
All of your 6 front runners have gotten collected here. Pierce Baldus got collected. Evan Kozak got collected. Who's going to emerge in the lead? David Pergande is your new leader. All 6 drivers got collected in one incident there with a move for the lead. And out of nowhere, the AR Academy driver has emerged at the point of the field with 1.5 minutes to go. This is racing. This is what can happen week in and week out. Everybody's surprised. David Pergande isn't, though. He's your new leader here today.
This is the exact scenario everybody wishes for whenever they're in no man's land. This is why you should never give up, even if you're falling behind during a race, because anything can happen. I've never seen that before in all my 4 weekends of commentary. A big crash of the pile up between all your 6 leaders. Absolutely incredible. So now you have Pergande with the lead. He has a 2-second gap to Stupe. Walter managed to get out of that kerfuffle as well as Baldus, so they're about 7 seconds back. Unfortunate. It will be really crazy for them to catch back up with 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So I would almost give this to Pergande unless he makes some sort of crazy, unfortunate mistake. Stupe about 2 seconds back. So if anything happened, your new podium would be Pergande, Stupe, and Walter.
This is absolutely insane. David Pergande was sitting there in 7th in no man's land, gained 7 spots in one corner after the top 6 drivers wrecked for the race win there. This is absolutely insane. 18 seconds to go. Going to be 2 laps to go the next time he comes around, and Stupe is definitely on the horse here, seeing himself in the 2nd spot, looking to close down his gap. And for Miguel Mir and a couple of others, Caligaro, everybody able to get back going, but they're going around really, really slow with pretty bent go-karts. And how about it for David Pergande out of nowhere? He was at the right place at the right time. He was there to pick up the leftovers and emerges in the lead.
I just want to say how Stupe in 2nd put a lap time about 7/10 quicker last time by than your leader. So it could be really close here with 2 laps to go as they come around to the 2 sticks. So you can see the flagger holding the 2 sticks, waiting for Pergande to round these 2 hairpins here. Stupe, he's getting closer and closer every single time we see him in frame. Let's see what the delta looks like when he crosses the line this time. So Pergande across the line, 2 laps to go, and Stupe only 1/10 of a second that time by. So maybe just a mistake from Pergande on that lap, which made him lose so much time, but he seems to be back underway and up to pace.
Yeah, definitely able to get it done this time around. He's going to get the white flag in the air, but man, David Pergande definitely has a smile on his face and trying to hold on for dear life to hold on to this race win for the AR Academy here. They won just a couple of moments ago, and 206 Senior came across with a 1-2, and how about it for them? I'm sure Alan Rudolph is absolutely ecstatic there on the fence line watching his Masters driver come away with this one here. And wow, Pergande just has to keep it on the racetrack from this point on to hold on to the race win, Rocco.
Yeah, I'm still pretty in shock about what just happened with our top 6 of just a few laps ago. It's crazy how the racing gods can sometimes bless a driver that is far back in the field. I mean, that's crazy to have 6 positions made in one corner, especially how it happened. I mean, it was like a domino effect. You had one driver go, and then all the other drivers couldn't really get around, and they all piled up in that barrier that you just see on the right side of the screen in turn 3. So Pergande seems to be in I don't think Stupe is going to be able to catch him. It was about 2/10 quicker last time by, and he can't make a 9/10 gap in one lap unless there's something crazy going on with the leader. So as he comes around the final part of the track, give it away, Caleb.
This is it, the final couple of corners here for David Pergande. He was in 7th just 3 laps ago. He emerged in the lead after a big wreck in between your top 6, but that's all he needed. The racing gods have definitely played in his favor, and David Pergande is going to win in KA 100 Masters. Across the line in 2nd, Doug Stupe. Kyle Walter going to round up your podium here.
Baldus came across in 4th. Miguel Mir going to recover to 5th place. Din, Caligaro, Wynn, Hutchins, and Kozak, your top 10.
A lot of pickup getting set to come underway. Again, the black and checkered flag waving in the air, so a lot of review to go after this one's over, but pickup there for Martin Stone and a couple of other drivers. We'll wait for that to get underway. When we come back, we'll bring you your official winner, but it looks pretty good here for David Pergande and the AR Academy. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
very action-packed K100 Masters race here. 206 Juniors getting set to go underway with already a one-time race winner on the day. Nathan Golseth looks to go back-to-back and sweep the junior categories here this weekend in 206 Junior. Let's run you down your starting lineup here. 206 presented by Civil Electric and 206 Heavy presented by TB Kart. Nathan Golseth, Robert Morena starting on the front row.
Row 2 it'll be Thomas Smith and Chris Tracy. Row 3 has Brandon Green and Shelby Ramirez on it. Row 4 will be Maui Antel and Weston Criddle.
You go back to Lucas Mink, Shotgun Charlie on the field in 206 Junior. Then for your 206 Heavy, Madison Knox starting alongside Nick Miller on the front row. Christopher White starting third here. So those are your starters here this weekend in 206 Heavy and 206 Junior. Golseth already with one to win to his name. That's the one that he wanted, the K Junior one, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot of fun here this weekend in 206 Junior, already getting that pressure off his shoulders once already. So we'll remove this graphic here from your screens and get set to go with the start of our race. One driver with issues at the 300 having issues, but we go on to the main straightaway. Nathan Golseth there, side by side, green flag in the air. We are racing. Golseth able to get to the lead. Smith looking to take it away into turn number 1. He's able to get it done. Golseth drops the tire. Everybody going side by side. Golseth having to slot back in at third. Chris Tracy there looking on the inside of Golseth. He's able to get clear. Golseth losing a couple of spots here to start this one out. Contact further back. Ving gets together with Criddle. Criddle not happy with that at all.
Yeah, you saw it. Golseth almost get stuck on the edge of the track like we've seen a few drivers do earlier in the day. So he loses a few positions there. You had Smith just barrel his way into the lead, so a good start from him. And Arana, Chris Tracy, the teammates, falling closely behind. So they're coming around to start the second lap, I would say. Smith able to get the jump on Golseth on the start.
Yeah, he was able to have a good jump there and set that up quite nicely, starting from the outside. It just seemed like Golseth was struggling for grip there in the first couple of corners and lost a couple of spots. Unfortunately, had to pay for it there, but Thomas Smith looking, and Nathan Golseth able to go through on Chris Tracy. He's up to the third spot, and Smith's tapping the back of his helmet, wanting the help here from Robert Arena.
We'll see how fast Nathan Golseth can catch up to these two right here, because he's had a lot of pace all weekend. And with a driver like Chris Tracy from behind, if he can get a push, he'll catch up even quicker, or if not, even just tow Chris Tracy back up to the lead with that help of the draft. So we'll see what happens in the next few laps. Smith and Arana, though, doing very good up in front of just pushing. Arana, a driver who's been running 206 Junior for a good minute now, and running it back in the cadet classes too. So he knows, as I eat my words, he goes down the inside of Smith to take the lead, as Smith kind of tries to do with the over-under and gives a little bit of a bumper there. Probably not by purpose, but puts two wheels on the grass, and Nathan Golseth comes to the inside. They're 3 wide. Make contact, and Arana gets half spun, gets back going again, loses a handful of positions. Shelby Ramirez capitalizes and goes third place.
And being at the right place at the right time has definitely played off there for Nathan Golseth. Arana looking to go through on his teammate and Tracy. He's able to get it done, but 3 wide in a turn number 2 in 206 Junior is absolutely insane there, and Golseth emerges at the point of the field. Smith falls back to second. Shelby Ramirez, how about it? She's up in the third here, and what's been an up and down weekend for her, to say the least. She's had a good showing. She was the most recent 206 Junior race winner out in Crescent, over under the field, and got the win there. And now she's closing in on Thomas Smith, so we'll see what Shelby Ramirez has got in store in her Value Truck Company TB Kart South machine, the R2 Racing machine as well. So they're still going around, and then further back with your 206 Heavies. And we talk about Value Truck, we talk about R2 Racing, we talk about TB Kart South. Christopher White in the lead of that race, ahead of Madison Knox and Nick Miller, who's in third here at the moment. So White having a good showing, to say the least.
It's mostly been Madison Knox with the lead for the most of this weekend, but these three have been tightly knitted all weekend long, showing us that even though the field is small, they can still race very nice and clean. So Chris White now with the lead. You have Nick Miller just pushing along. So they're all really not fighting right now. You saw them all push together. There's nobody behind for them to fight with. So it's really just them trying to work together, because there's no point in fighting right now. They're already at the front of the pack. They can just work together until the timer runs out, and then they can settle positions on the last 2 laps if they want to. Shelby Ramirez now looking as best as she has all weekend, right out on the back of Smith getting pulled along and also just making up ground on Golseth. So they were at 7/10 last time by. It's getting a lot closer now. You see Golseth look over his shoulder. It's 3/10 gain this time by. So Smith gaining rapidly on Golseth. Shelby Ramirez following closely in third. She was our race winner, as you said, from last round. We'll see if she can do a repeat of that, because I think this is the highest she's been all weekend on this start.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely the highest she's been all weekend long as well, from Emily Angel, who's in the 5th spot for the AR Academy, and for Green as well, who finds himself in the 4th spot. So for a lot of these drivers, with that incident in between Arena and Smith, finds himself further back in the field again. Under investigation there, Thomas Smith, for the incident with Robert Arena and Nathan Golseth that prompted Golseth into the lead. So that'll be looked at post-race and given, I guess, dealt with accordingly. But for now, Smith provisionally in P2 and chasing down Nathan Golseth and doing a good job so far. A lot of pace in his machine, but consistency for Golseth has definitely been the name of the game to get himself and to maintain his half-a-second gap ahead of the CRG right behind him.
Sometimes it might be a little hard to tell when you're going 3 wide, as we see. I think that is the 309 of Green going down the inside of Shelby Ramirez, as well as Angel going down on the inside of her as well. So Ramirez loses 2 positions, goes all the way down to 5th place, getting pressure from Arana as well. But that 3 wide incident we had, perhaps Arana on the outside just couldn't tell that they were 3 wide. That happens sometimes before you see drivers get sandwiched like that. He points, pretty sure that's Angel getting pointed forward by Green to go and lead them forward to try and catch up to Smith. Smith still within a shot of Golseth. He lost about a 10th there last time by, so we'll see what happens when we come back on the checkered again. The timing updates every time when they come around, so it was a 10th gained in the favor of Golseth last time. We'll see as they cross the line this time. It will be the exact same, so nothing really gained or lost there from Smith, and they're all still following to try to kill this time.
Yeah, Smith's tapping the back of his helmet there and asking Angel for a little bit of a push, but unfortunately not close enough there for Maui to really give that push to Thomas, and he is close enough now, and continuing at everybody tapping forward in unison there, back of the helmet, pointing forward, and we'll see how much they want to work together if they do want to switch positions. So they're happy to chase down Nathan Golseth and not let him get away in this one.
Yeah, so now that Smith has Angel there to work together, they're probably going to make more progress now on Golseth with a pushing partner. Angel also, it seems that this whole field has switched up now because there's a bunch of drivers that seem a lot more racy and way further up in the front, or not way further, but just up in the front than earlier in the weekend. So a really good 206 junior final here from all these drivers. So now when they come across the line this time by, it is the exact same again. So it's been stagnant so far. That third group of 3 trying to catch up as well. So Nathan Golseth by himself is faster than a group of 2 and a group of 3. And as I say that, you can see the draft coming into play. Smith now right on the bumper of Nathan Golseth, and they've caught him in just one straightaway.
Yeah, they've definitely done a good job to close down their gap to Nathan Golseth here and to get onto their bumper there. So it's just at half a car length between those 2 drivers, and looking to deny Golseth from a perfect sweep in junior categories this weekend. Further back with your 206 heavies, Christopher White still leading them away. They're going side by side at the moment there. Christopher White on the bottom of the racetrack. Madison Knox at the top. Miller looking to push Knox through. Side by side, Madison Knox around the outside in her VLR. She's able to get to the point with Trackside Karting Surfaces. And Christopher White, the TB Kart South R2 Racing team, going to slot back in a line there behind Madison Knox. And I mean, we saw the thing with Christopher White that was different for him. His line was a little bit more narrow going into the kink there, which was ultimately affecting him just that little bit. Now it seems to be working quite nicely and making whatever bit of adjustment he had to make. But back with your 206 juniors, Thomas Smith now on the rear bumper here of Nathan Golseth going into turn number 3.
Yeah, and as you see Shelby Ramirez go down the inside of, I believe that was Green there. Did they make contact?
Green goes into the grass. Green was into the gravel there for a second, able to rejoin the racetrack there, but Ramirez wanted to go for that move. She's ahead of Angel as well, so behind Angel, but again, she was able to get through. Arena got through as well, but that was probably going to be looked at as well after the race with a little bit of contact in between those 2 drivers of Ramirez and Green. So the race continuing to go on. Nathan Golseth still leading by a car length.
Yeah, Golseth doing a great job here up in the lead without a pushing partner, as you said. still having that commanding lead. I mean, it was 3/10 last time by, 3/10 this time by. So though those two drivers have the draft, it's still pretty hard to catch up to Nathan Golseth in the corners. Shelby Ramirez and Robert Arana, two drivers that are pushing together right now, trying to catch up. You see Smith now go down the inside of Nathan Golseth. They both get down the inside. Both Angel and Smith get on the inside of Nathan Golseth, demote him to P3.
Yeah, Smith able to get to the lead. Maui Angel in second for the AR Academy, and then the Arcade Motorsports driver and Nathan Golseth in the third spot, looking to close in on these two drivers side by side now from Maui. Who is Nathan Golseth going to choose to go with? It's going to be with Maui. Smith looking to hold on to it around the outside, has to brush the brakes there a bit because Golseth was coming in hot there.
Yeah, that was pretty close there. You saw him jam on the brakes to try and give Golseth route because it was really tight there coming through that king before the pole. So your new leader, Angel, as I see Golseth go down the inside of Angel to take the lead. So he points forward again. They have 5 minutes left to go, so it's coming down to the closing stages of this race. Your top three still very close. Shelby Ramirez and Robert Arana trying really hard to try and catch up to those leaders.
Pass for the race lead in 206 heavy. Christopher White has retaken it here in the second and last hairpin. He was able to go through. Madison Knox falls back to the second spot. So the Value Truck Company TB Kart going to lead us away here, and Nathan Golseth going to lead us away in 206 Junior. They're going side by side there in heavy. Madison Knox going on the outside and not going to be close enough to get it done. Looking to set up an over-under. Miller looking to work with her, but they're going side by side there. And Miller going to slot back in the line. We look back on with our 206 Juniors that are bumper to bumper there for a second. White looking to fade low to defend here from Madison Knox, taking the normal racing line. They're going side by side. It gets close here, wheel to wheel. Madison Knox looks to set up the over-under. She gets into the rear of Christopher White. That could have ended badly there for Knox, who was 2 wheels in the air. And that was close, but gives Christopher White a little bit of a gap at the front end. You talk about gaps non-existent here in 206 Junior between Maui Angel and Nathan Golseth.
Yeah, a bit of a hiccup, but a good save not to waste any more time. Getting back underway by Madison Knox. So you see your two leaders out in front. They have dispatched Smith into the realm of Ramirez and Arana. So that group of three now needs to work back up the lead and help the best he's looked all weekend in this race. So working together with Nathan Golseth, a handful of pace. We'll see what happens when we get down to the 2:06 to go. I think he's just going to be happy with pushing Golseth, as he knows he's been the leader all weekend. There's nobody that is relatively quicker than Golseth. So if that is your pushing partner, you're definitely with the right pushing partner. So this second group here now with Smith, Ramirez, and Arana all working together. You see Smith tap his head. Everybody seems to agree, but we'll see if they agree when they get down to the back straight with this big run. As I say that, Shelby Ramirez now pulls down to the inside with Arana. So they're both working together to get around Smith and down to the inside. Smith covers the door, tries his best to squeeze Shelby Ramirez down to the apex. Smith holds on to that P3 position. So a really good little defensive driving from there to hold the outside on Ramirez. Arana gets a spot on Ramirez as well. So it is Smith, Arana, and Ramirez 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, everybody still holding together here. And for Smith, Arana, and Ramirez, Arana was up there and fighting for the race. Heat wins there earlier on today. He's going to go side by side with Smith. Arena's able to get through. They hook bumpers. Those two get together, and they're going to slow down a lot. Smith hooked the rear bumper there of Arana, and he loses a lot of time. Ramirez is able to take advantage and go through, so she's back up into the fourth spot and on the edge of the podium. Smith looking to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 1. He's looking to get through. He's clear that time around.
Hey, you said at the edge of the podium. I think the gloves are already off for the third place position because they're really not focusing on working together to go forward anymore. I mean, I don't know if they would be able to go forward because of how efficient these two up in front are. It's really hard to catch them whenever you don't have a visual marker seeing yourself making any progress. So they've decided to start fighting amongst themselves for the final crumbs on that podium. But your two leaders up in front working completely peacefully together. No changes for the lead. Angel still in second, pushing Golseth around. So Smith and Ramirez 4th and 5th. We'll see if Ramirez tries to push Smith back up to Arana or get around. It'd be in her favor as of right now because, or in her favor to push Smith because as of right now, he's right there. So if they don't catch Arana, her best finishing position can still be 4th. So it's just a really good idea right now to try and catch back up those two to even get a chance of getting on that podium.
Yeah, definitely going to be critical for all these drivers to try and hold on to the spots that they got. And we go back to 206 heavy. The lead has changed once again. Madison Knox has been able to get to the point. Christopher White falls back to second. Nick Miller staying there in third and looking to close down his gap. As Christopher White looking to close in, a little bit narrow on the exit. Going to scrub off a lot of speed there for White, unfortunately. And Miller looking around the outside on White to set up an over-under, get himself up to second. That worked out quite nicely. White looks to move to the bottom. And Maverick loses a lot of time there in the third spot, so that's not going to fall into his hands. And that was unfortunate there, but we move back with our 206 juniors. Nathan Golseth going through the last couple of hairpins now into the second to last hairpin there. He's able to get through. Everybody else, Arena there further back. Knox there as well. And here we go with Nathan Golseth. Half a car length in between them. 42 seconds to go here left in this one, Rocco.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 2 laps to go next time by. So these two leaders now completely gone from the rest of the field. They're 4 seconds from the next quickest guy in third of Arana. And Arana has a second gap between him and fourth. So he's pretty comfy on the podium right now as long as he keeps it clean. And those guys behind him don't work together too much to catch back up to him. As it seems right now, they are still fighting quite a bit. So your two leaders up in front, working together flawlessly. They'll get the 2.6 to go this time by. And when those 2.6 fly up in the air, you'll see a completely different mindset from Angel. He'll stop working together with Golseth and really try to work against him.
He's definitely going to try and continue to push. And again for Maui Angel, if I'm not mistaken, this could be his career best finish if he's able to hold on to the podium here. Being in second has definitely showed a lot of pace so far this weekend. 2.6 in the air. The fight is on, and Nathan Golseth, very similar to what we saw with Robert Arena yesterday, telling Maui to continue to push forward, to continue to get away from the rest of the field. They're 5 seconds up on Arena, actually. So this is looking good for Nathan Golseth, and further back, Madison Knox as well has a pretty good gap ahead of Christopher White.
Yeah, gloves are about to come off in this 206 junior class with 1.5 laps left to go. Angel is really trying to brainstorm a spot to make the move. There's only a few real overtaking spots on this track. You have the 2 hairpins in the final sector, and you have turn 3 after that long front straight. As you see now, you have Angel go down the inside of Golseth on the straight, a huge run to get it down on the inside of the bowl. So your new leader is Angel for the first time this week. Weekend, my mistake. And Golseth now has to make that position back. Is he going to go down the inside of the hairpin? He is. Back to the inside goes Golseth. And he gets crowded down to the bottom, has to go to the grass on the inside of the track. So Angel not giving it up easy.
Yeah, Golseth was a little too far back that time around to get the move done. But he's going to have one more go at it here for the last couple of corners. What does Maui do? He's going to have to defend here. Does he go to the bottom? He doesn't. Look at a crowd. Golseth looking to sneak his way through. Maui to the bottom side of the racetrack. Golseth looking to set up an over-under. Maui went a little too deep there on the corner. Golseth emerges at the point of the field. He's now going to have to defend here from Maui to try and hold on and sweep the junior classes here this weekend. He's able to get it done. That gap opens up to about a car length. Maui put up a fight. I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Golseth's going to defend and hold off Maui Angel into the bowl. And Maui looking at the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to get it done there. Golseth around the outside, looking to get it back here. Maui was able to get it done in the bowl. The AR Academy leading us away in 206 Junior. Golseth has the run at the bottom of the racetrack. Looking on the inside. He's able to get clear. They go side by side, make a little bit of contact. Maui ends up on the grass. Golseth's going to win provisionally here, but we'll see what happens and how it ends up in the end. Maui Angel definitely put up a great fight. Robert Arena finishes in the third spot. And back with your 206 heavy, Madison Knox, Christopher White fighting it out here.
Yeah, Madison Knox been trading positions with Chris White this whole time, so we'll see if he has anything in the final few corners. Doesn't do it in the first hairpin. There's one more chance. He goes down to the inside. Doesn't do it. So Madison Knox is going to round the final corner to take the win in 206 heavy, as Chris White is oh so close to taking that win, gets second place. And you have Nick Miller rounding off your podium in 206 heavy.
Yeah, Christopher White absolutely deflated when he crossed the stripe. Came oh so close to a 206 heavy race win, and Madison Knox was able to snag it away from him there. Some pickup getting set to come our way. When we come back, we go green with 3 more classes left on the weekend. Your shifter is getting set to go green. racetrack now. Your shifter is getting set to go green. And again, a wild finish to the 206 junior main event. As well for the heavies, Maui Angel, in only his second race ever, only been driving go-karts for 3 months, has put it on the podium. And after post-race review, could potentially even be a race win after post-race tech and everything to come. Even post-race penalties could even be a race win there, however the stewards deem that last couple of corners. But congratulations to Maui Angel nonetheless for having a great drive this weekend in only his second ever race and his first TSRS race this weekend. Getting it done here so far. So congrats to Maui, congrats to Goldseth, and congrats to Reina as well. But time to go and bang some gears with your shifters here. Jordan Musser, Nicholas Buau, starting on the front row.
On row 2, it'll be Cassard and Mendez. Row 3 has Noah Zarsk and Derek Proctor. And on row 4, it'll be Cameron Reed and Rod Fenard.
We go back to Alfred Albers, Del Castillo, and Dominic Trolio, who unfortunately DNF there at the end of heat race number 3. John Mosey starting shotgun Charlie on the field. So 11 drivers total here in the shifter class as we get them lined up and get set to bang some gears.
So they're all going to queue up and get ready for this main event. So I actually went and found Nicholas Poole earlier, and I asked him how he said it, and he said it's Poole.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
We've been saying it wrong.
We've been saying it all different kinds of ways. So yeah, but so it's definitely Bull. So they're all getting ready. They're going to check, and I think we're going to get the green flag, and we get the green flag. So a good start from the outside. Bull takes the whole shot and actually gets to the lead around Musser. What a great start from Bull. So you have Cassard in third, Musser in second place. I think a clean start from everybody. Zar's trying to get around the outside of somebody for fourth, and I think he gets it around the outside. I think that is Proctor there.
Yeah, Derek Proctor is able to get up into the 5th spot now. Luis Mendez, the AR Academy CRG machine, is currently 4th as they try to close down. Nicholas Bull going to start to defend here. So Bull looking to hold off Jordan Musser and Vincent Cassard. Musser looking on the inside, going deep on the brakes. Bull holds on to it around the outside. Cassard looking to pounce here in the 3rd spot. Everybody banging gears, getting up to speed. Musser looking on the inside into turn number 1. Not close enough to get it done. Cassard now going to put the pressure on Jordan Musser. What does Vincent Cassard decide to do? Does he go on Jordan Musser on the inside? He looks to get clear side by side. Musser a little bit sideways there on the exit. He loses spot and moves back to 3rd. But one driver gets collected there further back in the field. That looks to be Rod Clenard. Almost through the barriers there. So Rod out of this race early.
Ooh, a big impact into the wall. You can see how far he moved it back. The marshal's going to help him get out over the barrier, and hopefully we don't have to have any barrier repairs or anything like that. Bull still with the lead. So this is the really good start from Bull. We'll see now who has the most tire life. Who was, maybe Bull was waiting for the main event to really push on those tires because of his starting position, you know? I mean, it's all tactics. So your leaders now, Bull, Cassard, and Musser. Cassard now goes down the inside of Bull to take P1. Musser's going to try and follow through, but he stays in P3. So now Bull covering down the inside. Musser tries to get down underneath. Bull coming into turn 5.
Yeah, not close enough there for Jordan Musser, and I think Musser knows the pace that Vincent Cassard has in that CRG machine. He looks desperate to get around Bull here. He's fighting for the 2nd spot, and Cassard all the while pulling away here as Musser still looks to move ahead of the Mega Power Engines DKC entry here in the 2nd spot. There goes Musser on the inside. Bull has to concede. Musser now going to have his sights set on Vincent Cassard. These two drivers, probably 2 of the best drivers in the nation, and I'll even rank up of 2 of the best master shifter drivers in the entire world after what they did at the Super Nationals last year, taking it to the likes of Davide Ford, multi-time master shifter champion and multi-time shifter world champion as well. So Cassard and Musser now going to fight it out here. Your championship points leader and a driver who's doing a one-off, who holds on to the reigning championship. Hasn't done the first couple of races, is doing this one-off here at home in his own backyard in Dallas, racing out of the back of his truck, taking the fight here to Vincent Cassard, and a little bit of a warm-up for him before he goes to the Las Vegas Super Nationals at the end of the year with Superkarts USA.
Look at Noah Zarsk in P4. He just put down the fastest lap, and as I say that, Musser puts down the fastest lap of a 47 flat. So absolutely flying right now, pushing as hard as he can to try to catch up to the back of Vincent Cassard. Even though they've been preserving their tires this whole weekend, they still need to preserve the tire temperatures. They don't want to overcook those tires and lose all that grip that they've been fighting for this whole race. So you have Cassard pushing hard too, trying to keep that gap between him and Musser. He's going to defend really hard when Musser gets there, try and hold him up as much as possible. If he can back him up into Bull and Zarsk, it could be in Cassard's favor. Let's see if he fades low. He does not. Musser not really close enough to send it anyway, but will he do it into the last corner? Still no. And you have Zarsk coming right down onto the back of Bull there, and it'll become 2 groups of 2, Caleb.
Yeah, these 2 drivers in 1 and 2 definitely have a lot of respect for each other. Have raced each other multiple times on the national level and have raced each other as well. Many times before, raced each other earlier late last year, I should say, in November at the Las Vegas Super Nationals, and both of them in contention. Musser was in contention for the win, and for Cassard, he was in contention for a podium there as Noah Zarsk and Bull going at it here. 2 of the DKC locals who will probably have a lot of laps together or fighting it out here for the 3rd spot in the last of the podium places, because Jordan Musser to Cassard absolutely flying and checking out from the rest of the field here. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when does Jordan Musser look for the move here on Vincent Cassard. He's still looking on the rear bumper now and starting to pick up the pace here just a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely close enough now for the move. Just put down the fastest lap again, getting underneath the 47s of 46.993. So flying right now. He's deciding to still just sit there and sit behind Cassard. One thing he might be doing is putting the pressure on Cassard for now. So he has Cassard pushing on his tires more than Musser is. And by the time we get to the latter half of this race, Cassard may not have no more tires to work with, but at the same time, he is a veteran of the shifter class. He may not crack under pressure that easily. So we'll see what he does when Musser starts to put the pressure for real and try to go for the overtake. Will Cassard cover at all? I don't think he will. And Musser still just going to follow through. So not too aggressive up in front. They're just kind of trying to pull away from Bull in 3rd and Zarsk in 4th. So it was a 1.5 second gap. It has turned into almost a 2-second gap between your leaders and 3rd and 4th.
Fastest lap of the race that time by for Vincent Cassard of 46.904 was quicker than Jordan Musser. They were in the 2nd spot, but Musser all over the rear bumper there of that CRG. And then further back, Noah Zarsk and Bull going side by side. Zarsk to the bottom. He's able to get clear to move him up to P3. Bull looking to go on the inside. They make a little bit of contact. Wheel to wheel, nothing much, but they're going to go side by side into the straight. Noah Zarsk emerges in the 1st place, and back up to your leaders here. But Jordan Musser, this is probably the best shot that he's got. Going to look for the whole shot here. He's on the inside, looking to get through. Side by side, concerned around the outside, looking to hold on. He's able to get it done. These 2 drivers are giving us an absolute show here. Musser to the bottom of the racetrack, looking at a turn number 1. He's not close enough to get it done.
Simply inches apart from each other through those hairpins. It was really close. You saw Cassard crowding down to the apex to hold around the outside. Really good driving from Cassard there to hold the lead. But Musser still holding the pressure down, really putting, you see Cassard looking for his shoulder, drives a tight line through 4 and 5. Musser about a car length back out of this corner. He accelerates rapidly out these exits. So does Cassard, though. He has a good gap coming into the pole, and he's still holding on to that lead, Caleb.
Yeah, still holding on for now. But again, Jordan had a really good run the last time around. What does Musser want to do here as he looks at the bottom of the racetrack? Not going to be close enough this time by. And again, Cassard just fades low to defend from that Burrell Art machine in the 2nd spot. Musser again looks like he has a really good run here on the exit on the last corner, and I bet Noah Zarsk rubbing his hands together, seeing these 2 drivers, these 2 veterans fight it out for the race win and give himself another shot. There goes Musser to the bottom of the racetrack, not close enough to get that move done, and Noah Zarsk now getting closer and closer. He just set the fastest lap of the race, 2/10 quicker than your 2 leaders here. So look out, Noah Zarsk is on his way.
Vincent Cassard deep on the brakes into turn 3 to prevent Musser from getting down on the inside. So really impressive stuff with his braking ability. So we'll see what he can do now. He's been holding Musser behind for multiple laps now. So it's a really good defensive driving skill from Cassard as well. So we'll see if Musser is going to keep pressuring on Cassard, or is he going to try and sit there now and just let Cassard push and keep working in those tires, because we still have 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, personal best lap time there for Cassard of 46.6. For Musser, again, personal best lap time for him of 46.7. So a 10th quicker for Cassard the last time around. And I'll tell you, he's even quicker than these 2 drivers. The kid in 3rd place at the moment, Noah Zarsk, is absolutely flying here around his home track. He's pushing with everything that he's got. to close down the gap to these two veterans out ahead. So Zars definitely on the horse now and trying to close down his gap, and Musser, again, pulling back a little bit, looking to recollect. You know how physical a racetrack like this, it's bumpy, it has it all, a lot of G-forces through some of these corners, and again, super easy to make mistakes, to miss the gear, to drop a tire into the grass that can end your entire race. So for all these drivers to be going as fast as they're going, upwards of 80 miles an hour, to be able to keep it on the racetrack at the moment is super impressive, especially for a guy like Jordan Musser and especially for a guy like Vincent Cassard.
The tires are definitely coming in now. You see Vincent Cassard put down the fastest lap again, a 46.5, my mistake. And it's improving by lap. Same with Musser, another 46.5. So they're both identical on lap times. I mean, it's obvious the way how they've been inseparable this whole race. But Musser now, with a bit of a gap coming into the chicane, he pushes hard through it, trying to accelerate as quickly as he can to catch up to Cassard. Still about a kart length in. The way how these karts work, and not like single speeds where you can follow as closely, and it's a very smooth transition through the corner. There's a lot of gears to go through. You have to downshift into these corners while you're braking one-handed, so it's really a very aggressive way to charge into these corners with such a heavy go-kart. You see them hard on the brakes, and also another difference between this class and any of the previous ones is that this one has front brakes. So with the other classes, you see them hard on the brakes. The rear end will kick out because there's only that rear disc brake. With these ones, the bias can be changed on the side, and it's a very different kind of handling go-kart than any other classes.
That's a very good point there, Rocco. The front brakes definitely come into play, and you mentioned the bias. That's also super important, having that set perfectly so you can have yourself within a shot and comfortable enough to brake and to brake deep into these corners and to brake hard into these corners. So again, for a guy like Jordan Musser, who has to get hard on the brakes to try and pass Vincent Cassard, it's going to be imperative for him to kind of have the perfect bias. And these guys have these karts absolutely dialed with how much they've been driving and how often they've been doing a lot of work here. So again, into this corner, a 46.4 for Jordan Musser. He was a 10th quicker than Vincent Cassard, so Musser took his time, let off just a little bit. If he wants to let Cassard to burn up his tires, don't let him do it. But now it's time to get a move on. His time is running out, about 4.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, they seem to be improving their lap times a 10th by 10th every time they come around. Another personal best, or should I say session best, by Musser there, 46.4. So these two drivers are even pulling away from Noah Zarsk now as he starts to kind of fade away with a 46.7. Again, even Cassard now on the 46.4s. So as you look at Noah Zarsk, he goes down and puts another personal best. So Noah still 2.4 seconds behind, lost another 10th to your 2 leaders, so he's fading back, but he's comfortably in third place. Bull kind of falling back on him as well, about 2.5 seconds behind Zarsk. These two guys up in front, though, it's been a waiting game almost with Musser at this point. He's put a little bit less effort into trying to overtake Cassard and more effort into just pressuring him and to get into his head and to make a mistake. When you hear that kart from behind, you really start to think about it, if I need to cover off like Cassard just did. So now into this hairpin, we go around for another time. What is the gap now? It's the same. It's a 0.2 second gap. Zarsk, when he comes around, loses another 0.3, so he's fading back. These two guys untouchable right now up in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely untouchable in between these two drivers up at the front. But again, Jordan Musser has those moments where he, closes back in, lets off just a little bit, then closes back in and put the pressure on Vincent Cassard, force him to use those tires going low. And there goes Jordan Musser on the inside. They go side by side. Jordan Musser to the lead. Vincent Cassard emerges in second. And you see how much time Vincent Cassard lost there with that slick move by Jordan Musser, who's out in front. And now Cassard going to have to get back on it, but this is the biggest gap for the lead that we've seen all race long.
I know Vincent Cassard wasn't expecting that, especially on the very apex of turn 4, or turn 5, I should say. So surprise attack from Musser to get around Cassard. He falls back almost a second back on Musser now. He has to push as hard as he can now if he's going to catch back up, because we only have 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So a bit of time, a few more laps to go around DKC for these shifter drivers. So we'll see what the gap looks like next time by, but as of right now, Musser perfectly planned that attack and is now running away with it.
Yeah, and I really want to mention on why we're kind of used to saying master shifter drivers. Both of these drivers in first and second are master shifter drivers at the national level. They're master shifter drivers at the world level. as well. But we're used to saying that because we're seeing them on the racetrack now, you know. But they're racing senior. There's guys that are way younger than them in this field. These guys are probably twice the age of some of the drivers in this field. Cameron Reed, one of the youngest as well. She's about 18 years old. And Jordan Musser, I don't want to offend him, but he's probably twice the age of Cameron Reed. No offense to Jordan Musser, but he's driving like if he was 15 years old out there, putting in laps and having the pace that he's had and the physicality and with how physical this track has been. These drivers have showed their pace, have showed their class, and have showed their experience, and have showed the fitness and what it takes to wheel a shift kart around Dallas Kart Complex here this weekend, Rocco.
Musser's still pulling a little bit of a gap now in Cassard, so I think Cassard might be fading after that overtake. He may have stopped the pursuit on Musser, but we'll see what happens on the Delta. He lost 3/10 last time by, so Musser really waited for that attack, and now he's really laying into those tires, so that may have been what he was doing, how he was sitting there behind Cassard. And as I say that, it's about a 10th gain from Cassard, so he still hasn't lost that pace. He's still running identical lap times as Musser, and as of last lap, a little bit better, but we're running out of time. It's only 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go, so I think we're going to get I think we're going to get 3 laps to go next time by.
Yeah, Vincent looks a little closer this time by. He was a 10th quicker than Jordan Musser the last time around, but again, that pass by Musser just granted Vincent to lose a whole lot of time there, so the Frenchman is losing some time and losing touch here with a PSL Burrell Art driver. And for Noah Zars to finish on the podium here at his home race is definitely a good showing for him, to say the least. But I know this is not what he would have wanted. He wanted to be up at the front. He wanted to be battling for the race win. He wanted to be taking the fight up there to the top two, but unfortunately it hasn't been that way so far. And we talk about gaps, we talk about speed. Jordan Musser just reset the quickest lap of the race, a 46.450. And Cameron Reed off the racetrack here, and issues for her in this one, so the CRG Reed Motorsports driver is going to be out of this one early, and unfortunate for her. She was sitting in a 7th spot here, Rocco.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Cameron Reed, so it's quite fitting to see the number 3 in 3rd place here, so he's running on his own, pretty much in his own little bubble right now, just turning the laps, having some fun at this point, because we're coming down to the 2 sticks to go this time by. I mean, Zarsk at the start of the race, he had the pace to run with your 2 leaders, but he got caught up having to overtake other people off the start, so he had to fight his way up into 3rd. And as he had the same lap times at one point on your 2 leaders, now he's just trying to hold on and finish this race and bring it home. So he's still only 3 seconds back on your leader, so he's kind of toned it back a bit and more focused on going through the corners smoothly and consistently. So your 2 leaders, Cassard actually puts down the fastest lap of 46.3, 3/10 quicker than Musser your last time by. So he saw those 2 sticks to go. Cassard is pushing more than he has this whole weekend, way faster right now than Musser. We'll see what the time updates for when they come around for the white flag, but Cassard right now on a tangent.
Yeah, Vincent Cassard definitely on a tangent at the moment. Musser crossing the line now, white flag in the air for Jordan Musser. Cassard attempts slower this time around, so for Jordan Musser, who returns to the Dallas Kart Complex here this weekend, he leads us away at the final lap, and this guy, again, an absolute badass here. Races not very often here this weekend, but you talk about, Masters driver. He's racing against a lot younger drivers here this weekend, but you can tell he hasn't skipped a beat, and to be working out of the back of his trunk, wrenching on his own go-kart and doing all the work for himself to get himself out here and to bring that kart out here as well for himself. You see him pushing his kart off the grid on his own and starting it on his own for Jordan Musser, who's had a lot of work and a lot of accolades this weekend. This is just the cherry on top for him. He's going to win. The number 1 plate goes to the top in shifter. Jordan Musser, your race winner. Vincent Cassard across the line in 2nd.
Noah Zarsk across the line in 3rd. Bull and Mendez going to come across the line 4th and 5th to round off your top 5.
You go back to Proctor, and that's going to be your last finisher here today. Cameron Reed, unfortunately, GNF. So did Castillo, Quinard, Trolio, and Mosey. Not able to get going here today. Quick commercial break with some pickup getting set to come underway. Only 2 races left, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you at home, make sure you stick with us. Your 206 cadets coming up next. And after that, the main event of the evening, your KA senior is going to fight it out for the hardware here in Caddo Mills. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? We need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Cadet on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Luis Vega and Dutch Westbrook on the front row. Tanner Barsh and Simon Klein on row number 2.
On row 3, it is Marshall Steves and Theodore Mitchell. Row 4 has Tyler Morowick and Micah Massad. Row 5 is Brennan Barsh and Vargas.
And you go back to Wyatt White, Benjamin Osborne, Mace Lajesic, Tyler Blackwood, and Aston Wyatt and Caden Lehan's not here this weekend, unfortunately.
And they're rounding the final few corners to take the green flag. You got Royce Vega on the inside, the pole sitter for this race. His teammate looking over to glance at his teammate there. They're rolling quite fast now from Royce's pace, so we'll see how this plays out. You have the corner workers really trying to emphasize so that they need to slow down, but I think they still would like to just prefer to roll faster here, so they're inching towards our starter, so we'll see if we get the green flag. It looks pretty clean, so I think we are, and the inside line gets a rocket start. So Tanner Barsh is going to get the move on Westbrook as well, so I think you're going to have Steves as well get on the inside. So few drivers make it around Westbrook, so a pretty unfortunate start for Westbrook as he gets back down on the inside of, I believe that is Morowick right there. So one position lost, one position gained there as he tries to crowd down on, I believe that is Morowick there in P5.
Yeah, Morowick there in the P5 position for Trackside Karting Services. he's able to get himself in contention here as there's Royce Vega. Tanner Barsh right behind him, and then behind them is Marshall Steve. So those two drivers with a pretty good start. And for Tanner Barsh as well, who's had a really good start, and to get himself and Royce Vega away from the field. Westbrook finds himself in the 4th spot with Tyler Morwack right behind him. So these couple of drivers are going to be working together here in this one, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely, as you have Barsh now to the back of Vega, pushing himself away from Marshall Steves. But Steves will be up in the back of them at some point because he is within that draft only about 0.3 of a second off the back of Barsh. So he's definitely benefiting from that tow. So these 3 drivers already with a decent lead on Westbrook and Morwick, but Westbrook, as we've seen all weekend, very fast driver as well. He's pushing Morwick, as actually Morwick had gotten around Westbrook on that lap. So now it's a change for 4th place. They're still going to try and hopefully work together to work up to this lead because it is way too early in the race to start fighting now and arguing over who's faster and who should lead and who shouldn't. But it seems that Morwick is actually putting already a kart link now on Westbrook, so maybe something is a bit off for that kart.
Yeah, definitely something to find out here for that driver, as Westbrook as well, like you said, he had a lot of pace earlier on today, and for Morwick, who had to start further back in the field in a couple of his heat races, to see him this far back as well is kind of not what we're used to seeing. And we know Tanner Barsh and Royce Vega are going to work together here. Don't expect those 2 drivers to fight all too much. It's going to be a lot like what we saw with Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank in their race. So expect those drivers to be working together here in this one. And for the rest of the field as well, expect them to kind of fight it out. 2 GFCs here, 3rd and 4th in between Steve and Morowak. So expect them to work together here, Rocco.
Yeah, so a few drivers working together. Now you still have Westbrook kind of on his own. Simon Klein trying to catch up to the back of him, and it'll make 3 groups of 2 all working together, trying to catch up to that lead pack. You have Marshall Steves only about 0.7 of a second off your leader last time by. So we'll see as they come around the finish line for the next time to see what the time updates for. And they've lost about 0.4 of a second on your leader, so they're not making too much progress. In fact, they're falling back into the hands of Morwick and, Westbrook and Klein now. Morwick down to the inside of Steves. He sees that they're not gaining, so he decides to go down the inside and overtake Steves for that 3rd place position now. Your 2 leaders up in front, working away and only making that gap larger.
Yeah, only growing their gap here and extending that here at the moment for all those drivers, so they continue to push themselves further up the field. Barsh and for Royce Vega, they continue to do a good job to continue to push themselves further and further away from the rest of the field. Their lap time's looking a lot better than everybody else, and we're lapping a little bit quicker than 2 Trackside Karting Services GFCs right behind them, so they're doing a good job so far. And like I said, don't expect them to fight too much. Barsh and Vega, a lot of experience in between the 2 of them, and expect them to kind of work together all the way throughout this one to be there in the end.
And as they come around again, Morwick stayed and did the exact same lap time as the 2 leaders, even with that overtake on Steves last time by into turn 3. So Morwick with a bit of promising pace here, already 0.2 ahead of Steves after that overtake. So maybe he can tow his teammate back up to your leaders as they work flawlessly together. You have Tanner Barsh and Royce Vega up in front. No surprises there with those 2 drivers. They're going to work and stay the same unless something else changes, like a new variable in the shape of Morwick and Steves, or in the shape of 2 sticks to go. So right now we have 10 minutes, 40 minutes, plus 2 laps to go. Still very early in this race. And these 2 drivers, it's the same old, same old. They have the same strategy all the time. If we have the chance to run away, why not do it and make it a race amongst ourselves and only ourselves, no one else to spoil our plunder, I guess. So you have Morwick and Steves now losing 1/10 there on your leaders, and we'll see if Morwick can do anything about it next time by.
Yeah, they're still lapping around here at the moment and doing a good job. Let's move to the battle further back in between the 2 GFCs, Morwick and Steves, 3rd and 4th. Morwick able to get to that 3rd and 4th spot. How about for Brendan Barsh? He's up to the 8th spot here, right behind Theo Mitchell. They had a little bit of a slower start, but still trying to push themselves further up the field and doing a good job so far. For Benjamin Osborne as well, he's right behind Wyatt White. Then you go back to Lechsek and a couple of other drivers as well still in this field. And the only difference in lines there between Barsh and Royce Vega, still working together and pulling away from the rest of the field, Rocco.
Yeah, and they're just trying to run that timer down right now and establish the biggest lead that they can. Morwick now with Steve, they're coming around again to the finish line. We'll see if that time updates anymore. I mean, right now, this is a pretty stagnant part of the race. You don't really have much going on other than it's a lapping session right now, and Morowek loses another 10th on your leader, so it's getting kind of hopeless right now. If they can't figure out a way to gain any more time on your leaders, they might have to just settle and fight for that third place position amongst teammates. But they also have Westbrook behind, so he could spoil the party if they start fighting at some point and he catches up. But Vega and Barsh doing exactly what they need to do, just running that timer down, working together, and pulling away so this fight can just be mano-a-mano and not be a four-way amongst these drivers. So with Barsh and Vega running away with it, we'll see what Morwick can do, but now he's putting a little bit of a gap now on Steves as they come to the bowl, and still the order hasn't changed for a while, and it probably won't unless we have a big surprise here into the hairpin. So we'll have this timer run out and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, Morowek doing a good job so far. His gap at just over a second. Needs a little bit of a push, though, from Steves. I mean, if he wants to close down his gap even more, going to need to prompt a fight from the top two. And for Dutch Westbrook as well, who had a win to his name already earlier today in the first race, who was our first race winner of the weekend here. He falls back to the 5th spot, and with some work to do to get up there for Simon Jack Klein as well, the kid from Oklahoma, sits in the 6th spot, and Theo Mitchell in 7th as well from Oklahoma, and Brendan Barsh, his brother's up there fighting for the race win here. Brendan only 7 years old. They're battling there further back. Varga's able to get through on Barsh there. They're about to go into the dogleg left-hander here, so we'll pick up that battle when they come around and see how that battle's going in between Vargas and Brendan Barsh as they continue to fight there further back in the field, side by side, going into the bowl now in between those drivers. The battle right behind these two is going on between Vargas and the factory kart and the MSO Racing Burrell Art machine. They're still going side by side there further back.
Yeah, on our screen now, I'm pretty sure that is Klein and Mitchell, and as we move back, I think we're going towards Barsh, Vargas, and Massad there. So our next drivers, you can see the factory kart up in front with those red and black decals. He's leaning forward, really trying to churn down into those corners and really get focused in as we see Barsh now with a huge run. You have Vargas kind of cover off the inside a little bit, but Barsh and Massad still just holding right behind Vargas.
Yeah, still holding on there. Brendan Barsh looking to get around the factory kart here as they go into the straightaway. One driver went around. That's the 277. Goodness gracious, you saw the dust get kicked up, and he's going to lose a spot there to the 201 of Lechsek as they go to the main straightaway, and they start to close down. But talking about closing down gaps, Brendan Barsh and Royce Vega may fall under fire here to Tyler Morowek, and Tanner Barsh knows it. He looks over his shoulder, sees that Morowek is definitely closing in here.
Yeah, he is making up a lot of ground now, and as I say that, you see Barsh now go down the inside of Vega, so he sees that they're getting gain on her, and actually not. Maybe he just wants to lead now and see if they can be faster that way, but Morowek definitely is gaining now, so maybe Barsh wants to put a kart between him and Morowek for the time being, just to have that extra cushion and be up in the lead. So right now with Morowek doing exactly what he needs to do. At the start of the race, put down the fastest lap time, and now with no draft catching up to these guys. So a really fast driver, especially on their own. So when they catch up to the draft, which they are right now, will suck up to the back almost immediately. Now as we come to the hairpins, will there be any overtakes for the position? I don't think so. Vega's going to slot in maybe in the final quarter. No. So it's going to be Barsh, Vega, and Morowek, your top three.
Yeah, and Barsh, the last time around, checked his shoulder and saw that Morowek is right there, and that prompted him to kind of go for the move for the lead of the race. He wants control, and he has it at the moment from Royce Vega. Vega looking to go back, doesn't want to be under fire from Morowek in a lap time. Gonna leave that a Barsh. He's on the outside, gonna slot back in a second. Royce Vega goes back up to the point. Tyler Morowek has officially joined the party here. 3 different manufacturers inside of the top 3. The Bennick machine out in front, the CRG Nordum MSL machine in second. Then you go back to third with Trackside Karting Services GFC of Tyler Morowek.
Yeah, sorry, I just stuttered right there. So Morowek, a little bit of a mistake there, lost a bit of time to your 2 leaders. So both Barsh and Vega still working in unison. You see Vega now in the lead. They're working together. I mean, they're just trying to really run this timer out. Even though they're fighting a little bit, it isn't the most gloves off crazy thing you've ever seen. So they're just trying to figure out the running order for right now until they run down these last remaining 4 minutes. And then when those 2 6 come out, you'll really see them pop off. But Morowek needs needs to gain back up. He's at 0.6 of a second right now and possibly gaining, as we've seen. It's a trend that we saw a few laps ago, and it may happen again. So, yeah, if he gets back up, we'll have a three-way fight for the win.
Yeah, we'll see how it kind of plays out. But again, pay attention here to Tanner Barsh. Every time he gets onto the straightaway, a little check over the shoulder, and that kind of dictates what he's going to do in the next corner. Is he going to go for a move if Morowek's too close? And that's kind of the way it's been. He checks the shoulder ever so slightly just to look, to check back in on where Tyler Morowek is. And then the next corner, if he feels like Morowek's too close, he goes in for the lead of the race. And the same thing with Royce Vega. These two drivers have a lot of experience, and when they look and when they check, you're going to see Barsh do it again. Going to see how close Morowek is, checks, and we'll see how Tanner Barsh feels about this. If he feels that Morowek is a little too close, you're going to see Tanner Barsh go for the race lead here in this corner.
Yeah, so Tanner Barsh really close. Morowek stayed stagnant that time by, still 0.6 of a second, so bit of work to do to get back up to those leaders. But as of right now, it is Vega out in front. You know, see Tanner Barsh, as you said, keeps looking over his shoulder every single time to see that gap between him and Morowek, still at 0.6 of a second, but it could change at any moment because, Morowek has made that gap up earlier in the race, so we'll see what he can do. Going into the bowl now, it has stayed the same for a few laps now because Tanner Barsh has seen that gap and seen that it's good enough to stay in P2 and push along. They have a few corners to go on that time updates, and we can see if Morowek's making any more progress or not. So we come down, 3 minutes left to go plus 2 laps, so we're coming down to the closing stages. We could see Tanner Barsh and Vega be a lot more aggressive with each other on these closing stages of the race. Morowek has lost another 10th to your leaders.
Yeah, Morowek just unfortunately there lost another 10th, and I mean, he is faster on paper, a 56.591. He's the fastest driver on the racetrack at the moment, but just hasn't been able to put a dent on these two drivers who, again, it's all about consistency when you come out to a racetrack like this. It's super technical. It has its straightaways, and you need to, to be good throughout the tight stuff to get the draft that you need onto these long straightaways. And for Morowek, if he makes a mistake or blows a corner, blows his braking zone, it definitely affects him when he gets to the straightaway. And I'll tell you now that Barsh is going to see that Morowek is very, very close this time by. Going to want to get away from the fire and going to try to go here on Royce Vega as soon as he turns his head and sees that white and black GFC Trackside Karting Services machine of Morowek there in the second spot. So he sees he's close. Expect Tanner Barsh, the first chance that he gets, to try and get ahead of Royce Vega as time continues to dwindle down. Just under 2 minutes to go left in this one.
AC Vega had a really good exit there coming off the first corner, but now a huge run. As you see Barsh kind of fade low. He was right there with a huge run off that draft on the front straight. Now going to turns 4 and 5. Will he fade low or stay behind Vega? It's really hard to fade low in that corner, especially whenever the cart in front has a little bit of a gap between you and them. So Barsh now right on the bumper of Vega. Will he do anything into the bowl? If he's right there, it's really hard to overtake into this bowl, and it's also a very risky and low percentage move. So smart by them all to run single file there. Now through the chicane, again, Morowek closer than he has been on the previous laps. But will Tanner Barsh go for the lead? No, he doesn't. But we have one more overtaking opportunity before we come back around the checkered line.
Yeah, one more overtaking opportunity here. We're close to the end. I think they may have just crossed the line in time to get 3 more laps to go the next time around. So Tanner Barsh now has a good run here into turn number 3. Looking on the inside, Morowek looking to follow through. He's going to get it done. Royce Vega falls back to second, looking to get it done around the outside. The gloves are off for sure. They're definitely looking at the micron, seeing the time dwindle down and knowing that it's time to fight.
Yeah, Morowek chops down to the inside to prevent Vega from getting down on the inside of him into turn 4. So now back into the boot for another round. Morowek separates these two partners in crime, trying to pull away from him earlier in the race. So he's definitely not trying to work together. He's trying to get ahead of Tanner Barsh here because we have 8 seconds plus 2 laps to go. I wonder if they're going to get the 2.6 to go this time by. I think they're just going to run out of time. No, 3 laps to go. So 2 sticks in the air next time by. So a bit of more time for these drivers to figure out what they're going to do, what their strategy is going to be to win this race, because all 3 of them are very hungry drivers who all want to win this race. Is anybody going to pop out? No. You see Tanner Barsh kind of fade a little bit to the inside just to cover it off. He's going to drive a tight line through 4 and 5 to prevent anybody from trying to fade low or not. He goes wide and everybody follows him. So they're all driving driving the optimal racing line right now. Nobody's shooting down on the inside of anybody. But when we get down to this hairpin, I have a feeling that when they see that flagman holding the two sticks in the distance, they will start moving each other out of the way.
I'll tell you what here, they just beat the two sticks in the air. The last time around, they beat it by a couple of tenths of a second. And now this time, the two sticks will be in the air, and the gloves will for sure be thrown off as Barsh goes low. He's going to defend here from Morowek. Two sticks in the air. Fight with everything that you've got, boys. This is it for the race win. Royce Vega, Tyler Morowek, Tanner Barsh, all fighting it out here. Barsh going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. Not soon enough. Morowek going to be able to get through. Royce Vega looking to get through as well. Both of them freight train Barsh there. They're both able to get through. Tyler Morowek's up to the point of the field.
Morowek took the lead, a huge run coming off into the front straight to get around the two drivers there. So he has that lead with one more lap left to go when they come around this time by. So Vega real close there. Barsh fading a little bit back. He has a bit of ground to make up to get back up to these two leaders. He's still on the podium, but that's not what he wants. He wants the win, so he needs to catch up to these two. Morowek still with that lead, holds it diligently. As we come into the sequential hairpins, is Vega going to pop out? No, he's not, but we have one more opportunity to do that. So you don't see him cover up. Vega easily goes down to the inside, takes that position. Is Morowek going to get the switch back? He definitely tries it. Gets down to the inside. You see Vega crowd him down. He files back through. White flag this time. So one more time around this track for these three drivers.
Yeah, Barsh going to have to get creative here as they're going to go side by side. Morowek looking to go on the outside. Vega looking to go up to the bottom of the racetrack. Barsh around the outside. Can he over under these two drivers here? They're going to go almost three wide on the exit. And Tanner Barsh falls back to the third spot. Vega still leading us away. Morowek looking to get ahead here. Still trying to deny Royce Vega from a race win here today. And everybody, Vega going low, Morowek to the high side, Barsh goes low, side by side into the essence. Barsh, who are you going to follow through? They go side by side with the ball. Barsh gets through. He's going side by side with Royce Vega. They're going side by side for the lead. Vega can't deny him. Tanner Barsh emerges into the lead of the race here, to the bottom of the racetrack. Vega goes to the top. Barsh goes low. He's going to defend here. One more corner for Tanner Barsh. After defending, he gets the bumper from Vega. Not going to be enough, though. Tanner Barsh going to win for MSL. He wins in 2:06 Cadet.
Morowek gets Vega on the line for P2, so silver for Morowek. Vega rounds off your podium. Westbrook comes around to take P4 with Steves in 5th place. Mitchell, Klein, Vargas, Barsh, and White, your top 10.
What a race there by Tanner Barsh. Found himself losing the lead of the race there on the second to last lap, and he got it back in the second to last corner. Tanner Barsh, you're a race winner in Caddo Mills. In a couple of moments' time now, your KA100 seniors are going to round up the day, the main event of the evening, coming up next after this quick commercial break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
This is it, the main event of the evening coming up next. Everybody in the paddock has put everything down, lined the fences, lined the paddock, everybody with eyes onto the racetrack here in a couple of moments' time. It's time to go. KA100 Senior Racing here in a couple of moments' time. 32 drivers total getting set to take the green flag on what's been an action-packed weekend of racing here, Rocco. They've definitely kept us on our toes. The likes of Buddy Vasquez Jr., Rudolph, Jake French, and the list goes on and on and on and on here, and a couple of returns here this weekend as well with Louis Pagano and a couple of others to take the fight up to the front. But your pole sitter here going to be Buddy Vasquez Jr. He's slated to start alongside Peyton Phillips, and this weekend's been great, Rocco. This is the last one of the weekend and the last one of the day before we go into championship weekend at Amarillo Kart Complex. What do you thought of the weekend as a whole and everything that's been going on here this weekend at DKC?
It's such a good return to this track because, I mean, we haven't been here for a few years, and it's such a great location for Texas drivers and regional drivers around the state to come into a central location. I mean, it's a stacked field. You have a bunch of drivers you don't usually see in the regular TSRS field come out to play, and a lot of them are very skilled indeed. A lot of them DKC local. So another thing, a lot of people who want to try to, or I mean, I guess you could say some who run in TSRS, like Kurt Goodson, driver who's done this layout a whole bunch. So as we get to the starting grid, on your front row, that is Jesus Vasquez Jr. Joining him on the front row will be Peyton Phillips. Row 2 is Aiden Rudolph and Javier Herrera.
You go back to Jake French and Beckett Friesen on row number 3. Louis Pagano on his return of the team, starting on row number 4 alongside Joey Friend. Dallas Dunlap and Justin Music round up your top 10 starters.
On row 6, it'll be Cone Summers and JD Lamping. Row 7 is Luke Lange and Landon Skinner. Row 8 will be Preston Pico and the guy who sold me a go-kart today, Sawyer Roussel. Row 9 is Xander Clements and Adrian Cruz, and on row 10 will be Bryce Frank and Ian Howe.
Your last couple of starters here, that's your top 10 rows and your top 20 starters in this field. A couple of more still left here as we pan down the order. Abraham Din, Alex Pope, Ace Parker, Addy Bamaru, Faulkner, Alvarez del Castillo, Roddy, Nicholas Stouffer, good, Kurt Goodson, Wyatt Renfro, Remy Angel, all getting set to take the green flag here this weekend in KA100 Senior. All eyes are on these KA100 guys as they get set to take the green flag. Buddy Vasquez Jr., Peyton Phillips, Aiden Rudolph, Javier Herrera. Your first 2 rows, we look at Buddy. For the final time this weekend, the green flag is out, and we are racing in KA100 Senior. Buddy Vasquez Jr. already to the point. Rudolph looking to slot back in a line inside of Peyton Phillips. A couple of contact. JD Lamping gets collected in front of the field. Clements is off. Frank is off. And a couple of drivers get collected here at the start. Unfortunate start to a couple of their races, and that's going to end them early for a couple of these guys, Rocco.
Very unfortunate for Bryce Frank and Xander Clements, just victims of that incident right there. JD Lamping got turned completely around. Luckily, he didn't get stopped in front of the field as you see Jake French go down the inside of Javier Herrera for P4. Now, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Phillips, and Aiden Rudolph, 3 drivers who we always see up in the front fighting each other, are your top 3, and they're pulling away from Jake French. But he will gain back up to that spot because these guys are inevitably going to start fighting at some point in this race.
And I tell you why, these 3 drivers are in the battle for the championship. Peyton Phillips, your most recent race winner at Crescent, Texas. Aiden Rudolph, your championship points leader by just 11 points as Dallas Dunlap drops a tire, gets a bumper from behind from Cohen Summers. There, and these 2 drivers fighting it out here. Summers going to move him out of the way. Looking on the inside, Summers able to get clear. But again, Buddy Vasquez Jr. second on the championship, only 11 points back to Aiden Rudolph here in this one. And he's looking to take the championship points lead before they get to Amarillo, Texas in a couple of weeks' time. But Jake French, a new variable for these guys, a veteran of the sport, a driver who has a lot of laps around this place and some nostalgia behind this place for him as well. He's currently P4 looking to take the fight up to these 3 young guns.
A recurring theme that we saw back in Crescent is Jesus Vasquez Jr. Defending early in the race. He tapped his helmet to tell Peyton Phillips to work with him, but if he keeps fading down to the inside, it'll be kind of strange to agree. So you see Peyton Phillips now go down to the inside after that with Aiden Rudolph following through. Jesus Vasquez Jr. falls all the way down to P3. Jake French has to follow through into P4. So your top 4 have shuffled around in order, and they seem to be pulling a little bit away from 5th on back. It was a second gap, and now they lost another 2/10, but Pagano and Herrera have found each other on the racetrack and will try to work forward to these 4.
Yeah, there you have Jake French going almost sideways into the bull. Looked like he wanted to go on Buddy Vasquez. Wasn't close enough to get it done there into the bull. That's a hard place to pass, and French just couldn't get it done. There goes Pagano on the inside of Herrera. Pagano's able to get clear. He's up to P5. There goes Vasquez on the inside for P2. He's able to get clear. Rudolph drops the tire into the dirt. He slots back into fourth. French going to slot back into the third spot, but got to be careful with how much you fight. We saw Rudolph pull away there in the first heat race. You need to be careful with how much you fight and not let Peyton Phillips get away. And again, Pagano and Rudolph now have found each other on the racetrack. These two drivers got together in the second heat race, so we'll keep an eye on them on what Pagano decides to do here in this one, and going to push Rudolph for the moment and try and get him closer and closer up to the top three. Speaking of Pagano, he said he's starting in the 7th spot. He said, I can win from there. Matter of fact, I will win from there. So now we'll see what Pagano's got in store for us.
Yeah, Pagano and Herrera both were ever so slowly catching your leaders, and whenever Jake French got around Aiden Rudolph there the last lap ago, they fell back. As you see Aiden Rudolph now go down the inside of Jake French into the first hairpin. Will there be any switchbacks? No, there will not. So now that they've been shuffled around, they look over their shoulders. They really need to work together to catch these two up in front. Peyton Phillips leads with Jesus Vasquez Jr. following shortly behind. They're within a second, so that draft is slightly helping them, but not very much. They need to get a little bit closer before they really start to benefit from that draft. 4 karts should be faster than 2, though, so as long as they don't battle, they should catch right back up.
Yeah, and that move by Rudolph on Jake French, that's really what you got to do here, especially when a driver like Pagano, with the accolades that he has in that Supernats victory in 2016, whenever you're in a position with a driver like that right behind you, you know you got to go. It's pass or be pass. We say it time and time again, and we even end up sounding like broken records here, but it couldn't be more true, especially in a class like this with very, very hungry wolves. And you see it there, Pagano on the inside of Jake French.
Oh.
The X-Demons get together. Pagano's off the racetrack and out of the race. Jake French out of this one early as well. He's in the middle of the racetrack. Everybody trying to avoid the factory kart machine there. These two drivers out of contention here early. Unfortunate for Pagano, unfortunate for French, but the young guns are going to run away with it here. Herrera currently sits in fourth, and your 3 championship points leaders, it's a risk versus reward, and you wouldn't be expecting to see them risk too much here.
Yeah, you saw Jake French take a preemptively narrow line into that hairpin that Pagano wasn't expecting whenever he tried to shoot it down the inside, so they got really close and made that contact. So unfortunate racing accident between those two. Peyton Phillips and Vasquez Jr. in 1 and 2 are being caught right now by Aiden Rudolph. There is Herrera in 4th place, who is pulling up to these two.
Yeah, so they continue to go forward. Peyton Phillips, your leader here. Buddy Vasquez Jr. in the 2nd spot. There's Aiden Rudolph in the 3rd spot. They're looking to close down this gap here shortly. They run around the stripe this time by, and they get through. Phillips still looking to close down the gap there. Open up his gap, to Buddy Vasquez Jr. Vasquez on the inside into turn number 3. He's able to get clear. Rudolph in the 3rd spot is able to slot back in, and you see Phillips wanting the help from Aiden Rudolph as we continue to go through. And Buddy, again, this is really what he needs. He has a couple of heat race victories to his name already, but he needs this race victory, the main event race victory, to swing the championship in his favor. And Rudolph as well. He's either finished P2 or better to hold on to that championship points lead. Was close to a pole position, has a heat race victory here this weekend, but going to need a lot more. And for these 3 guys who have fought year in and year out, and for Vasquez as well, who became a variable last year, won at Speed Sports Racing Park to cap off the year and was set for a full championship run this year with Timmy Lowball and the Trackside Karting Services GFC team. He's definitely showed his pace. The kid from California has put on the fight to all these drivers as Rudolph goes on the inside of Peyton Phillips to get up to 2nd. Rudolph isn't yet a Texas Sprint Racing Series champion. He's been close many, many times, finishing on the podium before, but not a championship to his name yet. And a lot of pressure came into this weekend after suffering a neck injury at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago that put him out of contention at the United States Pro Kart Series. He was out of the weekend, and coming into this weekend, a lot of question marks, a lot of red flags, and he has been all right and doing good, and he's been able to take the fight up here to Buddy Vasquez Jr. and Peyton Phillips, who his year started not like these 2 guys in front. They both started with a couple of race wins, but for Peyton Phillips, he was behind the 8 ball a lot of weekends whenever he'd get in here and try to go out there and take the fight to these 3 drivers. Phillips had to work for everything that he had. A lot of bad luck plagued him at the start of the year, and then that all switched. That all changed at Pressing Texas, where he over-undered almost 4 drivers for the race win there. Now he finds himself in 3rd with a lot of work to do if he wants to take the championship points lead here this weekend. 212 points. Almost impossible to take it this weekend, but when we get to Amarillo, it's going to be oh so close as there's battling further back in the field. Beckett Friesen, and what looks to be Landon Skinner as well, another variable that we haven't yet seen this weekend, and Luke Lang, who has been super quick all weekend long.
Yeah, these two drivers right here are all right behind Herrera, who is by himself trying to catch up to that lead group. So, I mean, this is another group of very fast drivers. If the lead starts to fight at any point, it's not like they're super far behind. They could eventually catch up. The leaders have to be smart and not hinder themselves too much. I know Jesus Vasquez Jr. sometimes would cover off a corner just to maintain that lead and control the race, because that's exactly what we saw from him in Crescent, and it benefited him for the most of the race. As you see Aiden Rudolph get around there for the lead, and you see Vasquez go back down the inside into turn 4 for the lead. So Vasquez back to the lead. Peyton Phillips has been sitting in that third place position this whole time, and now you can see Herrera getting closer and closer every single time we come around to that middle straight. You can see him exit the corner right behind them earlier and earlier. So as we get down to halfway to go, we have about 7 minutes left plus 2 laps. It is the halfway mark of this race, and Herrera is right on the cusp of catching all 3 of these drivers.
Help is on the way for Aiden Rudolph, and you could say the same thing about Buddy Vasquez Jr., because help is on the way from Landon Skinner here shortly. Skinner setting in flyer after flyer here as he tries to close down his gap to the top 4. What does Rudolph do? Does he go? Does he wait? He's going to go in turn number 3 on the inside. He's able to get clear. Aiden Rudolph to the point. Buddy Vasquez back to second. Peyton Phillips goes to third. Rudolph now going to look to defend here slightly. Move to the bottom of the racetrack. Buddy looking low. Not going to be enough room to get through, but 4 cars in this lead train, and help has arrived here for Aiden Rudolph. How is the team game going to play here? What is Herrera going to do to try and help his teammate extend his championship points lead here this weekend?
This is really good for the 3 drivers behind this group of 4 to see them overtaking each other every few corners, because all it does is slow down this lead group and benefit the second group. As you see, Jesus Vasquez Jr. shoot down the inside of Aiden Rudolph, a late lunge. Peyton Phillips, too, with a switchback, tries to get a nose down on Jesus Vasquez Jr. He has to give room as Peyton Phillips takes the lead. Aiden Rudolph and Herrera, his teammate, push through to take second and third. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the blink of an eye goes from first all the way down to 4th place.
This is exactly what Javier Herrera was brought here to do, to help Aiden Rudolph, to give him that last little bit of push that he needs to get ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. And when I said help has arrived, I mean, that was quite literal there. Herrera definitely pushed Rudolph through on Buddy Vasquez Jr. in turn number 1. And now what is Rudolph going to try and go? When is Aiden Rudolph going to try and go on Peyton Phillips? His best shot's going to go into the couple of hairpins. Rudolph going to look. How's it going to run this time by? Does he fade low? Not close enough this time by. What about the last corner? Is Rudolph going to go for it? Going to stay in line, but Buddy Vasquez looking to split up the CRG Norton machines, and he does. Buddy taps the back of his helmet, but unfortunate there. I don't think you're going to get the help that you want.
Let's see if Aiden shoots down the inside. Coming into turn 3, he will. And down the inside goes Aiden Rudolph and covers it. So Peyton Phillips let him by, basically lifted through the corner to let him back through. And see Aiden Rudolph pointing forward, tuck his head down. Peyton Phillips is going to work together with him to try and pull away from Jesus Vasquez Jr., but I don't think it's that easy, because that kid is really, really fast, and the kid behind him is also extremely rapid. Herrera, a very fast driver, caught up to these 3 almost on his own before they started fighting. So a very impressive run from Herrera. He's been good all weekend. All of these drivers have been pretty on it all weekend, and when are they not? In Crescent, it's always these drivers fighting for the win. So as they come around, you see Vasquez now down the inside of Peyton Phillips. Herrera's going to follow through, and Peyton Phillips gets pushed a little bit to the outside. You see Herrera give a bit of an apology there going through the last corner.
Yeah, Herrera lifted the hand up in the air, and that's a lot of respect in between that young driver and Peyton Phillips as well, who takes a long look over his shoulder here. Just about under 4 minutes to go left in this session here for all these guys. And for Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Aiden Rudolph, these 2 drivers were not happy with each other at the end of Crescent, Texas, at the 3rd round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, where those 2 drivers got together a couple of times in that main event, where Rudolph felt like Buddy sold the main event and gave it away to Peyton Phillips and brought him back into the conversation here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series Championship. And now they find themselves time and time again fighting for race wins and fighting for what's a championship here, a regional championship at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Buddy came over from California last year just on what was going to be a one-off race, enjoyed racing in Texas, and wanted to bring the fight to the likes of Aiden Rudolph, Peyton Phillips, and Alex Stanfield last year. And now he was set for a full year. He's set for a full move into turn number 1. He's able to get clear. Rudolph looking to over-under. Who's Herrera going to push here? He's looking. Can Rudolph get clear into turn number 5? Can't get it done there. Going to slot back into second. But I'll tell you what, Buddy is not going to have the best of luck because Javier Herrera has arrived on the scene, and he's there to help Rudolph.
Yeah, you saw him as they went into turn 4. He kind of backed off to let Aiden Rudolph slot into that second place position and not hinder either of them, as they need to work on this lead right here of Jesus Vasquez Jr. as he's a very, very controlling driver in the race. He loves to get up to the lead and control it from there as you see him dive, and he doesn't really go defensive there. He drives the normal racing line, so doing very good now from the lead as he pulls a pretty good exit there. Herrera, though, is going to push Aiden Rudolph, and they might get a massive run down this front straight. As you see Aiden Rudolph in the draft now, he's probably going to send it again. They've been doing it every single lap, so a big send. You saw him get sideways there, deep on the brakes for the lead, and Aiden Rudolph gets up to P1. Herrera trying to get to P2, but has a nose, as the Jesus Vasquez Jr. does. But holding around the outside goes Herrera and holds that P2 position.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're you and Jeffrey on the fence line, watching your drivers 1 and 2, and Vasquez Jr. is stuck now behind Peyton Phillips, and a big gap in between these two drivers with the closing stage of this race. But the Arcane Motorsports machine of Justin Music and Beckett Friesen aren't too far off. There goes Phillips on the inside of Herrera. He's able to get clear, and he's up to second. Herrera falls back to fourth, but here comes Justin Music and Beckett Friesen, the two rookies who moved up from junior last year, are new variables here this weekend. Were quick right out of the box at NOLA Motorsports Park. They kind of had a little bit of a hiatus in the middle of the year, but they're back now and looking really strong. Buddy on the inside of Phillips, looking over under. They go side by side, hands in the air. They're kind of confused as to why they're fighting for second here, and they're going to have to negotiate it here because Aiden Rudolph is running away with just about a minute to go here. That gap is absolutely massive, and they need to set their differences aside if they want to catch right back up to the CRG Norda machine of Rudolph.
Well, I think Friesen may have made a mistake through the bowl. Lost a bunch of time there, and Justin Music got around for the 5th place position. So unfortunate for Beckett Friesen. Made all that progress up to the fight up in the front. As you see Herrera now go down the inside of Peyton Phillips for P3. So promote Herrera up into that 3rd place position. Your top 3 are evenly spread out now with Peyton Phillips close to Herrera. They're going to try and work together potentially to catch back up to Jesus Vasquez Jr. Aiden Rudolph is kind of pulling away with it right now. Herrera was at one point in 2nd place right behind Aiden Rudolph and could have really been a great teammate and blocked for him and gave a little bit more of an advantage to Aiden Rudolph, but he didn't get the chance whenever both Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Peyton Phillips freight trained him down the inside of that 2nd hairpin last lap by. So now your 3rd, 4th, and 5th place drivers, Justin Music has now gotten onto the cusp of Peyton Phillips. Let's see what he can do.
And this is it. I mean, if you look at Buddy's resume so far this year, his worst finish has been a 3rd place finish. Rudolph's worst finish has been a 3rd as well. It was a 2nd at a Speed Sports Racing Park. So for Aiden Rudolph to find himself with 2 laps to go and a chance to extend his championship points lead from Buddy Vasquez Jr., this is going to be it. 2 sticks are up in the air this time by. Rudolph has to push with everything that he's got to keep that GMC driver at bay. In the turn number 3, Buddy closes the gap here. Rudolph going to look over his shoulder, see that GMC get closer and closer every single corner. He's going to fight and push with everything that he's got, and the same thing applies to the California kid that looks to take another win on the year here in Texas.
Yeah, Vasquez looking rapid right now as he starts to get the benefit of that draft. He's going to catch really quickly to the back of Aiden Rudolph. He has a few more laps to really do it here as they come through the chicane into the sequential hairpins. You see Aiden Rudolph look over his shoulder. He covers down thinking Vasquez was a little bit closer. I don't think he really needed to do that. He covers again. Jesus Vasquez Jr. tries to get the switchback. White flag this time by Aiden Rudolph. Looks over your shoulder. You see Jesus Vasquez Jr. throw his head down. Goes down to the inside of turn 2. Takes the lead. Aiden Rudolph tries to get the switchback, and he has to just push and goes to the outside. You see Jesus Vasquez Jr. cover off completely on the inside. And a switchback move from Aiden Rudolph.
These are the 2 best drivers in the state of Texas at the moment. Rudolph around the outside looking to go on Jesus Vasquez Jr. Can he make it stick? A lot of grip around there. Aiden Rudolph looking to set up an over-under. He gets it done nicely. He's in the draft. What can he do? What can Peyton Phillips do to try and help out Rudolph here? He has 1 more chance, 2 more chances to get it done. But Peyton Phillips is really close. Rudolph on the inside of the chicane. Not close enough to get it done in there. What does Rudolph have left in store? Can he fade low? Buddy's going to defend middle of the racetrack. Peyton Phillips isn't too far off either. What is Rudolph? Can he get an over-under? I don't think it's going to be close enough. Buddy Vasquez Jr. wins in Caddo Mills.
Aiden Rudolph comes across the line in 2nd. Peyton Phillips tried to get the switch back like he did in Crescent, but it didn't work out that way, and he finishes in 3rd.
You go back down the field everywhere. It wasn't too far back. The top 5 was so close there, and the rest of the field going through, but Rocco, this is it for your K100 seniors. This is it for round number 4 of the MidSummer Mashup at the Texas Spin Racing Series. We are in for a good one in a couple of weeks' time when we go to Amarillo, Texas to cap it all off, to end the season there, and to end this championship that just took a big turn. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is now the championship points leader going in to Amarillo, and that's bringing a lot of implications here, Rocco, and it's been a good weekend so far. What's been your favorite part to this point?
I think it was probably Nathan Golseth waving to the camera in Heat 2.
Well, there you have it. We've seen it all this weekend. We've seen crashes inside of the top 6. All top 6 drivers are crashing out in K100 Masters side-by-side action. We've seen some wrecks. We've seen it all, and we just had the greatest form of racing in K100 Senior there to cap it off. That's why they're the marquee class here at the Texas Spin Racing Series. From all of us here at Kart Chase, from myself, Caleb Vieska, Rocco Ruzic, and from all of us here at the Texas Spin Racing Series, we thank you for having us. Have a good night.